Behind me is my pride and joy. It's my wall of pulse, specifically my wall of velvet philodendron. 6 years ago, I bought a very small Philodendron melanochrysum and Philodendron verrucosum. Now, quite ambitious to buy those two plants as somewhat of a beginner. They don't necessarily have the best reputation, but back then, honestly, ignorance was bliss. I wasn't really aware of their reputation as being quite tricky. And despite all odds, I ended up having really good success with them. Pretty early on, I discovered that vertical growing, specifically growing on moss poles, is definitely my kind of growing. It really made the journey fun because first of all I was able to propagate a lot of my plants and then, recoup some of the initial investment and or swap them for more plants, because back then I had no plants and a wish list full of plants, so I wanted to make sure that I get most of these plants on my wish list as cost effectively as possible. So propagating was by far the best option. Plus, vertical growing is in line with the natural growth pattern, so you will end up getting the best results out of them, and I end up having way more vertical space available than I have horizontal space available. So it kind of worked with my aesthetic preference, it worked for the plants, and it worked for my wallet. And oh well, almost 6 years later, my wall of velvets looks like this. It is my pride and joy. You are currently on my desk, so I spent most of my time in here, and this is my backdrop, and I couldn't be happier with my office. Now, this wall of poles has been with me in some shape or form for over 6 years now. And of course, over those 6 years, a lot has changed. I lived in 4 different houses over those 6 years, and of course, I have accumulated and also killed quite a lot of plants in those 6 years. So there's been many iterations of that wall of aeroids. There's been many plants that were part of the wall of aeroids and eventually had to move out because they didn't fit the display anymore. The plants themselves have also changed a lot. A lot of them were quite small and now they are quite large. So I thought it would be fun to maybe look at all the different iterations of my wall of aeroids over the last 6 years. I'm surrounded by my plants. I see them every day. So sometimes taking a step back or 6 years of steps back really puts things in perspective. So I think it will be really exciting to see the journey and see the development and see how far we've come with this wall of aeroids. And hopefully that's somewhat motivating for you guys to maybe start a project like this as well. And what better way to look at all the different iterations of this wall of aeroids than creating a marathon video. So we are back with a very long video. I know some of you really enjoy that. Some of you do not have the patience to watch it all, and that's also perfectly fine. And in the description down below, I will leave timestamps with all of the updates throughout the years. So you can also just quickly skip to the years or between the years and so on, and you don't have to watch all of it. However, watch time is by far my most important metric, so I would appreciate if you could watch as much of this video as possible. Anyway, let's get started. Hey everybody, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. I suppose the intro said it all, so let's start off with the first iteration of this wall of aeroids. It happened sometime in January 2020, round about the same time as I started purchasing my first velvet philodendron. It was the first house that I had where I grew any plants in, and unfortunately I don't have any video footage of me living in that house. I didn't have a YouTube channel back then, so we'll just have to do with some photos that I put on screen. But basically, it was a pretty dark house, and it was obviously really early days for me. So I was in the accumulation phase of my plant hobby, where I was just buying new plants very frequently to kind of see what sticks, what works for me in my environment, which plants are my kind of thing. And I very quickly landed on mainly monsteras and velvet philodendron. Now, the problem with that house was that I had one east-facing window that got a little bit of morning sun, but apart from that, it was very dark. So I was very limited with where I can display my plants, how I can display my plants, and how many plants I can display. Pretty much all of my plant collection was limited to that one window. And the problem with that is that I basically always looked at the back of the plants because the plants want to face the window. Now, I moved out of that house in March 2021, and that's really when I had the first proper iteration of my wall of poles. In that apartment, natural light was not an issue. I had plenty of it, unless of course you move really deep into the room. And that's when I started supplementing with grow lights as well. I wasn't new to grow lights at that time. I had one in my IKEA cabinet, but I was new to using grow lights in my rooms to create nice displays. But I really enjoyed the idea of putting all of my plants on a shelf and then back it up against a wall and have grow lights coming from the front so that I finally get to see my plants. And I really enjoyed that. That was the first time in like a year and a half or so of collecting plants that they were finally facing me, and I get to wake up and look at my plants and they're all looking at me. Now, the room was somewhat small, but so was my collection. So most of my plants were still able to fit into that room. And because of that, I was able to somewhat control conditions in that room as well. But then over the months, especially given I had such good light in that apartment, my plants very quickly outgrew that space. So I then went through frequent iterations of what plants get to stay on the wall and which plants have to move into the living room. And initially it was a very good mix of monstera and velvet philodendron, because monsteras just seem to grow a little bit faster for me. Over time, I noticed that the monsteras aren't really all too fast. They also have a good time moving into the living area that actually had even more light available, but lower humidity due to it being a bigger room and windows always being open. So slowly over a few months, some monsteras moved out of that wall of aeroids and moved into the living room, and I started accumulating more velvets, and the velvets started growing and taking up more space. And I think that's where we can pretty much go to that first update. That was sometime in, I think, June 2022. So I think my second month of having a YouTube channel. So in that first video, you'll see some of my plants are already quite established. That's because a lot of these plants would already be 2 years or so at the time of me starting my YouTube channel. You might also notice that I'm quite awkward in front of the camera, that my audio quality isn't so good, and that everything was filmed on my old iPhone. And it's quite cute to look at it, I think. It's nice to see not just how my plants developed over the years, but also how I developed over the years and how I grew into this hobby and now ultimately my job as well. I feel much more comfortable in front of the camera. I feel like I'm more on top of my production quality when it comes to audio and visuals. And overall, I suppose me recording 2 to 3 YouTube videos every week over the last 3 years has definitely given me a lot more confidence in front of the camera. So if that's not a reason to give the video a thumbs up, I don't know. So please make sure you engage with this piece of content, give it a thumbs up, leave a nice comment down below and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. But anyway, let's give it back to Jan from 3.5 years ago. Hello everybody and welcome back to my YouTube channel. It is part 2 of my houseplant tour today, and I want to show you all of the plants in my bedroom. I also refer to it as my wall of poles, but before I go into all of the plants behind me, let me tell you a little bit about the environment. So in part 1, I showed you my living area, and the living area is quite large, so I don't really control the environment in there. Inside the bedroom, because the room is much smaller, I am given the option to somewhat control the environment. I've got a northeast facing window on my left, and I get really nice morning sun. During winter, when the sun is low, it reaches all the way towards the back of the room as well. In summer, when the sun is a little bit higher up in the sky, I don't get quite as much sun towards this side of the room. So I've got 2 grow lights over here. I'll link the company down below. The main reason I chose these grow lights is because I like the look of them. I think they're quite aesthetically pleasing. They're nice and small, and they're vertical, so they kind of match the way that I grow my plants. They're not the most affordable grow light, I have to admit, but they were the only grow light that didn't look kind of ugly in my opinion. So I went with those, and quite clearly the results speak for themselves. I'm absolutely no expert at grow lights. These are really the only ones I have tried out, so I can't really make any comparison to other grow lights, but I don't fix what's not broken, so I don't see the need for me to look into anything else if it's clearly working. I do control the temperature in here, so I've got a Dyson fan and heater, as well as an air purifier, so it's 3-in-1. So it enables me to control the temperature during winter. So I try and keep the temperature above 16 degrees Celsius for sure. Usually I aim for about 20 degrees. I don't have it on all the time. It automatically knows what the temperature is and adjusts accordingly. If I would have it on all the time, I would probably run into issues with my moss poles because it would make them dry out so quickly. I do not control the humidity in here because the room is much smaller and I have quite a few poles in here. The humidity is quite high naturally. It's usually between 60 to 70%, even though I keep my window open whenever I can. So airflow is really important. The Dyson helps with that, but nothing beats good old fresh air coming from the outside world. So I do like my windows open. I do need to close it today to record the video, so it's nice and quiet for you. Let me quickly get rid of the Dyson so you can actually see the plants behind me. There we go, much better. All right, so I'm going to take you through all of these plants one by one. I have to admit the wall of poles is really empty at the moment. I pretty much gave all of my plants a chop over the last month or so, apart from the Milano behind me. That's the only one that didn't get a chop. So they're all kind of at halfway up their poles at the moment, but honestly, in a couple of months' time, they'll reach the top again. It was just kind of unfortunate that they all reached the top at the same time. So I just had to chop them all, and now it looks a little bit empty. At least for my liking. I might just put up a photo on screen what it looked like before they all had a chop. It used to be very overgrown. It's actually... obviously I love when they go very large, but I appreciate the convenience that come with a smaller pole. So at the moment I'm appreciating the benefits of not having to do quite as much maintenance work with them. But of course I'm looking forward to having them grow all the way to the top again. All right, anyway, I'm waffling on now, so let's just get into the tour. Oh, Brett wants to be part of the plant tour as well. Yes. Whoops. While I'm giving Brett a belly rub, I might just use that opportunity to address a very frequently asked question. What do I do to keep my cat off of my plants? I do nothing. Brett is an absolute angel. He just doesn't care about my plants, so he doesn't touch them. Alright, so let's get into the plant tour. Let's start on the left over here. This is my Philodendron Splendid. Philodendron Splendid is a hybrid of Philodendron verrucosum and Philodendron melanochrysum, which we'll see over there later on. So, I've had this for, I think, a year and a half. Honestly, it's sometimes hard for me to remember how long I've had each plant, but definitely a year and a half. And I think this is on its 4th pole now. It had a chop and extend maybe 2 months ago. This was the first leaf after the chop and extend, so... yeah, obviously it didn't mind the chop at all, and this is already its 2nd leaf coming out now. Now on that new leaf you can really see that verrucosum parentage coming through with the lovely red backs, and it has quite nice petioles as well. Alright, next to it we've got Philodendron soliroy. Philodendron soliroy, I believe, just has the most amazing leaf shape. I love that kind of perfect heart, and it has nice silver splashes as well. Now, I've had this for pretty much 1 year, and it's only climbed up half a pole at this stage. So it's great for somebody who doesn't want to chop and extend their moss poles all the time, because it has quite small internodal spacing, but it does grow quite slowish, in my opinion. Right next to it, we've got my all-time favorite, my Philodendron verrucosum. I get asked a lot, what type of verrucosum is it? It's the only type that we have available in Australia over here. I don't know what it's called. People on Instagram have suggested at least 10 different names for it, so I'm assuming that people do what they always do and give plants fancy names just to make them sound different, but they're probably all the same. So honestly, I don't care about the name of it. This is just the regular verrucosum that is sold over here pretty much everywhere. You can get it at Bunnings these days, and they're really affordable. It's my absolute favorite because of these beautiful velvet leaves, the red backs, and the furry petioles. And when the leaves first come out, they are honestly just the most amazing with these with this lime green veining, the backs, the petioles. I don't know. I just don't know how you could ever beat a new verrucosum leaf. Right next to it, the elephant in the room, my Philodendron glorious. Philodendron glorious is a hybrid of Philodendron gloriosum and Melanochrysum. There's a lot of variation between hybrids. So sometimes one of the parentage is more dominant than the other. So I believe my glorious has a more dominant Melano parentage. It is quite dark and elongated. I've seen some that are more rounded and not quite as dark. So they would then come more after a gloriosum. This often gets confused with the gloriosum because the names are just so similar. It's easy to differentiate. Glorious is a climber, gloriosum is a crawler. So this one is the newest leaf since its chop and extend. And as you can see, it really didn't mind the chop and extend. It is still huge. All right, I skipped one over here. This is my Mandula pothos. I popped it on a pole maybe 1 year ago, and you can see these regular leaves, you know, as we know them from the nurseries. But as soon as it started attaching itself to the pole, it really started increasing in leaf size. And it's gone really, really white. So I'm surprised it still grows actually, because I'm not too sure where it gets all of its energy from. But look, I'm not complaining. I think it has super stunning variegation. Beautiful. Right, down here I've got a few anthuriums, but I'll show them in a separate anthurium video. So let's move on to this one over here. It is Philodendron ernestii or ernesti, and it's such an underrated plant. Let me show you. When I first got it, I just got it with these two leaves down here, and I popped it on a moss pole straight away, and you can see it really started transforming in size and leaf shape all the way to this newest leaf that just unfurled, and it has very, very interesting petioles as well. Super easy grower, sizes up really fast, so I think it's just super underrated. People don't give it enough credit. Alright, sorry, we need to interrupt the planty content for some chin rubs. Yes. Right, and we're back. Right, down here I've got a blood banana. I think it's Musa acuminata sabrina. I love anything with a red back, so I really like this one. Next to it we've got Philodendron Melanochrysum. I also refer to it as Philodendron Melanochrysis because it's a bit of a crisis getting it to maturity. I mean, it has the most beautiful leaves, really dark foliage, perfect velvet. I've had it the same amount of time as I've had the verrucosum. I bought them together. It was one of my first big plant purchases, and it's just not really increasing in size for me. So I'm trying to give it as much light as possible right now, so it's closest to the window. But yeah, I think it's just waiting for spring and summer to maybe increase in leaf size. I mean, these leaves, I'm not complaining. They are definitely increasing, just not quite as fast as the Glorious, for example, which I've had for less time. So yeah, that's a bit of a challenge, but that's what makes this hobby fun, right? And right next to it, I've got Philodendron gigas or gigas, or however you want to call it. It's also slowly starting to increase in leaf size. It just recently had its first chop and now pushing out its first leaf post-chop. So it's clearly happy, but it also probably wants more light. So it's waiting for spring or summer, and then hopefully I'll see some bigger leaves. Alrighty, now in this corner over here, and I will record a separate video on this eventually as well, I've got my crawlers. So I've got my Mame over here. Got my Dean McDowell. I'm really loving this Dean McDowell at the moment. Dean McDowell is a hybrid of Pastazinum, or Pastacinum, however you want to pronounce this, and a Gloriosum. And then here I've got a narrow form Plougmanii, also with super interesting petioles that it doesn't focus on. Got all my crawlers in these rectangular pots, and I've got a separate video on how I pot them up, so I'll link that at the end screen. Oh, that is pretty much it. Now, I'm giving Brettles a few more belly rubs. I want to address something else. People often ask me for very specific care tips for a species. So for example, I have a Philodendron verrucosum. How do I care for it? How much humidity? What's the temperature, right? And I'm always hesitant to give you very exact care tips for a species. First of all, I find it hard to quantify these things in the first place. I don't measure light, for example, so I'm having a hard time to tell you exactly how much light you should be giving your plants. But also, it's kind of unrealistic. What are you going to do with that information? If you have 10 different plants and I give you 10 different requirements, you're not going to split your room into 10 cells and produce different environments. It is what it is, right? Like, they all get the same treatment. They're all in the same room. They all get the same humidity, similar light, similar temperatures, or the same temperatures, really. So there isn't really, I think there is no point in just focusing so much on one specific species. Right? While maybe the verrucosum is happy in winter, the Milano thrives in summer, and so on, right? So it is just really making the best out of the conditions that you have available, supplementing where you feel like your conditions aren't optimal. So for example, adding grow lights, adding a humidifier, adding a fan, adding a heater, but ultimately don't stress so much about each individual species, right? I think rule of thumb, they're all going to be okay with 60% humidity. Some might like a little bit more, but it is what it is. I don't want my temperature to drop below 16 degrees Celsius, and I give them, and light is really important. So these grow lights are on from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Darkness is also important for plants. So in nature, of course, it's dark for a period of time and the plant needs that darkness to regenerate. So there is no point in you, having those grow lights on all day long. I think that's enough for today. I think we're saying goodbye. Right. Hope you enjoyed it. Feel free to subscribe and like. And bye-bye. Spring is in full swing over here in Australia, so I thought I'll give you a little updated houseplant tour and I'll show you all of the growth that has happened over the last month or so. Alrighty, so all of my precious plants, or all of my favorites, live over here, and they just had watering done, so some of them might still be a little bit wet, just in case you're wondering. So let's have a quick look through these. So this is Philodendron Splendid, brand new leaf over here. Beautiful, nice red backs, and it's almost reached the top of its pole again. It was only chopped in April, so it only took less than 6 months for it to reach the top of its pole again, and those were 6 months of winter. It's pretty crazy. Down below, we've got Philodendron Soliroy, also giving me a brand new leaf over here. Loving the look of this, and I absolutely love the backs of these as well, with the nice red veining. Alright, right next to it, we've got my all-time favorite giving me a brand new leaf, and I mean, just look at this veining, look at the velvetness of this leaf, look at the red backs, look at the furry petioles. I mean, can you see that? Look at the furry petioles. Yeah, there you go. I mean, what's not to love about this plant? Maybe the fact that it needs really high humidity, the leaves are paper thin and go yellow really quickly, and it attracts spider mites like crazy. But apart from all of these negative things, there's a lot to love about this plant. My newest Crystallinum X leaf over here, and it's also got an inflow happening. I can't remember if I even tried to pollinate this or not. I suppose we'll find out. Got my Mandula pothos over here, continuously increasing in leaf size, despite the fact that it's pretty much 90% white, so I'm surprised, but not complaining. This is a Clovinarium hybrid, and it's pushing out its cute little leaf over here. The person creating the hybrid called it, I think, Square Heart. I think it was a hybrid with Macrolobium, which gives it kind of this square shape. This is another inflow that's currently going through male stage, and this is an inflow on my Magnificum X Forgetii over here, which is also pushing out a new leaf. So yeah, happy days. In the middle, I kind of need to go back a little bit more to even get it all in frame. This is my glorious, just so you can see how big this leaf is compared to my hand. Happy days. And it is giving me an inflow. Can you see this? Yeah. Yep, and the Vercosum, I believe, is also giving me an inflow over here, but I might just chop them because they usually take up quite a lot of energy. So, yeah. Alright, moving further down, we've got my Philodendron ernestii, a very underrated plant. Loving this texture of the leaves. This is the newest leaf. Woo! Jesus, sorry. This is the newest leaf. Absolutely huge. I'm loving this white sinus and the little lobes. Yes, my Milano Chrysum over here, slowly pushing out larger leaves. So very slowly, but these leaves have just the most amazing velvet texture. And my Gigas or Gigas right next to it, also slowly pushing out new leaves. Loving this kind of orangey back color. Alright, what did I forget? There is another Magnificum X Anthurium over here. Now down below we've got some crawlers. This is my Plaumannii pushing out a new leaf. I just feel like these new leaves honestly look like a lollipop. Looks yummy. I've got a new leaf on my Pastacinum, however you want to pronounce that one. And my Dean McDowell is pushing out, come on, turn on. My Dean McDowell is pushing out a new leaf as well. Yeah. And my Blood Banana also pushed out a new leaf over here. Alright, so that's kind of the growth update for my bedroom. If you're interested in the setup, so talking about the grow lights, the fan and everything, and what I do, I have a playlist with my setup, the living area as well as this area as well, so you can learn more about that there. I also have videos on the full collection, so pretty much all genus that I grow, I have a full collection video. And I also have a video on moss pulse, my aeroid mix, and all of these things. Alrighty, that's really it. As I mentioned, I have videos on pretty much everything already. So if you have any questions, have a look through my channel first. Chances are that your question is already answered by one of my videos. Yeah, alright, feel free to like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video, and I will see you next time. Alright, take care. Hi everybody, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. It's the middle of the growing season over here in Australia, and things are growing like crazy. So I thought it's time to give you an updated houseplant tour. Let's go! Right, thanks for tuning in again. It hasn't been so long that I gave you a full update on my houseplant tour, but as I said, things are growing like crazy at the moment. It is spring going into summer. We've got beautiful warm temperatures, lots of sunlight hours, and still high humidity. So the plants are really loving it at the moment. This time I want to start in my bedroom and really just look at those plants, and then we're going to move into the living area in a sec. Before we look at some of these plants, just wanted to give you a quick recap on the room in itself. So this is quite a small room. It is my bedroom, and I have my wall of pulse over here. There's an east-north facing window right behind you, and I get beautiful morning sun coming through over here. The sun moves away around about midday, so for the second half of the day, it's not really the brightest room. So I do have two grow lights over here. I love the nice sleek look of them. They are from a company called Mother, and I have a full video just talking about light, including grow lights. I do also have a discount code for them, so I will link the light video at the end screen later on if you're interested in that. Apart from that, I also have a Dyson fan over here. That fan is also a heater in winter, but during summer I just use it to make sure there's always airflow in this room. But for the sake of today, I'm actually going to park this on the floor just so you can see me a little bit better. The only other thing I really do is open and close the window. So for example, if the sun hits the room in the morning, it heats up the room really, really quickly. Hot air can absorb more water, so the relative humidity in that room is actually going down as soon as the sun hits the room. Then during the afternoon and at nighttime, when there's no direct sun and the room cools down a little bit more, the air can absorb less water, meaning that the relative humidity is higher. So I pretty much try and keep my window closed as long as the sun is hitting the room in itself, and then as soon as the sun moves away after midday, then I have my window open for the rest of the day to always make sure there's fresh air and airflow, and obviously the Dyson fan helps out with the airflow as well. Alright, so let's talk about the plants. I call this my wall of poles because, well, it's a wall full of poles. And predominantly I like velvet philodendron in here because the room is much smaller and I can control the environment a little bit better just by opening and closing the window. It is actually more humid in here than it would be in the living area because I have many windows that are always open in there. So in here the humidity stays a little bit higher because of the size of the room, which is perfect for my velvet philodendron. They all like a little bit more humidity, specifically my all-time favorite philodendron verrucosum. So let's have a look at it, because there are some exciting updates to share with you. There's two plants on here. The top shoot just pushed out a new leaf, and I mean, have a look at the back and these furry petioles as well. Super beautiful. And there is a brand new leaf unfurling right over here as well that is going to be absolutely massive. So happy days. Right next to it we've got Philodendron sodiroy. It's definitely maturing quite nicely. I did a plant spotlight on this and I mentioned that it's a really slow climber. So it's only really about a third up its moss pole. But what I have noticed is that as it matures and starts growing larger leaves, the silver pattern seems to be going away. So if we compare that to one of the older leaves down here, for example, you can see that the more juvenile leaves have a lot more silver splotches, however you want to call it. And then as it matures, the silver unfortunately goes away. So I'm not actually super fond of that. So we'll see what I do with it. I might actually cut it back and try and grow it more juvenile to keep the silver, but we'll find out. Another beautiful new leaf over here is on my Splendid. So Splendid is a hybrid of verrucosum and melanochrysum. And the verrucosum heritage really comes through with these beautiful red backs and that veining, right? So, I mean, that is beautiful. And then the Melano parentage comes through, giving it these really nice, dark, long leaves. Beautiful. What else do we have? Down here we've just got a few seedlings over here. So these are all seedlings I have grown from seed. And these ones in particular, they're actually my own seeds. So I made these by pollinating this plant with itself. So this is my Crystallinum anthurium, also pushing out a new leaf, and yeah, I pollinated that and I also recorded that whole process in case you're interested. Right behind it, we've got my Mandula pothos. So it's been on a moss pole for maybe about a year, and if we come a bit closer, we can see that at the beginning, when I first popped it on a moss pole, it had these normal sized leaves. That's kind of how we all know our Mandula. But then as it climbs up the moss pole, despite the fact that it is super, super light, so a lot of white variegation in here, it has sized up really decently. So yeah, I'm excited about this one. And I think it's just so nice having all of these different shades of white, green, and almost like mint in between. But obviously the white part can't actually contribute to photosynthesis, so the white part isn't really desirable for the plant. But it obviously looks nice. I like it. And yeah, when they push out a new leaf, they're really suffering a little bit. Like, I mean, this looks torturous, but it's going to be just fine. Alright, and then right next to it, and I think you guys need to back up a little bit because these leaves are so large, it's going to be hard to fit them all in a frame. This is my Philodendron glorious. It's a hybrid of Melanochrysum, which is right next to it, and Philodendron gloriosum, which is a crawling velvet philodendron. This plant honestly just has the easiest time sizing up. So yeah, this is definitely one of my favorites. So as I mentioned, I have my Milano over here and it's finally sizing up quite nicely, but again, it reached the top of its moss pod, so I'm gonna have to work on a chop and extend soon. We're just gonna set it back in size a little bit, but I'm very excited about finally getting some decent size on these Milano leaves. I skipped this one. This one is actually a majestic. I cut it right back. So a few months ago, it was getting way too big, so I cut it right back because it was just taking up too much space, and that's the first new leaf it has given me after the chop. So I think it suffered a little bit because obviously that caterpillar was already there by the time I chopped it, and then it just didn't have enough support to actually fully develop. So we'll see if this will ever kind of inflate properly or if this is going to stay a little bit messed up, but the leaf thereafter should be all good now that it's recovered. I will also do a full video on this whole chop back, but I want to wait until it actually has grown back and gotten back to a desirable state before I show you the full process. And then last one over here, we've got my Philodendron gigas or gigas, also with a new leaf. It's pushing out a new leaf every couple of weeks, or every 3 weeks at the moment. It is closest to the window, so it gets the most light, and it really throws out these beautiful red leaves. And compared to the Milano, right next to each other, you can really see that the Milano is much more elongated and has these nice lobes, whereas the Gigas is more like tear-shaped. Right, just a couple more before we can move on. I've got my blood banana over here, so that's Musa acuminata sabrina. Yeah, happy days. I'm still struggling with it a little bit. I feel like sometimes it gets a little bit too much sun and then it goes really sad. Then it recovers really quickly again. I suppose I don't want to put too much stress on it, but I do want to give a bright light. So not sure if I'm happy with this spot where it is right now, but it's a constant trial and error. And then right next to it, we've got one of my favorites at the moment, Philodendron plaumannii. I believe it's a narrow form. And I think you can tell why this is one of my favorites at the moment. I think these leaves are just really pretty, has a little bit of silver, has a little bit of black in the veining as well. So it really gives it texture and dimension. And on the back, if you want to zoom in a little bit on this, you can see that it has really nice ruffled petioles as well. So very special, very interesting. Yeah. And oh, I think this is already giving me an inflow. Look at this. I think this would be a little inflow coming out, which is crazy. It's only grown 4 or 5 leaves and it started off being really small. So this is maturing really quickly, really nicely, and I'm giving it a lot of light. I was actually surprised at how much light it can take. All right, I think I covered everything in here. So let's go into the living area and look at more plants. Let's go. Hey there, ever wondered what it's like to share your apartment with 150 houseplants? Well, let me take you on a tour. Alright, really quick, let's talk about the setup, but I have separate videos on each of those rooms as well if you want to learn more about these rooms in detail. Same exposure as the living room window that we spoke about very first. So this is a northeast facing window. So north would be here, east is here. The sun kind of rises like this during winter, rises like this during summer. So during winter, I get a lot of direct sun on this wall over here, specifically during the morning. Not bad direct sun, like good direct sun, right? Like the nice morning sun, right? It's not too harsh to actually burn these leaves, but it's bright enough to actually make an impact on these leaves. During summer, I get way less light exposure in this room. Sun moves high up. Basically, this part of the room, so from here towards the window, gets almost like too much light, right? So this plant, for example, I like it to be here, but it would just get burned during the morning. So I have this on like just a little piece of wood, so I can slide it back every morning when I wake up so it doesn't get burned. And then when the sun disappears, or if it's not a rainy day or if it's not a super sunny day in the first place, I'll slide it back. This is the only crawler that I am still happy with. It is my narrow form Plaumannii. I just think it is such a beautiful plant. Beautiful backs, nice ruffled petioles. It crawls really, really slowly with small internodal spacing, so it doesn't take up too much space or needs like a super large planter as well, and it seems to be maturing really quickly. Anyway, I got distracted. I was talking about the room. So basically, great natural light during winter, not so great natural light during summer. That's why I have these two grow lights over here. I have a specific video on these grow lights. These are mother grow lights, and I also have a discount code Sydney Plant Guy, and I'll leave all of the information for you below in the description if you want to learn more about these lights. These lights are really to supplement the light kind of from here towards the wardrobe, where I just don't get that much natural light, right? If we compare that to my living room, in the living room, I have another window on this wall, right? So I get exposure from both sides. In this room, I only get exposure in the morning, no light during the afternoon, or like a little bit of bright indirect light from this window. But really, again, just take care of these plants closest to it. So basically, anything that you see to my right, on your left, is purely reliant on these grow lights. So I'm not going to give you a lux or foot candle reading. I'm just giving you the proof that it's actually working. I think that is much more important than a number. Righty, and then as the last thing from a setup perspective in this room, I have a Dyson. It is a hot, cool purifier. So in winter, it's a heater, which is like my main usage of it. So during winter, I can, for example, tell it I want to keep this room at 20 degrees Celsius all day long, and then it just turns itself on and off as required to actually heat the room to that temperature. At the same time, every time it is either used as a fan or as a heater, it actually purifies the air, which I don't really need. I have so many plants. I reckon I've got the purest air in all of Sydney anyway. But I don't know, it was just, this is just how it comes. And then in summer, I can also use this as a fan. It's not air conditioning, so it's not going to cool the air. It's just a fan, so it keeps the air moving. But I can also program that, I can say like, oh, turn on every hour or so. I personally don't, I'm just saying you could. I honestly mainly rely on just having the window open for airflow. But if I, for example, take my plants to the bathtub and I give them a spray and there's like little water droplets sitting on all of the leaves, I would definitely turn on the fan, just let it rotate 360 degrees so that all of these water droplets can evaporate from the leaves and not cause any harm. So fungal issues would be a problem if water keeps sitting on your leaves. That's why never ever and underestimate airflow. Anyway, I'll take the Dyson down so you can see the plants behind it a little bit better. Alright, sorry, I just took the lazy route and I just got a chair. I've been standing on my feet all day already. I've done a lot of watering this morning before I started filming this. So, this room is like my wall of pulse. This is like where all of my favorite plants live, and they're mainly velvet philodendrons. Why? Well, because it's a smaller room, I can control the environment in this room a little bit better, just purely via opening and closing a window or opening and closing a door, for example. So if I'd close the door and the window, the humidity in this room can increase just purely based on the plants that are here. Right now it's 50% humidity in here. No humidifier in use. If we compare that to the 30% humidity that were in the living room, it is purely based on this being a smaller room filled with plants, so the plants kind of create their own humidity. Now 50% humidity is nothing to be concerned about, but whenever you have a more humid environment, I would definitely encourage you to make sure that you keep your airflow up. Not just for the sake of your plants, predominantly for your own sake and the sake of your apartment. But I have never had any sort of mold issues in my apartment. over here, despite the fact that I have a lot of plants, but I am making a big effort of making sure I always air out the room, always have my window open, get some fresh air in here, have the fan on, keep the room really nice and tidy and clean and dust free as well. Alrighty, so obviously most of these larger plants you can see over here, they've been with me for 2 to 3 years already. So they've gone through 2 or 3 chop and extends. If you're not familiar with my chop and extends, are basically when the plant reaches the top of the moss pile, chop it, pot it back up, re-extend it, right? So these plants, if it wasn't for the chop and extend, would probably be like 3 to 4 meters tall by now, but obviously that's unrealistic in an indoor setting. So to keep them at a manageable height, I keep chop and extending them. So that way, even like the bottom leaf of these plants already looks quite mature. It's because they're not actually the bottom leaves. They used to be the top leaf. I just cut it and then repotted it and so on. So that system or that process of chop and extending is really what enables me to grow all of these plants in my apartment. This is really like the main thing I do, and everything I do is optimized so that the chop and extend can happen later on. So if you're not familiar with it, I definitely recommend you check out my chop and extend tutorial in my moss pile playlist. Alrighty, let's look at some of these plants in a little bit more detail. So this is my Philodendron Splendid, a hybrid of Verrucosum and Melanochrysum, and as it was unfurling, it just scraped across my wardrobe over here and kind of hurt itself. So I'm a little bit sad, but it's still a huge leaf, bigger than the last one. So I know that the plant in itself is happy, right? It was just a little bit of mechanical damage as it was unfurling, which is normal. These are leaves. If you're after perfect leaves that never yellow, that never have like a tear or a break, then you're probably better off going for fake plants, honestly. Like, these are real life plants. They're living organisms. They change, they grow, they can also die. Right next to it, I've got my Philodendron Sorderoy, also with a new leaf over here. It still has a little bit of silver, which makes me happy, but I'm expecting that with the next couple of leaves, all of the silver should disappear, which is a little bit sad, but whatever. Next to that, we've got my Verrucosum over here. You guys know my Verrucosum is my all-time favorite plant. However, at the moment, I'm a little bit upset with it because it had a bit of spider mite damage that I was a little bit late to get on top of. So the leaves aren't looking their best, and it's summer at the moment. It really doesn't like summer as much. In nature, these grow in high altitude cloud forests. So it's really humid, but it's never hot. Like, it's never hot, like 30 degrees hot. Another thing that comes with this room, because it's smaller, it also heats up much quicker. So when the sun hits in the morning, for example, and I close the door, it can get really, really hot in here really quickly. Because it's so hot, then the humidity drops as well, because hot air can absorb more water, so the relative humidity of the room drops, and I think that is just not really to the Verrucosum's liking. It's going to have a field day when winter comes around the corner, because winter in Sydney is actually really mild, so this is like its perfect time, man. Which is okay. Gives other plants a moment to shine. As I said again, plants keep changing. Just because the Verrucosum looked amazing last year doesn't mean that it's going to look amazing for the rest of its life. It's going to stop looking amazing the second I stop taking care of it. And even if I take care of it, there are other factors like the environment and pests that can impact the way the plant looks. But again, I'm personally not growing plants for the end result. I'm growing it for the journey and like the fun it brings me. But of course I do appreciate the end result. Alright, this is my Philodendron Glorious, by far the biggest plant in my collection. This is its new leaf, just unfurled, so this is going to have a lot of inflating to do, or it's going to grow up a little bit more. This was the leaf before that. I don't know if you can see it, but it is a large leaf. So overall, this is a very large plant. It's definitely a spatial commitment. It has really long petioles. This leaf, for example, obviously the petiole ends here and it started here. So the petiole is like, what, there's probably a meter or so. So I take the petioles and I tie them using twine to the moss pole. So the moss pole doesn't just provide a vertical extension of the root, a vertical extension of the pot to host a lot of roots. it also kind of just helps me style my plants and make them into some nice compact versions of themselves so that they don't take up too much space. Otherwise, this plant by itself would easily love to take up half the wall, but, well, you better learn how to share. Okay. Next to it, we've got my Philodendron Milano Chrysum. It just had a chop and extend as well. Hasn't really done much since the chop and extend, but also hasn't died since the chop and extend, so I suppose I'll stay patient. And then next to that, we've got my Gigas. Now, let me show you. These leaves down here grew during winter. I really like these, actually. These leaves over here grew during summer. So I actually think the winter growth is much nicer than the summer growth. Reason for that is it is so close to the window, it honestly just gets a bit burned during summer. Like, it gets too much sun. I could obviously move it away, but then I have to move another plant there. So it's kind of like, I don't know, it's the plant I have chosen to get burnt, okay? I mean, despite the fact that it gets burnt, it still looks okay. These markings you can see on these leaves are actually spider mite damage. So yeah, not happy with this plant at the moment, but I think it's still growing. So, I mean, obviously the damage is never going to reverse in hindsight. All I can do is just ignore it and just make it happy again, keep growing it, and look forward to the next few leaves, and hopefully make sure that the spider mites don't come back, hoping that they're not going to burn any further than they already are. Maybe move them back a little bit, but then it's kind of not getting enough light. So it's been a bit of a challenge with this plant, and the harshness of the sun that it is exposed to right here. But despite all of the adversity I put it through, it still seems to be growing quite nicely. But it has seen better days, right? It is definitely like the harshest time of the year over here at the moment. Which means that, yeah, some plants will suffer a little bit. That is totally fine. There sometimes seems to be this misconception online that, like, no matter what I do, all of my plants just miraculously thrive. Like, that is totally not the case. Like, I actually put a lot of effort into growing all of these plants. Like, I mean, obviously they grow by themselves, but I put a lot of effort into keeping them clean, making sure that they're in the right spot, assessing whether they're in the right spot, changing the spot and reassessing. And so on, right? And the thing that makes them actually thrive and the thing that makes them mature is just the consistency. This is nothing that I just do like once or twice. I have been watering this plant every single week, sometimes multiple times a week, for 3 years. Right? If I would stop for 2 weeks, this plant would be dead. So it's not necessarily about what I do right now. It's way more about what have I done over the last 3 years. Which also means that if you're just joining this plant hobby, like, be realistic with the expectations on your plants. Like, you can't just start the hobby and expect to be surrounded by a wall of poles within a month or two, right? This has taken me 3 years of continuous growth, continuous caretaking to get there. And if I'd stopped for 3 weeks, all of it would be gone, right? So it is much more about the journey, and it's much more about the consistency than it is about having that end result, because that end result can just fizzle really quickly. Hello, thanks for joining us in our new apartment. Let me give you a tour. By now you might have seen my moving vlog already, so you'd know that I moved to a new apartment. I've been here for about 2 weeks now, and I've used those 2 weeks to make it feel as homey as possible. So I thought I'll give you a tour of what I've done with the place so far. Alrighty, and then the last room of the apartment is my current bedroom, but eventually I want to turn this into the office, the filming room. I do work from home. I do have a full-time job outside of plants. So I work from home most of the time, so I do need to have a designated office space. And to be honest, I spend way more time working than I spend sleeping. Plus the time that I spend sleeping, I'm not super conscious about it. So to me, it makes sense to use the bigger room with the nicer light and the nicer plants as the room that I spend the most time in. And realistically, that is not the bedroom. So this is going to become the office, but just while my friend is here, I don't want him to be in the room with all of the plants, if that makes sense. That's my thing. okay? Don't come for my gig. Anyway, so this is the current bedroom. Come on through. So at this stage I've gone for my Alocasia cuprea over here because it spreads quite nicely anyway. Then I've got another display of Alocasia seedlings over here. These are also seedlings that I made myself. These are actually the seedlings that I made in that video where I showed you how to make seedlings. Or those are the berries that are pollinated in that video. Next to it, we've got the blood banana, and you can see that it now gets that beautiful afternoon light from a west-facing window right behind me over here. And then my Cebu blue kind of in the corner, just to fill that corner. The corner in itself is actually quite dark, but because the Cebu blue has quite long petioles and spreads out, the leaves get nice sun, bright indirect in the morning from the south-facing window, and then it gets a bit of direct sun from the west-facing window in the afternoon. So obviously now to show you these plants I will have to turn them around, but of course I can't actually have them displayed like this all day because then they would be facing the darkness, which wouldn't really make them thrive. I've got another variegated monstera over here, another experiment where this time I'm just using cocoa chips, not full aeroid mix, cocoa chips instead. It seems to be retaining water a little bit better, and roots are also growing in here. I'll show you that. Roots have also grown in here and then actually grown all the way into the pot and then also outside the pot already. But again, I'm having a really hard time watering. I feel like I almost need to water a little bit every day because if I water too much, it's just going to drain straight through. The cocoa chips don't really absorb the water as quickly as moss does. So it just drains through. So I'm worried about this just sitting in water, but the cocoa chips still being dry. So I know that everybody has that problem with moss. I don't have that problem with moss anymore because I've looked after plants on moss poles for so long. So if you're struggling with that concept with a moss pole, you're gonna definitely struggle with that concept with a cocoa chips pole. Nothing that you couldn't overcome, but just those are my experiences. Then I've got a beautiful Paraiso Verde. Was a great find at Bunning, and this was its first leaf that it grew in my care, and there's a growth point over here and you can see the first little root going into its moss pole as well, and then has expanded throughout the pot. Happy days. And last grow vertical in here is my Burlomarx Fantasy, and yeah, I'm really loving this plant. Continuous increase in leaf size, new leaf coming out over here, so clearly whatever I'm doing is working. So let me put them back, but obviously the right way. Like when I first moved in and my first initial setup, both of these shelves were just moss poles, but I just looked at the back of them. Like it didn't really work for me. I think it looked hideous. So I had to kind of change that around, but I'm sure I'll change it another couple of times. But let's have a look at the other side of the room. All right, so let's have a look at the wall of poles. Honestly, I feel like nothing has really changed. There's no real difference to the way it was set up at my old place. Just at the old place, I would have had an east-facing window over here, and then I would have morning sun hitting them. And then I have the two mother grow lights to kind of supplement the plants that are a little further away from the window. Now, pretty similar. That window is still going to give it nice bright indirect light, but then I've got the west-facing window right behind you guys at the moment. So when the sun comes through in the afternoon, the sun kind of moves this way. So they're all going to get a little bit of direct afternoon sun, which isn't harsh enough to burn them, but should give them enough light to hopefully thrive. Fingers crossed. Again, time will tell. The proof is in the pudding. I know I sound like a broken record, but that's it. Yes, I could totally measure the light, but what am I going to do with that meter read? What if the meter tells me that I, in theory, don't have enough light for the plant to thrive over here? It's not actually going to change anything. This is the only place they can go. This is where they're going to have to go, so I'll let them tell me if they like it or not. But I've got a good feeling about this. The Gigas definitely needs an extension, and it had spider mites. A lot of my plants need a bit of maintenance. I've been so busy just, having my friend over from Germany, moving, settling in, like me settling in, changing my address, having work, I've neglected my normal plant maintenance routine a little bit. I'm usually super regimented with that, and like as soon as I see something needs to be done, I get on top of it straight away. I just feel like it's so much lost potential if I just, you know, procrastinate. But over the last 3 to 4 weeks, I really haven't done any moss poles, any extensions, any repotting, any pest treatments, anything. I really just done the bare minimum, which is watering. And that is definitely going to have an impact on my plants, on top of them actually going through the shock of having to get used to a new environment. But it is what it is, you know, sometimes life happens. Yeah. Hey everybody, 2 months ago, Brad, 150 plants and myself had to move apartments. And today I want to show you what I've done with the place over the last couple of months. Alrighty, and now into the second bedroom, which used to be the bedroom and now it's my office. Well, every office needs an office space, so this is my desk. That's where I do most of my work. I do have a full-time job, so this is where I work, but also this is where I get all of my editing done. Now, right next to my desk, I have a west-facing window over here, so same exposure as the big windows in the living area. And you can see I'm getting the nice afternoon sun coming through. Now, one of the things that I hate about this setup is that obviously I want the plants to face the light, so they're not facing me, right? But it is what it is. So all of these look kind of unappealing from the back, so let's turn them around one after the other. This one is Syngonium styamachii. I actually just took that inside. It was growing outside the whole time, but I was like, actually, I like this one. I want to see this one. I want to give this the best chances of maturing. It will have the best time in spring outdoors for sure, but just for winter, I figured let's keep it in here maybe. Alrighty, we've got my Chironii. It's honestly doing so little. I don't know why and what, but that's okay. I just need to practice patience. It has definitely rooted into the pot and the pole, so I feel like it might just be a matter of time and eventually it will just start exploding. But I think the foundation has been laid. So this was the newest leaf over here. In case you're wondering if some of your plants have like these darker spots, if I turn it around, you can see that these are extra floral nectaries. So it's kind of like a sugar that the plant gives out. It's not a bad thing. Sometimes it makes the leaf sticky on the back as well. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure why the plant is doing it. I think there's two theories. One is that they attract beneficial insects with the sugars, and the other thing is that they deter bad insects, I think. Or they attract insects that eat the pests or something like that. It's definitely some natural mechanism that the plant has, right? Like nature is smart. Like nature doesn't need somebody to do pest treatment outside. It's just an indoor thing. All right, and then next to it, we've got my Esmeraldens. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a really beautiful plant as well. I've got 2 shoots on here. There's a second one down here. And it has also attached to its pole. So I'm expecting great things from it, but probably not right now. It is still the cooler season, right? So I just wanted to survive during winter, and then hopefully in spring, the foundation has been set. In spring, it can grow like there's no tomorrow. Next to it, I've got my Tenyu. Same, honestly, this plant has had such a slow start, but it has now rooted into the pot, it has rooted into the pole. The foundation has been set for this to really flourish next spring, so fingers crossed. Alright, right next to it, I've got an extended pole of my Burlemarx Fantasy. I'm not going to take that now because it's kind of like wedged in there, but I'm talking about that in a video that's coming up shortly anyway. Alrighty, and then next to it, we've got my Philodendron Soleroy that's having a good time in that corner over there. It is a very slow grower and a slow climber as well. It's been on that same moss pole for almost 2 years now, which also is a good sign that, well, these moss poles actually have a longer lifespan than a lot of you were assuming. I've had a lot of questions about when I exchange the moss in my moss pole, or when the moss pole becomes old and doesn't really like absorb water anymore and so on. And yes, that is technically a concern. Moss also, like, it's organic. It only has, like, it has a limited lifespan, or, you know, it deteriorates and then eventually it can't really absorb water as well anymore. But this pole has been there for 2 years and it's still working just fine. So not really a concern, and this is by far the oldest moss pole that I've got. Usually the plant would outgrow the moss pole, so like if I compare that to, for example, my Adansonii, the Adansonii has had 3 chop and extends in those 2 years, right? So that bottom pole that's 2 years old, that does not exist anymore, right? Even the pole after that does not exist anymore. So it's really a non-concern if you have a fast climber. If you have a slow climber, just make a smaller moss pole, I suppose. But yeah, 2 years and it's still going strong. So really not really a concern unless you think that your plant is gonna take longer than 2 years to climb up that moss pole. Alrighty, so we're really struggling with the light in here because, well, we're relying on natural light. There's so many windows, it's hard to not film against the light, but also, yeah. Anyway, this is my variegated banana. Loving it. Again, I think this is gonna have a really good time outside in spring. It doesn't actually need as much sun as I expected. I thought, you know, it's a banana, they grow outdoors, in nature, like I can give this a lot of light, but in my old place I had a lot of light and it didn't really like it. It actually liked the shadier conditions. So it seems to be thriving in here. Talking about shadier conditions, a plant that or like a genus that I have not really been getting into, which I have gotten my first one now, is a begonia. So begonias are known to really tolerate low light conditions, and given that I don't have the best light but I still want to fill my space with a lot of plants, I thought, let's try a begonia. Oh, this is probably the one that has been doing the best in my new apartment. A lot of plants just have kind of done nothing, like they didn't die, which is already is great, but this cuprea has really this cuprea is really enjoying the new space. So this is its newest leaf. I don't think I need to say anything about it. It's pretty beautiful. Let me maybe put it in the sunlight for you so you can see how nice the reflection and the sheen is on it as well. And the best thing is it has 2 more growth points. There's another one coming here and there's another one coming here. So it just split itself. I didn't do anything. It just started having multiple growth points. And it has a lot of leaves that it's holding on to, which is kind of unusual for alocasias. A lot of people ask me, like, how do you hold on to more than 2 or 3 leaves? I don't know. I'm not doing anything too special with it. But what I am doing to keep it nice and compact and so that the leaves aren't just flopping all over the place is I use the twine to kind of twist them together. I know it doesn't look the greatest, but you don't get to see it, right? It's just in the background so that you have a nice compact look from the front. So really, really, really loving this. The one thing I've noticed with my begonia, with my alocasias, is that they really enjoy having a lot of pumice in the pot. I mean, and with this cuprea, given the size of the plant, you would expect there to be a huge root system. But I mean, yes, there's a lot of roots in this pot. I don't know if you can see that with the glare, but it's honestly like not as root bound as you might expect given the size of the plant. This can definitely grow in there for another half a year or so, I reckon. I'm not worried about having to repot this. And that's probably, maybe that is the secret, that I just don't have, I give it quite small pots. I give all of my plants quite small pots. But that I don't repot it too frequently, right? I think I've repotted this in its whole life. It's 3 years old. I think I've repotted it twice in its whole life. So yeah, don't overcomplicate it with the pot sizes and whatever. Alright, down here we've got the only crawler that I have not put in my garden, because this one is my favorite and I like to take special care of it. It's my Philodendron Plowmanii. Let's again kind of put that in the sun. Alright, here, like look at this beautiful sheen. It is definitely losing its silver as it's maturing. A little bit, it had more silver when it was younger. And this one is flowering as well. I don't know if you can see that. This one had a flower, this one had a flower. I think this one is pushing out a new flower soon. Oh, hang on, this also had a flower already. I keep chopping them. I don't have any other philodendron that's flowering that I could kind of pollinate it with. From what I've heard as well, is like philodendron pollination is like a whole nother level to anthurium pollination. So something I'm not really gonna do just yet. Maybe one day. But that's why I just chopped them so the plant doesn't waste any energy on it. Alrighty, and let's talk about the obvious. This is my wall of poles over here. I'm really unhappy with it at the moment, and that's okay. You don't need to understand my emotions about it. Like, I mean, probably most of you would look at it and be like, oh my god, these plants are amazing. I'm a little bit unhappy with it. I just feel like some of these have actually grown too large. I'm not enjoying it anymore. I mean, I love the large leaves. Like this is my Splendid, for example. It's kind of beautiful, but the leaves aren't like super flat anymore. They're kind of a little bit warped and like, I just don't know. I feel like it's grown too large for itself. Like with just the moss pole and like not living outdoor, like not having the perfect conditions, I feel like it just can't really handle its own size at the moment. I'm not too sure what's happening, but I feel like it might have reached, like, it might have passed the peak of its appearance. I do think that with plants, you know, they reach like a peak in appearance and then it doesn't necessarily continue looking nicer just because the leaves are getting bigger. There's actually, in my opinion at least, eventually like this turning point where, okay, the leaf is getting larger, but not actually prettier. This one is my Glorious. This is its newest leaf. I think kind of fairly consistent. I don't think it's the biggest leaf it's ever given me, but again, we're going into spring, we're going into winter. It would obviously give me bigger leaves in spring and summer. The other thing I really dislike about these at the moment is I used to be able to just take them outside, spray them with water, give them a thorough watering, let it all drain, put them back inside, happy days. And I always have really happy, clean, healthy plants without having to really do pest treatment, just because I spray them every week with a little bit of water. They're way too large. It's like a whole, it's like a one-day freaking adventure to take all of them out, make sure that they don't fall over. I need to hook them onto the fence. I need to water them. Then there's like water everywhere. So it's just becoming a little bit, troublesome to actually move them. So I want to chop them just to get that ease of growing back with them. But yeah, again, not the right time to chop all of the plants. I have these urges to I just want to chop all of them, but I know that if I do it now, the new growth is not going to deliver what I actually wanted to deliver. So I'm just going to stay patient. But one plant I'm really happy with at the moment is my Philodendron Jose Bueno. This is its newest leaf over here. I think this is absolutely gorgeous, and it's already pushing out a new leaf over here as well. Now this plant has had thrips. So you can see this leaf, for example, was very deformed. Thrips were just kind of all over it as it was unfurling. And the other sign you can tell that it had thrips is, can you see this little brown discoloration on the back of it? That is often a sign of thrips damage as well. Now where you actually see, honestly, when this leaf was unfurling, there was another one that I cut, I think. But yeah, when this leaf was unfurling, for example, and I can see the thrips, I can see them running around. So that is not going to be fixed by just giving it a spray of water. The spray of water is really just to prevent pests from really settling in the first place. So if I have something like that, I use Confidor spray by Bayer. And honestly, one or sometimes two applications seem to just completely eliminate the issue. Right next to it is my Majestic. And now the Majestic, and I am planning on a special video on just that one as well, but the Majestic is a great example of
why plants sometimes don't just get nicer just because they get larger. So this plant was quite mature, but it lost all of its silver, it kind of lost the sheen, it kind of lost its nice shape as well. It had super long petioles just reaching in all corners of the room. So I was like, I had enough. I don't have room for this plant. I don't appreciate what the plant looks like or how the plant looks like. So I chopped it into single node cuttings, and those are 2 or 3 of the smaller propagations. So I'm actually excited to have it back to being small and juvenile and start all over again. I'll show you the larger version outdoors in a sec. My Milano over here was not the happiest with the move, but it is starting to grow leaves again, and it's still growing via cataphyll. So I spoke about that before. You know, when the plant is still younger, let me give you, you know with the Jose Bueno, you know how I showed you that the new leaf is coming out of the petiole of the old leaf? As the plant matures, eventually they start coming via cataphyll, or at least with a lot of philodendron that's the case. So this is the new leaf, but the leaf after that is not going to come from the petiole of the new leaf, it's going to come from this cataphyll over here. So it's a sign of the plant maturing. I don't know, can you see this? Here we go, that's the cataphyll over here. So it's a sign of the plant maturing, so happy days, but it's definitely a plant that likes warm temperatures, high humidity, it's tropical, it wants summer, it does not like the colder temperatures. So I just wanted to keep doing its thing. I'm not expecting phenomenal success with it at the moment. I don't want to talk about it. Let's just avoid it as much as we can. Down here we've got my a medium silver. This is its first leaf that has grown in my care. So you can see it was definitely an uplift in leaf size from the previous one. So I'm definitely doing the right thing, but look at this runner that it sends out. And I don't think it has anything to do with light. If it was a light issue, the leaf wouldn't be getting bigger. I think that's just how they grow. I think they like to just send out runners. So let's see how we do, because it's going to reach the top of its pole really quickly without actually growing many leaves. So I suppose what I do is all of these are nodes, right? So eventually I can just chop between the nodes and then create a lush pole through the division. So especially if you have something that runs or grows really leggy, these moss poles or grow vertical poles, any sort of vertical growing method that has substrate in it. A plank of wood is not a growing medium. That will be fantastic for that. So you kind of you set yourself up for future success. Alrighty, and then I feel so bittersweet about this. And yeah, okay, let's put better lighting on it. I feel bittersweet about it. You guys know Verrucosum is my all-time favorite. It's my new logo now as well. You know, you've hopefully seen it in the intro and so on. So I love Verrucosum. I just don't love this one at the moment, if that makes sense. It had spider mites, so you can see all of these leaves down here have definitely battled spider mites. Also, Verrucosum leaves have a very limited time span, or like a shorter time span where they actually look nice. They deteriorate really quickly. They really only look nice for the first 2, 3, 4 months, in my opinion. Now these leaves are older than the 2, 3, 4 months, right? That's why they're not looking that nice anymore. But I used to manage to grow the plant fast enough that by the time it reaches the top of the moss pole and the bottom looks ugly, I just chop it, re-extend it and so on. So it kind of looked nice at all times. But as the plant matures, it has shorter internodal spacing and it grows slower. At least that's what I found. So it is no longer growing fast enough to outgrow the ugliness at the bottom, if that makes sense. So it's another one where I wish it just wasn't maturing really. I wanted to go back to more teenage stage rather than like mature stage. So I'm preparing for a chop. Let's have a look. So you can see I cut both vines here and here just so the ends can dry out. And now these bottom parts are gonna reshoot and I'm gonna just chop the pole, pop that back in, cut off all of these ugly leaves, and then hopefully that will bring out the more, like these leaves at the top are still beautiful. My brain blocks these out. My brain is so occupied looking at the ugly leaves at the bottom, I can't even appreciate the top at the moment. So it's definitely time for a chop. And Verrucosum, one of the, stand straight already, would you? There you go. verrucosum is in nature, they grow in high altitude cloud forests. So high altitude cloud forests are really humid, but they're also cooler. So they're not super tropical high temperatures like 30 degrees and so on. So this is probably the one plant that when chopping it in winter is gonna have a good time. Keep in mind, winter is not that bad in Australia, specifically not indoors. I'll still keep it at like approximately 20 degrees in here. Hello there and welcome to an updated apartment and garden tour. Alrighty, and this is my favorite room, my office / plant room, and it's probably quite obvious why I love this room so much. This is where all of my large moss poles, specifically my velvet philodendron live. So let's quickly kind of go through them, and let's start off with the only one that's not velvet. Well, actually it's two not velvet. This one is Burlemark's Fantasy, and you can see when I first got it, it had these tiny leaves at the bottom over here. And then as it grows up, this grow vertical moss pole, it has just increased in leaf size to some decent sized leaves now. And I reckon the footage is probably really weird because the sun is kind of coming through, but it's kind of like sunshade and so on. So I hope everything is okay. I hope the visibility is okay. Let's completely ignore my verrucosum because it's a bit of a sore spot at the moment. Let's move on to some happier news. This is my philodendron melanochrysum, and it's finally giving me decent leaves. It's been about 3.5 years in the making, and I finally have some of the leaves that I'm really after, and I can't wait for it to mature further, but of course it's just reached the top of its moss pole and it needs a chop. It's really hard to beat the sheen of these leaves. I mean, just look at how beautiful and dark they are. It's gonna get a little darker, like this one. This leaf over here is still quite new. This leaf over here is maybe like a month or a month and a half old. There's a second shoot down here as well, right here. That's also pushing out a new leaf. Next to it, we've got Philodendron glorious. So Philodendron glorious and Milano look quite similar. That's because Milano is one of the parents of Philodendron glorious. The other parent is Philodendron gloriosum. Hang on one moment, look at Brad. He wants to get to the cat grass so badly. Yes, my baby, I'll take it down for you. Here you go. You can eat some of the cat grass, yeah? While Daddy's filming the rest of the video. Deal. He was desperate to get to it. Alrighty, I think I was just saying that philodendron, the second parent of Philodendron glorious is Philodendron gloriosum. I don't know who named them. The names are way too similar and people are getting really confused about it because I get questions almost on a daily how I managed to grow my Philodendron gloriosum up a moss pole. I didn't. This is Philodendron glorious and the Milano parentage makes it a climber. This plant is going absolutely crazy. So as it matures, it starts having really small internodal spacing. So it's not climbing really fast. And look how thick the stem is, and I can't really manipulate it anymore. It's just kind of going around the moss pole now instead of actually climbing in a straight line. But look how happy it is. It's even giving me an inflow over here. This bit over here that's kind of hidden there, that's an inflow. So it's definitely happy. Oh, and I definitely need to water this. Now all of these lower leaves down here, as I said, because the plant isn't growing that fast anymore and it's not really climbing up the moss very quickly, these older leaves are really old. They're all pre-moved. They're like almost, they probably were a year old by the time I moved, right? So these are definitely slowly deteriorating in looks, but that's okay. It's definitely due for a chop soon, but the new leaves that have grown since the move in this new environment are beautiful. It's perfect, like mwah. So it's definitely happy, but obviously it's normal to have the older leaves kind of deteriorate a little bit, specifically given it's winter, they went through a move and they're just old. With all of my plants that are quite large, and it applies to basically those three over here specifically, because they get really long petioles, they start spreading like crazy. Like I could fill the whole wall just with that one plant. So I need to manage that to fit more plants in here. So all of these plants kind of just are tied together using a bit of twine, or sometimes I use a bit of wire, just to kind of manage all of these long petioles. I've got my Sodiroy over here, and my Sodiroy is also throwing out a new leaf. And what's quite special about the Sodiroy compared to the other plants is that it's still on its first moss pole, and it's been about 2.5 to 3 years. If we're moving in a bit closer, you can see that this plant has really small internodal spacing, and these petioles, see how they just go left, right and center, and like are really quite long. So this has a crazy spread, so I need to kind of manage these petioles so that it's a little more compact and I can fit more plants on the same wall. Same goes for my Splendid. This is the newest Splendid leaf over here. It's looking mighty fine. It's definitely reached the top of its moss pole and needs an extension soon, but again, these petioles spread this far. And first of all, it doesn't look good. Second of all, I have less room for plants. And thirdly, if the petioles are like everywhere, if I arrange them, if I move one plant out, that petiole is just taking 3 poles with it. It's like domino day. So it's good for me to kind of manage them, keep them more compact. Yeah, I don't know. And look at the newest leaf over here. It's definitely happy. It's a happy cow. Beautiful. And it also had an inflow. I just had to chop it maybe like, I think yesterday or the day before, because it was getting a bit manky. Look at my baby eating the cat grass. Oh, I'm so happy. It's the most useful thing I ever grew. Alright, he's busy out there, so we can focus on these plants down here. Alrighty, I've got my Gigas over here, and I've done the same with the Gigas that I've done with my El Salvador that we saw earlier. So there was the bottom part and the top part of the moss pole, and then I put them together and extended them together, and now the top part has grown a new shoot, the bottom part has grown a new shoot, and both of these shoots are now finding their way towards that new extension, so eventually I'll have 2 plants growing on that extension. And these new leaves are looking quite nice. I hope the light is okay. Alright, next to it we've got one of my pride and joys, my Alocasia cuprea, and I mean it's probably clear why it's my pride and joy. And if I turn it around, it's quite bushy, and I get asked a lot, how do you hold on to so many leaves? How did you grow it so large? Honestly, it's a bit of a miracle to me as well. You've seen my other Alocasias earlier, and they're all pretty much the same age, and they started off as really small plants. I should put in a photo of how small this plant was when I first got it. And it just kind of grew, like it just likes me, I don't know, and I like it back. It's the only Alocasias I really had no issues with. But it's also 3 years old, right? So that didn't just grow that large within a season or so, right? It's 3 years of continuous growth that enabled it to get that large. Recently, it's just been pushing out inflow after inflow, and I'm just like, give me leaves. But that's life, you know, you don't always get what you want. Down here, we've got my Plaumannii. Let me maybe lift it up. That is my only crawler that I have not put in the garden, and I just recently repotted it, and I caused a whole lot of damage when I repotted it because it was so root bound. I had to kind of really rip it out of its existing pot. So it's still in recovery stage, but I have hopes. Brad is just exploring out there, so maybe we can focus on this corner. And I hope this is all kind of okay visible. I've got a begonia and it's growing. I'm so happy that it's actually doing something, and it even has flowers, so that's nice. It's one of these begonias, if you look at them in the dark with flash on it, kind of shows blue. So yeah. This year I want to try a few new things, so I thought I'll get into begonias. This is my Shazza, Philodendron Chironii. It's not doing all too much. This is my Philodendron Tenue, and I've had this plant for 1 year, and all of the leaves that you can now see, they have grown in that 1 year. They are slowly increasing in leaf size, but honestly it's nothing super impressive, right? So I also have plants that aren't thriving initially. It's still it's a marathon, right? It's not a sprint, so don't get discouraged if your plants aren't thriving immediately. So this is Philodendron esmeraldense.
Also a newer edition. I don't know, you can probably see a theme like the Shazza, the Tenue, this one. They're all kind of like non-velvet, ripply plants. I had like this moment sometime last year when I feel like I needed to buy all of these plants, and now they're all on moss poles and they're slowly starting their journey. So maybe in 2 years' time they'll be there on the big wall. Over here I've got a little Majestic. So Majestic is a hybrid of Sodiroy and Verrucosum. So it has beautiful red backs as well. And these are just some small propagations I've taken off my big mother plant. The big mother plant was just getting way too big, so I just chopped it all up. So I think there's like 3 or 4 little plants in here, but yeah, I actually don't want this to mature. I want this to stay nice and small, because as this plant matures, it's losing its silver. I've got the banana. I might just show you that over here, so the colors come out a little bit better. This is my blood banana. It's the most leaves it ever had. I'm really happy. It looks like a banana, right? Unfortunately, as the leaves get older, the red variegation is kind of fading, but look how beautiful the variegation is on these new leaves. So yeah, really happy about this. I was surprised. I thought it would probably really like the outside where it gets a lot of sun, but not at all. It actually prefers some shady conditions. If you give it too much sun, the red variegation is completely gonna fade. I also have 2 of my mother grow lights over here. I think they're just so elegant and such a nice solution to just provide further light for this wall, because what I'm trying to achieve here is I'm trying to be able to look at my plants at the same time as the plants are growing, right? So with these plants over here, for example, the problem is that for them to grow, I need to make the leaves face the window, which means I kind of just look at it from the back. They still look nice from the back, right? Like you still see something. But ultimately, they're never going to look as nice from the back as they look from the front. So with these big leaves, like, you know, I want to see them from the front. I don't want to just look at moss poles with a whole lot of roots. So I want them to be against the wall, but being against the wall means that they're the furthest away from the window. So I put these grow lights kind of in the middle of the room to just supplement the light over here. And again, I took 2 of the mother lights and I just screwed them on top of each other. Now with this one, I actually also screwed them on top of each other, and it's gonna get bright for you. Sorry, I didn't screw them on top of each other like straight. I kind of just put them off center a little bit so that the top light is shining towards that splendid over here, but the bottom light is kind of shining towards the Sodiroy and the Jose Bueno down below. But most of these plants were already here when we did the last houseplant tour. What's new this time is everything behind me. So in the meantime, I've built a greenhouse, but I have to be fair, I haven't done anything with the greenhouse so far. I popped in a few plants, but I kind of keep the windows open the whole time. I'm waiting for spring to really set it up properly, but let's have a closer look. I've got a full day of plant maintenance ahead of myself, cleaning, watering, repotting, chopping, extending, and so on. So I thought I'd take you along. So now I'm just thinking I'll go room by room. So I want to start off with the room that's obvious. Take them out, see if the plant needs repotting or not. If it just needs watering, it just goes into this holding area over here where they all get watered, all sprayed. I let it dry, put them back in. Next room. Sounds like a plan, no? But let's have a look, and ideally I try and just move the nursery pots, not the actual. Alright, so have a look at this. This looks fairly root bound, but I don't want to repot this. This has potential for more, I reckon. What I might do though is I might just give it a little top up. It looks a little empty at the top. Does that make sense? Blood banana looks okay, some chunky roots, but overall plenty of room left, so I'll just water and wash her. Scindapsus silver lady, and so I can't really see any roots pushing out the side, so yeah, actually judging by the pot this should be pretty unhappy, but looks happy. Alright, this is the other Scindapsus. So quite happy. Might consider taking some propagations of this soon. Some roots pushing towards the side of the pot, but no need to repot. Now what I like to do with these sometimes, I like to just take some of these unruly ones and just twist them around in the pot instead of having them trail around like crazy. I just rather have it lush at the top than super leggy at the top and then these super leggy little cuttings. But some are fine. There you go. That's how I ended up so messy at the top. But I kind of like that look better than having it trail down. Cute little pole of Majestic. Has some good roots, some good healthy roots. I only potted this up during winter, so no need to do anything here. Just give this a good spray. I'm worried about this cactus, huh? It's gonna let me get rid of this cactus. Maybe a little begonia. It has been eaten by a caterpillar, but I since found the caterpillar, and the new leaves coming through look healthy. This is still in its original mix, but it looks fine. So, given I have never repotted a begonia, I'd rather not. Got my rugosum on the pole. I only potted this up maybe 2 weeks ago, so nothing to do over here. I will give it a spray though, because there's a bit of tree fern fiber all over the plant. Okay, my tenue had spider mites, by the way. I think I got on top of that. The mix looks kind of... I know that this has like the most disappointing root system, but I feel like I want to get rid of that mix. I don't like it. And my Shaza also has some okay roots, but also doesn't look super happy. It's fine, I'll leave it as it is. I'll just wash this one. Actually, I won't repot this either. Maybe next week, we'll see. Okay, this is my Picton tricolor. It's much happier since I put it in a more shaded spot. Has okay roots as well. The potting mix looks a bit dirty, but I think actually it's the pot that I put it in, because I'm reusing my pots, so the pots kind of were a little bit tinted already by the time I potted something in here. But it looks happy. I can see new root growth, so let's not fix what's not broken. And I've got an orchid. It's a present for my birthday. Here we go. I have no idea about orchids, so I'm not going to pot this up, but it needs water, so I will water it. Jose Bono, this one, it fell the other day and the midrib snapped. It's a bit sad. This leaf would have been really pretty, but this one desperately needs a clean, and I do want to repot this as well. My El Choco, so beautiful. Look at this new leaf. I just potted this up about, you can see this one was a new pot, so much nicer and clearer anyway. This one was only repotted a couple of weeks ago, so nothing to do for us now, just cleaning. Esmeraldines, new leaf, happy days. Pot is looking happy and healthy. Now, let me show you something. Over winter, I sometimes get a bit of mineral buildup on my moss poles. This white thing, it's not mold, it's just mineral buildup because probably fertilized a little too heavy. So when I spray the plant today, I really want to spray it with just water and flush it all out. Alright, my Sodi Roy. This plant has been on this moss pole for a long time, so a lot of mineral buildup over here. I definitely tend to over fertilize. These leaves are a little damaged and dirty as well, so I've got to clean these up. I think I just need to flush this out. Actually, I might repot this. This is my Philodendron Splendid. It came crashing down on me twice recently. It is just way too top heavy. And the only other plant I have this problem with is my Philodendron Glorious, but the Glorious actually is where there's like a little hook in the wall, so I kind of hooked the Glorious into the wall. This one doesn't have a hook, so it came crashing down on me twice. So you can see a little bit of damage here. It is also pushing out this brand new leaf over here, but I'm just so worried that it's gonna fall. I can hardly water it at the moment, like without kind of having to hold on to it. So, time for a chop and extend because I don't enjoy having plants that are really hard to manage. So yesterday I chopped in between the stem already. I'll put in a little close up. So today I can really chop it. And this lighting is terrible. Okay, it is what it is. This is as good as it gets today. So let's do the chop and extend. I have multiple tutorials on how to do the chop and extend on my YouTube channel. So I'm not going to explain this whole process today again. I'm just going to do it. And I often get asked what I do with the bottom part of my pole. Actually, all my bottom poles will end up being donated to Tim, because Tim is moving house and he's got a lot of room for plants in his new place. So he's gonna get all the bottom parts of the poles as a little thank you for always helping me out with the content. Alright, I've got the top half separated. Alrighty, this is the bottom half. I will do nothing with this. Oh, I might see if it needs a repot, given that I am passing it on to somebody else. I can also re-extend that, but not yet. I'm waiting for this to reshoot first. But happy days. I will, you know what, I'll park this inside the greenhouse. Oh, that was dumb. Alrighty, so now I've got this, and because I already cut the stem last night, it already had enough time to dry out, so I can just work on potting it up straight away. But given how big this plant is, and I know it will continue growing, I will give this plant a 25 centimeter pot instead of my normal 20. But the trick of hooking this into the greenhouse worked really well. That's a good trick for future chop and extends. Beautiful. Damn, that took so much air mix. Take the garden stake, I add it back in the back. Okay, so as the camera died as well, but I also decided that that previous framing was just not it. So here we are. So I'm just connecting the garden stake to the old pole, and then leading up to spring I made a whole lot of moss poles. Could chop that, put that on here now. And then lastly connect the actual moss poles to each other. So yeah, anyway, I kind of didn't finish that conversation from earlier. All I was saying earlier was kind of like, yeah, definitely, the more effort you put into maintaining your plants, the better they usually look, right? Yeah, people say like, oh, plants thrive on neglect. It depends on what your definition of thriving is though. I'm a very neat person. I like my plants fairly neat. I don't necessarily appreciate the wild. I mean, I appreciate wild plants, but not in my apartment. Huh? I do have like a certain vision in mind, and usually that vision is realized when I stay on top of my plant maintenance. I clean the leaves and so on, right? Whereas if you just set and forget, your plant's gonna get dusty. Dusty leaves can't photosynthesize. Dusty leaves are more... Let's have a look at this. You see these juicy roots over here? Well, these roots want to attach to something. If I would now wait longer to do the extension, the next node and so on has nothing to attach to. Is this even straight? No. If you don't give your plant something to attach to, then it's not going to thrive to its full potential. So I used to be really, really good with that and always be on top of all of my chop and extends, all of my repottings, all of that. And I think it definitely showed. By no means am I saying my plants aren't looking beautiful, but I think I'm still benefiting from past Jan having been so on top of everything, and the plants really started thriving. And now that they're thriving, it's kind of hard for them to no longer thrive, if that makes sense. But I think it's just like with pretty much any other hobby. The more effort you put into something, the more likely you're going to get a reward out of it. And again, effort doesn't necessarily mean you just need to water every day. That could be the wrong thing. Effort also implies making an effort in understanding what you can do to make your plants thrive in the best way. And as part of the journey, you'll find out that watering them every day is not the right thing to do. But you know what I mean? Like this whole like set and forget, thrive on neglect attitude that I see a lot online, but then expecting like amazing results. To me, that doesn't make sense, right? If you want to experience amazing results, you most likely have to put a little bit of effort into it. If it was so easy and everything would just be thriving without the need for anybody to put any effort into it, you would see these things on the side of the road everywhere, right? You would go to a nursery and you would never see any stock that dies, right? Like there's people making a living out of selling plants and even their stock dies. So if it was so easy, then everybody would just be neglecting their stuff and everything would be thriving, right? Anyway, let's bring out some more plants. Right, my Milano has also reached the top of its moss pole end. And you can see the newest node over here has nothing to attach to, but the second shoot is only up to here. So I'm going to buy the second shoot a little bit more time. Yeah, because a little bit more time. Maybe next week or next month. Let's say next month. Glorious is doing well. This one I'm not worried about falling over, to be honest. I'll put this here. Okay, I can put this here if it's not falling over, right? Just here. Alrighty, so I just rearranged a little bit. This plant, it's a mess. I think I need to repot. Can you see the roots up here? So it's too big, I can't, no, okay. I hope you can see everything in frame, but I can no longer move. I was not planning on repotting this, but it's happening. Oh, fuck me, dude. Now this plant also, and I know I'm not the only one because I've spoken to people on Instagram about it, this plant has super crazy extra floral nectaries that make it really, really sticky and eventually damage the leaves, so I need to clean those as well. Man. Oh shit. Oh. I'm worried that the greenhouse is gonna break. One moment. Alrighty guys, this thing is so heavy. I have decided to make an aerobic mix that's a little more pumice heavy, because pumice is the heaviest of the ingredients that I'm using. I just need to do everything one-handed. And I'm potting it up, almost like leaning the pole backwards a little bit, because we know it's gonna be top heavy, right? Okay, now I can get rid of all the aerodynamic stuff again because it's gonna get wet. Okay, I want to spray these kind of thoroughly first. Can you see all of these little, it's like moldy patches? That's where they have these extra floral nectaries. They're basically like sugars. And then the mold gets kind of attracted to them. Not good. So what I do is I spray this first and then I give it a wipe. But, oh, new leaf. Guys, you need to move away because you're gonna get wet. It's crazy, when you chop these plants and then you pot up the top again, and now the top is kind of on my eye height, it's the first time I noticed how big these leaves are. When they were all the way up there where I can't see them as well, they looked smaller. I should probably do this like once every couple of months. Realistically, I probably do it once every 5 to 6 months, but you see a little bit of yellow discoloration on these leaves. I believe the extra floral nectaries are the reason why. And I could prevent some of this damage by being more diligent and frequent in the cleaning. This is by far the plant that does this the most. You see these extra floral nectaries often, and I believe they're either to attract beneficial insects or deter bad insects. Not sure which one, but no plant does it like this one. And like, yeah. The problem with this plant is just that it's become so big, it's hard to maneuver it around. So I try to not touch it as much, because I feel like every time I touch it, the risk of it just falling is pretty high. But I had this idea about hooking it into the greenhouse yesterday, and I'm really glad that works because now I might do this more frequently. By the way, the newer leaves don't have it as much. It's really the older leaves that mainly have it. So these new ones, I just really gently swipe. It's the perfect day to do all of this. It's not windy, but a little bit of airflow. And it is overcast, so the sun is not gonna us up. Alright, I think that's good enough. While I'm here, I do have a leaf shine. I might just quickly shine my Sodiroy. Okay. Alrighty, as a last thing, I just want to drench everything. And I'm going to use the hose, that way it's really going to flush out. It's not as targeted with the leaves as I was before with the little spray gun, where I really got into every little crevice, but this should just help flush out any mineral buildup and so on. Now obviously this is making it thoroughly wet, which means all I need to do is I just need to give it enough time to dry out here later. Alrighty. Guys, that doesn't mean that I have nothing to do. I'm gonna use that time while everything is outside to clean up in here. Alrighty, we are back where it all started. It is time to move the plants back inside. So, let's do that. Alrighty, they're all back. I'm not happy with this one yet, actually. Right, last thing before I'm truly happy with this plant, it used to be up there, and up there it had way more room to expand. Now that I took it down a bit, it is kind of a little too unruly for my liking, so I use twine to kind of manage the plant a little bit, specifically this petiole sticking out a little bit. Alright, lastly, in the middle over here, I have my little orchid. And the grow light can move back here. Like this, beauty. Where are you? Here. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. Next room. Let me show you the progress on the plant room. So these are my plants. Clearly the ceiling is a little too tall, and moving this one actually fell after I moved it, not during the move, and it has a bit of damage on there. But yeah, I think all the really tall plants are due for a chop and extend since the ceilings are much lower. And then I've got the cabinet over here, and I haven't sorted these plants out yet. We made it, we're at the new home, so come on in. So the move was just 2 days ago, and yesterday I just spent the time fluffing around a little bit, but also going back and cleaning the old place. So yeah, this is the initial setup. I'm pretty happy with everything, but obviously I still need to learn a lot about the place, learn how the sun moves, understand where my plants will be happy and so on. So you guys know me, this is an ongoing journey, rearranging and all of that. I really enjoy that, but for now, this is the setup I have decided on. So first things first, this is the office slash plant room. Really love how the wall of poles now kind of goes in a corner. Kind of, I don't know, I like it, but a lot of these need work because the ceiling is quite low in here. And the Milano actually fell during the move. No, actually not during the move, it fell after the move because I underestimated how much draft there is going through the house when I have both doors open. Anyway, IKEA cabinet over here perfectly fits in that little nook. And then over here I've got my desk. Obviously that means that the plants are kind of facing backwards, but I've chosen plants that look nice from the back, right? So my El Choco and my Vercoisen, for example, those are plants that I probably prefer the backside over the front anyway. So those are plants I have chosen to be in the window on my desk. Alrighty, and this is where all the magic happens. This is the plant room. So all of my moss poles over here, my IKEA cabinet, and then my desk over here. This is Syngonium Styramarkii, my favorite Syngonium for sure. Doesn't even look like a Syngonium, and I think that is kind of what I like about it. Next to it I've got a big Milano leaf propagating that came from the mother plant over there. So I'll show you where I took this cutting later on. Oh, one of my favorites at the moment, my Philodendron El Choco. Beautiful new leaf. Backsides are incredible. So yeah, very, very happy with that. And I don't know if I finished my thought earlier, but of course, ultimately I would love to be facing these plants all the time. But realistically, it's more important that the plant faces the light so it can actually grow and optimize photosynthesis. But with these plants, I don't mind. I have them on my desk and I just look at the back of the plant, but the back of the plant looks really nice with its red backs, right? Probably the plastic backed pole is not the most aesthetically pleasing to look at, but it's a compromise I'm willing to take. And the exact same with a little Vercoisen over here, growing in my windowsill. So pretty, and it just has the most stunning backsides. Really, really happy about this plant. And lastly, right by the window, I have a big pot of my crazy rubbish hybrids. And they're all grown from seed, and I have a full video on how I did all of this on my channel. Alrighty, before we look into the IKEA cabinet in a little bit more detail, let's look at the obvious plants in the room. First of all, we've got my Anthurium vitarifolium. Don't have all too much to say about it, apart from this being its newest and largest leaf ever, so that's a good sign, right? And over here I've got a little Scindapsus. Again, it's kind of in the middle of the room, so it's getting the least light, but Scindapsus, especially if they're trailing, seem to be handling that okay. And over here we've got the obvious, my wall of pulse. Now that wall of pulse is now actually almost like a corner of pulse. It goes into this weird corner, but I really like it because I feel like I can put more plants in a smaller area. I can almost build like a little triangle. I'll just bring you closer and we're going to have a good look at all of them close up because they're too big for me to kind of move around and bring to you, so I'll bring you to them. Righty, first up we've got my Gigas over here. Newest leaf over here. Look at this beautiful red sheen. Eventually will fade to this really beautiful dark velvet. And there's two shoots on here. This is the other shoot. For some reason all of the leaves want to kind of go away from the light, which I'm not really happy about. But yeah, two shoots on here, and that is because I potted up the bottom and the top together, each of them reshot, and then both of these shoots grew onto the same extension. It seemed to have had some thrips damage over here, but one treatment of Comforter spray helped. She needs water, so sometimes the water over here just doesn't really want to release, so I just reposition it, wiggle it around. Perfect. Alright, right next to that we've got my big Melanochrysum. Beautiful, finally. Now, also two shoots on here. This is the second shoot, the newest leaf of the second shoot over here. Decent size, but the newest shoot is only here. So a little bit to go till the top of the moss pole. The first shoot, however, already reached the top a while ago, and that's that cutting I showed you earlier. I cut it off. Now it has already reshot, and this extension probably wants a moss pole soon, but the idea was to buy this shoot a little bit more time to grow until I go through chop and extend, but I might have not bought that much time. So pretty. Next to it we've got Glorious, much bigger, but this plant is so big I can't move it anymore. I have not moved this plant since I moved in. I just pulled it into that corner and let it do its own thing. So this, I think, over here, there's a new leaf, but I can't really get to it, so oh well, we'll see. And the bottom leaves have a lot of extra floral nectaries. See these sticky bits? It develops a lot of these sticky bits, and that makes it go yellow. Now this plant has also grown way, oh my god, I can't even get in there. This plant has also grown way off its moss pole. But that stem is so thick, I can't just easily manipulate that. So I need to fundamentally do something with this pole, chop it, extend it, rejig it, something. Something needs to happen. I'm just procrastinating. So yeah, see how we go. I'll have to get on top of it rather sooner than later. Next to that we've got my Varicosum struggle bus, but it is recovering. So this was its newest leaf, not perfect, but look at this next one coming. It's looking really good. So I think we're on an upwards trajectory with it. So it will happen. And then next to that, my favorite at the moment, my Philodendron Splendid. It grew this leaf while I was moving. It was unfurling this leaf. I mean, this is just massive. And then this was the new leaf in the new house, equally massive. and it's already pushing out the next one. So yeah, this one is really happy. Oh, and it's finished drinking. Alright, now let's look inside the IKEA cabinet. What have we got? This one is a, oh my god, what is it? Scromicoli from Tim from Grow Vertical. This one is an Anthurium Queen mixed with a Magnificum. Whee, new leaf. This one I'm really excited about. My variegated Milano. Look at it. Variegation. Better. And then the newest leaf has the most variegation I've ever seen. Another Florida that is just not happy with me, so let's not talk about that either. Luxuriance, so happy to have this in my collection. Very excited. This is a little variegated Anthurium, but the variegation is kind of Gonski. This is a new Alocasia, blah, blah, blah. I need to find out the name again, but look at that variegation, so pretty. Florida Beauty, it is a beauty, and look at this newest leaf with this super chunky sectoral variegation. This is stunning. A little Patricii over here with some nice new leaves. Hee hee, got a little obliqua. I didn't buy it, a friend gave it to me because it was dying in his care. One of my queen propagations over here, the other queen propagation right here, both doing well. My rugosum over here also doing okay. Yeah, it's definitely found its way into the pole by now. My, oh, what do you call this one again? Frosted Heart. It's not so frosted. Oh, bye leaf. Look at this root. Hello. Anyway, it is what it is. And my way too variegated Monstera Adansonii. Third time and still just white. Bloody hell. So, a lot of smallish plants, right? Like this one and this one. So yeah, there's some new plants coming. Happy days. So yeah, it probably doesn't come as a big surprise that this is my favorite room. I absolutely love spending time in here, and so do the plants. Now this room is also the only room that is not air conditioned, so you're welcome, plants, but it can sometimes be a little annoying when I work in here, so I often just work from the dining room table as well, where it's nice and cool. Good morning! Rise and, well, kind of rise and rain, I don't know, is that a thing? It's been a while. We are way overdue for a full day of plant care, and today we're going to focus on my plant room. So we're going to look at all of the plants in this room, see if they need something. Spoiler alert, they do. We're going to give them chop and extends, repots, clean them, water them, fertilize them, whatever they might need. And then I also want to use the opportunity to maybe rearrange the room a little bit. And we are way overdue for a catch-up. I love sitting down with you guys and just talking to you about everything that has happened in my life. And a lot has happened over the last 3 months. So we're going to address all of that today as well. Hello everybody and welcome back to my YouTube channel. I moved into this house, it's almost, is it 4 months now? Hang on. 4. Jesus. And this room was supposed to be my office / plant room. Realistically, it's mainly a plant room. Realistically, my entire house is a plant room, but I suppose this room is extra planty. And I really love it, but it is not super functional. I don't actually work from here a lot. I usually work from the living room. I don't know, I'm just not getting the vibe. So today we need to change the vibe so that I feel more excited about actually working from here as well, on my popper desk and so on, rather than just on the dining table. So I do want to rearrange, and I want to see if I can optimize it. Maybe I can create like a nice little area where I can do a lot of filming. I'm still struggling to really do filming at this new house. I don't really have like a spot, if that makes sense, and I think it would make filming much easier. And I think the main challenge with having a spot to film is that sometimes I film plants that are about this big, and then sometimes I film plants that are taller than me. How can I set up one spot that suits both of them? But you know what I mean, like have some sort of studio, if that makes sense. That's the end goal, but see how we go. First and foremost, the plants take priority. And yeah, I feel like we haven't caught up in a long time. I think the last time we really had a good catch up was still at my old house. I think it was like at the beginning of spring. I reckon it would have been half a year ago or so, and I really love it too. I just talk to you guys like you're my friend, and well, unfortunately you can't talk back, but I do read all of the comments, so we do have some sort of exchange, I think. I also want to kind of just focus on this one room today rather than doing a full day of plant care. I actually have way too many plants to do just all of it in one day these days, and you know, with the garden and the greenhouse and so on, where do I start, where do I stop? So I figured let's just focus on one room at a time, and I suppose there's plenty of plants here. It's also been kind of rainy today, but I just stopped Classic, which will make it a bit easier for the filming process. However, it's slightly annoying because I wanted the rain to water and clean my leaves. So I reckon we just take as many plants as possible outside now, so that first of all we get to kind of see the room a little bit. As part of taking them out, we'll also kind of address what each of them needs, and then we're gonna do it, right? But let's bring them out first, because the longer they stay outside, the more chances they'll be outside at the same time as it's raining. You know that moment when you put your plants out and it stops? That's literally today. So I'm gonna set this up outside, and then let's do it. Okay, just made a little bit of room outside because these plants are all quite tall. Now today there's absolutely no wind in the air, but I still don't necessarily want to risk it. So most of these plants are going to get hooked into my fence, but I needed to free up a bit of fence. All right, let's just, maybe I'll move this table over here. Anyway, I think you might not really be able to see these plants so nicely now because of the lack of light, but that's okay. So first things first, this one is my philodendron gigas. Oh, still got a bottle on it. Now the gigas has two shoots, and both here have reached the top of the moss pole. So it's time for chop and extend, and we're going to look at it closer when we do the chop and extend. But this morning I have already cut both of the stems over here in preparation for that. Now this was actually a plant that we put on the extension as part of my very first full day of plant care, and that's where I took the extension, I potted two next to each other, and then extended one in an attempt to get two plants to grow up, and it worked really, really well. So kind of full circle moment. Now this moss pole is sufficiently moist. I only watered that yesterday, so this one just goes outside for a chop and extend. Right, next to that we've got the Milano. Oh, very dry, definitely needs water. Maybe I should water it before I do the chop and extend. Yeah, I'll do the... No, it doesn't matter. Definitely needs water. Now the Milano is way overdue for some work. What actually happened, there's two shoots on here. One already reached the top of the moss pole and grew off the moss pole. What is this? Oh, extra floral nectaries. Okay. Well, the other one was kind of only here-ish. No? So I bought the second shoot a little bit more time. That second shoot is now here. And that first shoot has reshot as well, which also means I have a propagation that I want to put back into the pot as well. So we're gonna definitely have to do something with her. At the very minimum, a chop and extend. These bottom leaves aren't looking the best anymore. Oh my god, it's so light, wow. Alrighty, over here the Vercoisum has seen better days, but honestly, don't worry about anything that's happened down here. Focus on this. I'm just regrowing the top now. This one just goes outside. I'll hang it up on the fence for some cleaning. Alrighty. Majestic also doesn't really need anything. Probably some water and some cleaning. And that's it. Oh my god. Alright, splendid. Over here, I think I need to top up the pot a little bit. It's actually quite empty. But yeah, it's not sitting very nicely in this pot, so I might need to just see if I repot this to give it more stability or something like that. It might also just be too tall, but it has about one more leaf to go until it reaches the top, so no need for extension here. But definitely clean. I'll assess the bottom leaves and all of that as well. Actually, I won't repot it if it's due for a chop and extend again. So pretty. Alright, this is the absolute mess that is my philodendron glorious at the moment. And I'm filming a separate video on this, so we're not spending too much time here. So hot and sweaty already. So humid out there. I think we can just take her out like this. Holy moly, it is so steep. It's only 19 degrees, but it is 90% humidity out there. And in here it's only 85%. Oh, I'm sure this wind is not good for the audio, but I'm a sweaty mess already. I think we just need to get used to the sweaty mess aesthetic for today's video. Okay, last one of the big ones, huh? I should have maybe given you a before, huh? Well, this is my mixed pot of crazy rubbish. My Vitarifolium. Whee! I skinned up Silver Lady, Silver Ann. Honestly, do nothing for this plant, nothing. I'll get rid of all of the pots as well because I want to clean. Park this light here. Actually, we can unplug this light. This, by the way, are two of the mother lights mounted on top of each other, but they've released a new version that is actually supposed to be stackable. Here on my desk I've got a few plants, a Vercoisum. Wow, you can't see anything. Take them from there and put them here so you can actually see something. I think that's a bit better. This one was called Vercoisum Titanium. Now it is showing the first little bit of sign in my care. I think some of these smaller plants I might actually just take to the sink. I have a little oblique cutting propagating in filthy water over here. I have some Syngonium styramarchii cuttings also propagating in super filthy water. Like, look how filthy my water is. And then, yeah, don't judge me, but yes, this is a Hoya. Somebody gave me a Hoya cutting and I politely said thank you. And I think it would actually look cool in my greenhouse eventually. Oh, and sorry, that third plant that I kind of just ignored, that is a plant I'm doing a separate video on, so stay tuned. It is Frydek, and after I released my last video where I showed you all of my struggle with the Frydek, lots and lots of people recommended less humidity, so I moved it out of the cabinet and it's now on my desk. And just a few Adansonii propagations, also in filthy water. Got my Vercoisum over here, actually in need for an extension, so I just have to put you back here. That lighting was just not it. This is my verrucosum, my second verrucosum. Teeny tiny pot over here. So yeah, and it reached the top of its moss pole. So I think it is time for an extension. But as part of the extension, it also won't fit where it is anymore. So I need to rearrange. We put that out. Last one. And we're ignoring the cabinet for today, I think. I think that's a whole different video. We're just keeping the cabinet as it is because once I start looking into the cabinet, we might never finish. This is my El Choco. Look at the slider sleeve. So sexy. And noise backsides. Could probably do with a bigger pot as well, but you know I like to push it. Guys, this one, Moss Street Fragrances. So good. Oh, I'm such a sucker for like diffusers and candles and anything that smells good. People. Big fan here. It's like an evaporative cooler, so you can put water in it and then it doesn't just fan, like it doesn't just create airflow, it actually cools down the air, but the air isn't so super dry because evaporative water. But I think no longer required as part of this upcoming season. I'll replace it. I'll probably put my Dyson in here because then it can also be used as a heater. Let me show you what's happening. So I've got my desk, chair, rug over there. Nice window. I want to utilize this window more. And I've got a little storage cabinet that is not very useful and a little painting. That's the door. That's one wall, two wall, beautiful. Like what was it, like the, you know, the switch box? Why does it need to be in this room anyway? And then the IKEA cabinet, and then we're back to the window. So that's the state of the room for now. Super hot in here. So I'm gonna go outside and we're gonna get on top of the plant care and we're gonna have a bit of a chat, and then after the plant care we know what needs to go into the room, and then we probably know better how to set it up and so on. Alrighty, enough embracing of the sweaty aesthetic. I'm gonna wear a hat. Got a big tub of aeroid mix, got a couple of garden stakes, cable ties and some scissors, and let's go. Maybe I need a chair. Quick background on the Gigas. I gave you a little bit of background earlier already, but I've done so that was one of my first plants where I put two poles next to each other. So when I did the last chop and extend, I put the bottom and the top next to each other, and each had one shoot on it. Now, because each shoot then found the extension, this extension now has two shoots on it, right? So with this chop and extend, I'm now doubling the plant impact, if that makes sense, you know what I mean? It hasn't really sized up as well as I would have hoped it to size up, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I think it's still good. I like how little space it takes up. It's a very vertical plant, so it fits perfectly in that room and doesn't take up too much space. But I also think as the plant grows taller, it gets access to less light at the top, hence a bit of a reduction in leaf size that we're seeing. But look how well this plant has rooted into the pole. That's pretty good. I mean, look at this. And these are the roots that we're relying upon as part of the chop and extend. I'm not going to walk you through all of my chop and extend steps. I've done it plenty of times on my channel now, so it's in my moss pole tutorial playlist if you want to learn more. But yeah, I want to really catch up with you and talk to you about life, if that's okay with you. Where do we even start? Because I don't remember the last time we've had a life update, but I don't think we've had a life update in 2024 just yet, and it is mid-March, so a lot has happened. Hello, darling. Are you going to behave today? Or are you going to go explore again? Give Daddy a little heart attack, huh? Sitting in the neighbor's garden. So 2024 so far was really good. Let's just start off with the really obvious one instead of going chronological. I quit my job. This is my full-time job now, looking after plants. Well, not looking after plants. Content creation is my full-time job, and honestly, it takes up my whole life. Like, it's not like I'm bored at all. I'm actually really busy and I have so many projects that I want to do, and almost like not enough time to do all of the projects, despite the fact that I have so much more time available now, right? So I think it was just really time for that step, because I was really struggling to actually create the content that I want to create with the time that I have available, and I was really struggling giving it my all at work, at the work that I quit. It was a job in financial planning. I was really struggling to give it my all over there without neglecting my passion project, which is plants in this channel, right? So something had to change, and I did a lot of thinking over Christmas and the holidays and so on, and I kind of came to the conclusion that this is probably an opportunity I will only get once in my lifetime, like being able to turn my passion into a job, and it would be so incredibly stupid of me not to take advantage of that opportunity, right? Because I can always still find another corporate job at any time in my life, hopefully. I mean, I'm assuming. But, you know, who knows how long my channel is doing well for. You know, I'm obviously subject to the algorithm and so on as well. Maybe one day you guys are just sick of me and don't want to watch me anymore and so on. So I think I just needed to use the opportunity now that I have it. And look, the goal, I honestly don't know what the goal is, to be really fair. I mean, of course I would love to be able to make enough money so I can put some money down for a house. And that's obviously my end goal, but there's also so much more to life than that. I know that even with my corporate job, it would have probably taken me another 20 years to save up enough money for a house deposit, given how crazy the prices are here. So realistically, the only way to achieve my goal of owning a house would be to have 2-3 jobs, which I have done for the last 2 years now. I've had 2 jobs. I have been doing content and had my finance job, and it's a lot. There is no room for life. I mean, I'm glad, as in one of the 2 jobs was a passion project kind of thing, right? So this job over here is fun. So while I'm really busy, I'm enjoying it. And it would be terrible if I'd have 2 jobs and I don't enjoy either of them. Not like I didn't enjoy the other one, but you know what I mean. It's not like, it's this whole thing like, do you work to live or do you live to work? And I want to work to live. So yeah, I was like, you know what? Even with 2 jobs, I'm not really getting anywhere near my goal of potentially being in a position to own a house one day. So if I'm not getting anywhere close to my long-term goal, then at least I need to make sure that I smash all of my short-term goals. I enjoy my life in the short term, in the here and now, right? And yeah, I thought about it and I was like, well, what would make me enjoy my life the most? Just the thought of, like, let's say quitting this content creation job to fully focus on a corporate career did not really make me happy. So I decided to quit. You know what I mean? I want to be excited. I want to wake up and be motivated to start the day and do the things that I want to do and so on. And you know what, maybe I'll just do this for a year or two, and then maybe I've got this out of my system, and then I feel like working at a company again. There's so many benefits to working in a company, and I really enjoyed my corporate life as well, to be honest. I think it was cool, and it's nice to work with people, you know. It could be really isolating to work by myself here, but luckily I have good friends and a housemate now as well. But yeah, we'll see how we go, honestly. I don't really have a super long-term vision for this, because I would have never guessed that this is the position I'm in this time last year, right? So, and I would have never guessed that, absolutely wouldn't have guessed this like 5 years ago. So I have no idea where I'm going to be in 5 years. So I'm just really focusing on enjoying the moment, if that makes sense. It sounds so cliche, it sounds so like wanky, Instagrammable, motivational quote, but sometimes there's a bit of merit behind these quotes, you know. So I suppose that is a huge thing that happened, right? Like huge, and I hope it's going to impact all of us positively. I really want to spend a little bit more time on myself, you know, focus on myself and not just on running not just having 2 jobs that literally took up my whole life. And oh my god, we're getting way too deep here now, but it's been 2 weeks of not having my corporate job, and already I've asked myself so many questions and thought things through so much more, because I actually have time to think about things rather than just rushing from one thing to the other. And I don't want to rush, I want to live consciously, you know what I mean? I want to remember my 30s. I don't want to be like, yeah, my 30s, oh, I was working a lot, you know. So I'm learning a lot about myself, I'm learning a lot about what I want in life, what is important to me, and so on. All questions that I kind of didn't have time to think about because I was just hustling too hard, you know what I mean? Kind of defeating the purpose. And sorry if this is way too deep. Got a big jug of just propagations here. There are 2 Milano propagations that came from that big Milano I'm about to bring out, and that was just to buy the other shoot some time, right? So let me get into this and see what's happening here. Jesus. There's also some other cuttings in there that are not Milano. Okay, these are the Milanos. Nice. Let's see what I can do with them. Righty, next one, the Milano. Just showing you over here where I did the cut. I don't know if you can see this, but I cut it. Some leaves are really damaged as well, but I think it's just, oh, maybe this is spider mites. We will find out. So, why am I telling you all of this? Well, first of all, to thank you, because I would have never been able to actually quit my job to pursue my passion if it wasn't for people like you supporting me. And I keep saying it, the best way for you guys to support me is honestly to just watch my videos. I'm not the biggest fan of fan funding, I think that's what it's called, you know, when like Patreon or memberships and so on. I know a lot of people have asked me before and said, oh, you should do that, like I would want to support you and so on, but I am still a little hesitant on that. So the best way for you guys to support me is honestly to just watch my videos. If nobody would watch my videos, I couldn't be doing this, right? So you watching my videos is amazing. I couldn't ask for anything else. And yeah, so first of all, thank you for already having watched my videos so that I'm even in a position to do this. And thank you in advance for hopefully continuing to watch my videos, because that is now the majority of my income. And of course, I mean, it's my decision. You don't need to support me. I just hope you want to, right? Because yeah, I mean, the more support you show, the more effort I am able to put into this channel, the more I might be able to outsource certain things and improve on things. I do everything at the moment myself, because being a creator in Australia is not that easy. It's not that easy to monetize content. I can only monetize YouTube, which is the smallest of my platforms, which is unfortunate. I can't monetize Instagram, I can't monetize TikTok. The only thing I can do on Instagram and TikTok is like paid partnerships and so on. So if you see any paid partnerships, please support, help me so I can get more. If I notice within the next half year or so that this isn't necessarily working out, I do need to think about an alternative and need to think about, okay, do I had a good time, had a good half a year, so, but it's maybe time now to, think about a corporate gig again. So honestly, I don't know. We could be sitting here in half a year's time and my channel is thriving. We could be sitting here in half a year's time and I had a good half a year, but I gave it a crack and I decided that it's not actually a sustainable career in the longish run, right? So here we go. I reckon I'll just pop everything into the same pot. I'm just gonna really fill that pot. Let's do that. I feel very privileged to be in that position of actually taking one of my passions, my hobby, and turning it into a business. That is honestly something I always wanted to do in life, something I never thought I'd be able to do in life, and you guys have enabled that, so I'm really grateful. But I also want to look out for alternatives. I always like to think of the next step and what's next and what could come after. I would love to find an actual career in plants. Like, who says that you can't do business management just in a plant business rather than a financial advice business? Because I wasn't super interested in this subject matter. Like this financial, when I worked in financial advice, I wasn't a financial advisor. I was working in operations. And I suppose every business has operations. Maybe some businesses just operate in the plant space. So yeah, I don't know. I'm really keen to try out a few things. What is happening here? So yeah, I'm gonna have to explore those sort of options as well, potentially, because why not? I have actually had a few other really cool things happen to me, and they kind of all play into this. They weren't like, let's say, like a deciding factor to me quitting. There was heaps of reasons why I did that, but I was on the telly a couple of times, and I think that would be something cool. I would love to do something like that. I would love to turn my passion for plants into a more general media career, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'd love to be like in a Netflix show, Netflix if you're watching, or you know what I mean? I don't know, I love these sort of things. So that was really fun to, first of all, the filming, and I think you've seen it, I uploaded a video about it. The filming in itself, but also just seeing how professional production companies operate and so on. Like, I would love that. I would love to have my own show and host it and so on. I mean, obviously delusional, but you gotta dream, you know? I just feel like this is something I would enjoy doing, and it would stay in the same realm, but it's not just relying on social media in itself, right? Because social media has a lot of cavities. Like, imagine people rely on TikTok for their income, and now TikTok might get banned and so on, right? Those are all risks you need to consider when you make your business rely on social media. I do need to diversify my business and not just rely on social media, but I still would love for all of this to be relating to plants, kind of. Anyway, I'm obviously just waffling on over here. You can tell it's only been 2 weeks, right? I really haven't figured it out at the moment. I just want to kind of go with the flow and actually enjoy this time, because I just don't know how long it's gonna last. So I want to make the best out of this and really enjoy being able to do whatever I want to do. And yeah, see how long that lasts. But for now, sometimes, you know, ignorance is bliss. And then I was also on live television. So you know about the Garden Hustle one because I uploaded a video, but you do not know about the one on live television. It was actually ABC, and ABC is like the Australian broadcasting channel, so the government broadcasting channel over here, so really good. And I was there on the weekend breakfast telly, and it was
life. Can you believe that? I honestly was so nervous because I can have a bit of a filthy mouth sometimes, you know. I like to swear, and it's like, you cannot swear. It's live television. So I was really nervous. I was nervous about just saying the wrong thing. So just in general coming across as a total idiot. I think I did okay. I don't think it is available to watch online anywhere, which is great news. But I was nervous as hell until we actually started talking, and then I really liked it. So I had such a good time, and I would love to do something like that again, and obviously I get better over time and less nervous maybe and so on, but that was such a cool experience and such a cool achievement for myself. I'm just like, I did that. I went on live television and I didn't mess up. I spoke about it a couple of times, but I have been so nervous about talking on social media. Like, it took me what is happening here? It took me over 2.5 years to be confident enough to say a single word on social media, because I was so worried about how I'm gonna be perceived, if people might dislike my accent, or people are like, why do you talk like this, or something like that, you know what I mean? Or like they don't like my choice of words, or they don't like that sometimes I say, sometimes, you know, my brain is sometimes my mouth is a bit faster than my brain and so on. So I was just like, oh, I'm really nervous about how people are going to perceive me. I'm so nervous about every word that I say, that I might get like turned around or misunderstood, or, you know, somebody doesn't understand my kind of humor or something like that. So for me to actually be on television and talking to, I don't know how many people are watching this, I was just so proud of myself, you know what I mean? It's something I would have never thought I would actually do. I wasn't even confident talking on a video that I then get to edit and put up on the internet. So obviously exposure therapy over here, after almost 2 years that I've had this channel now. After 2 years of having this channel, I've grown a lot as a person. So this is more than just growing plants for me. This is me growing as a person, getting more comfortable in front of the camera, and maybe that leads to something else, right? So yeah, I just feel like I had a lot of time to think and be grateful for the things I have achieved, and really, like, you know, be proud of myself. I have the tendency to really undersell myself. I have the tendency to really be doubtful about everything that I do and hate things, like, honestly, like so many videos where I just feel super nervous releasing it. Tim actually has to watch every single video before I upload it, because I would be too nervous to release a video without somebody having like proof watched it and tell me that I'm not delusional, you know what I mean? Sorry guys, I did not want to turn this into a therapy session, but that's what it's become. Very awesome. Alright, let's give you a bigger pot first, because you can hardly stand. Alright, and then probably the last thing that has happened. Oh, and I also created a second channel. In case you don't know, it's at this stage called More SPG, because you're gonna get more Sydney, more plant, and more Guy. So follow me on my second channel if you aren't already, because, well, now that I do content creation as a full-timer, I don't want to be put in a box. I want to create all the content I feel like creating. And yeah, so I was inspired to do that by my latest trip to Adelaide. So I was invited by Julique, which is an Australian skincare brand. And me, yes, weird, right? Because they're not actually just about skincare. I worked with them a couple of times now, and never ever when I worked with them did they actually ask me to push a specific product, or were like, oh, this is your call to action, like use code XYZ for XYZ off. Not at all. They're not that kind of company. They genuinely
want to promote like a nice lifestyle and taking care of yourself. Yeah, so they invited me to their farm in Adelaide, and I was like, oh my god, and it was a big launch of their new products, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna be the odd one out. Like, what am I supposed to do there? Am I an influencer? I'm not an influencer like in that way, or like, you know, I was a bit nervous, of course. I think by now you know that I feel nervous about most things in life for some stupid reason. Anyway, I was quite nervous that I want to go there, and they're like, who are you? Like, what are you doing here? Oh shit, we thought you were better than this. But they were so nice, and the weekend was so good, and I had such a good bloody time. And I loved going to their farm, and I loved talking to their farm manager and learn from her. And just, you know, it's like the same thing that I did with the Botanic Gardens. Like, go to the Botanic Gardens and learn from horticulturalists over there. Like people that have done this for so long. So I really, really like getting different insights from different people, and putting all of the puzzle pieces kind of together. So first of all, of course, I enjoyed the farm and so on, right? That was kind of like the part that I came there for. I was like, well, at least I have a farm there. I can go through the farm. I can do a farm tour and so on. Learn from somebody who's been doing this for a long time and so on. And you know, that will be cool. But I learned so much more. I actually learned a lot about self-care. Sounds so cliche again, apologies for that. I'm like literally the cliche man today, but I learned so much about self-care and how self-care is actually so similar to plant care, just that I don't practice it as much. And I was like, why don't I practice it as much? I take the best care possible of my plants, and then when it comes to me, like, I don't. Like, why wouldn't I treat myself the way that I treat my plants? Yeah, it made me think a lot about myself and the way that I sometimes think about myself and all of that. And it's time to change that. The other thing that I learned was there was a lot of other influencers over there. And obviously they were all fashion, beauty. I think one was a chef, he was really cool. But they're obviously all fashion, beauty, lifestyle, like the sort of influencer you would expect at an influencer event. So I've initially thought, oh my god, I would be the odd one out. I wasn't aware, but I was called out for it a couple of times. When they asked me what I do, I was very, very self-deprecating in the way that I explain my channel, my online presence and all of that. And they're like, why do you say it like that? Like, why do you say it with this negative connotation? And I was like, oh, I didn't realize I did, kind of, you know, like, I didn't consciously do it. And then, when they actually saw my numbers, and numbers are just numbers, right? I don't want to be here like, oh my god, bragging, but they saw my numbers, and they were like, shocked. They're like, holy shit, you are probably one of the most followed people of this whole event. And there's people that have been doing this for 7 years full time. And it was my first week of doing this full time. And I felt like a fraud being there. And they're like, you're doing so well. And like, it was really nice to actually hear from other people that, you know, I have built something nice over the last few years. Honestly, this is 100% turning into a therapy session. I'm so sorry. But I just feel like I want to share with you where I'm at, so you get to know me better, right? Like, I think that's what it's all about. Connecting so that you guys know where I'm coming from, you understand my sense of humor a little bit better and so on, right? So, yeah. So that actually gave me a lot of confidence, but at the same time, it also made me realize that, wow, if somebody with like 10% of my audience can do this full time for 7 years already, and they didn't even do YouTube, that was just Instagram, man. I was like, if it wasn't for YouTube, I could not do this full time. I could only do this full time because of YouTube. How do you do this full time without YouTube? How do you do? I genuinely don't understand with 10% of my audience. Like, I just didn't know. And then I realized, oh, I'm in the wrong niche. Now, of course, I don't want to be in a niche just for the sake of there being money in it, right? But honestly, I reckon plants is like, if you want to do something full-time, plants is a very, very tough niche to be in, because yeah, there's just not much money in it, and that's okay. Like, I don't want to be the person just upselling products left, right, and center. That's not what I want. I'm only showing you products that I genuinely use, right? And yeah, of course, I use a lot of products as part of my plant care, and you guys ask a lot about the products, so why not put one and one together and be like, well, if you want to know the products and I'm already using the products, might as well get the company to pay me to talk about it, because I need to be a little bit more, I need to be more business savvy on this, right? So yeah, I was like, you know what, I don't actually want to be put in a box with my content, but at the same time, obviously you guys are here to follow me for my plants. So that's where kind of the idea of that second channel came from, that gives me creative freedom to do whatever I want. So for example, that influencer event, I vlogged the whole event over 3 days, and that's going to be on my second channel because it's not directly linked to plants, right? I did a farm tour, that will be on my main channel because that's directly linked to that. But yeah, hopefully as part of my new lifestyle, I can travel a little bit more, explore more, do more things, and I want to share that with you. That is my job, content creation. So I need to actually create content, and I need to diversify my content so that first of all I can branch into different niches and hopefully get more opportunities, but at the same time also I can keep it interesting for myself. I am worried about doing plants full-time because it used to be my passion, it used to be my outlet, right? It's the thing that I do to get away from my job, and now it's my job. So I need to be careful. I can't make my entire personality being a plant person. There needs to be more to life than just looking after plants. It's my passion, it's my profession now as well. It's something I feel very deeply towards, and something I love doing, but this can't be the only thing I do in life. So if I do other things in life, then I should also try and create content about them, I think, right? Just in an attempt to actually be a full-time content creator. And I hope you're not mad at me for that. Alrighty, done with this one too. I think we're done with the repotting part, no? I think so. So let's clean this up a little bit. So these bottom parts I will bring to Timmy's later. Wow, how many cable ties can somebody drop? I think I'm doing it again. I think I'm really self-deprecating as I talk to you about being self-deprecating. I'm feeling good about this decision, don't get me wrong. I just have the tendency to think about the worst case scenario and play that in my head over and over again. But in the grand scheme of things, I'm an overthinker. I would have not come to that conclusion if I wouldn't have thought this through very, very thoroughly. So yeah, don't worry, it's a thought I've been having for a while, and I'm glad I made that decision for sure. Don't get me wrong about that one. I'm very, very excited, but I'm also very, very much aware of the situation and the pressure that puts on me to now really make this work, kind of. But no risk, no fun. Alrighty, now let's give all of them a quick spray, because I don't think this rain thing is gonna happen. Alrighty, my work is done here. Oh, hang on, one more here. Alrighty, we are back in here. It's time to give this room a bit of a deep clean. Plants just make everything so filthy. I think that covers that quite well. Now, the other big thing that happened over the last 3-ish months is my mom was here to visit me, so that was really nice. That was the first time she visited me since I'm a plant person. Last time when she visited, I literally just started my plant collection. I remember, I think, the last week that she was here, I made my first moss pole. So, escalated a little bit in the meantime. And yeah, I was
awesome to show her. I mean, she's seen it online and so on, but you know, to have her here, show her my house, and then, you know, I obviously told her about me quitting my job as well. I was still working at that stage. I actually had my last week at work the week after my mom left. So not the best timing, but that's just how it worked out. Like, it was awesome to tell her in person and then be able to show her what exactly that entails, because, you know, she's a different generation. You know, like, she didn't grow up with the internet like I did, so I think for her it's not necessarily super intuitive that this could be an actual job and a career. To be honest, it's not even that intuitive for me. I think I'm still fairly conservative when it comes to these sort of things, but like, it's always emotional versus logical brain, right? My logical brain is like, yeah, there's thousands of people that make a living online. The whole world is online. Everything is digital these days. And then the other part of my brain is just like, what are you doing? But keep going in circles on that topic, am I? So yeah, she was here, it was awesome. It was really nice to show her Sydney yet again. I mean, she's been here 7-8 times or so, so she's had plenty of time in Sydney. But I want to show her like my version of Sydney, right? Like, not necessarily the touristy side of Sydney, but kind of like what I like to do. So I took her to the botanic gardens, I took her to some of the nurseries, like kind of just like a day in the life, you know? So she gets to actually see what my life is like over here. And I think she had a really good time as well. So that was really nice. Unfortunately, she just came here by herself. My sister has 2 young children, so it's a bit trickier for her to travel, but I would have loved to see my sister as well, so, and the children, of course. So yeah, definitely I'm planning a trip back to Germany, but at the same time I'm also like, oh my god, I can't just keep going to Germany every year. I want to travel the world, but this time I won't have a job, which means I won't get holiday payment, which is not a good thing, guys. Which really just means that, yeah, what does that mean? When I go there, I'm gonna film. That's what it means. Okay, now let me think about all of this. I don't want to have the desk back near the window again. It was good for the plants to stand on, but it was also a little bit too tall. I think if I have something lower, I can actually fit more plants there. I'm also thinking the IKEA cabinet should be in the darkest part of the room, because the IKEA cabinet does its own lighting and so on, right? So it doesn't need to have any it doesn't need to have any daylight. So I'm thinking this could go. I was actually thinking the IKEA cabinet here. So yeah, probably my next Europe trip is going to be very different, because I'm probably going to go and meet up with some people. Royce, if you're watching, I'm coming. I'll definitely let you know once I booked tickets, because you know all the botanic gardens and I want to go to all of them and film. But yeah, anyway, no plans for now, and to be honest, with this big career change, or with this huge decision on a career, I really need to focus on building that new career. I can't go on holiday straight away. Hello, my baby. You want to go through that window, don't you? I know you. Actually, I need to look at that fly screen situation. Sorry about the backlight. Yeah, I don't have fly screens on here, and Brad has noticed that he can just jump out here. Yeah, naughty you. You know, Daddy is very protective of you, my darling. You can't go out there, yeah? What's that tail movement, huh? Daddy is too protective. I'm too worried. I know you would literally smash everything out there. There's no concern. Yes, I know you're a survivor, you're a fighter, you're a big boy. But Daddy has worries, you know, and it's not good as well. It's not good. You just stay here, yeah? Stay here with me, okay? Alright, actually not right here though, because, come on. Come on. You got there. Please ignore the inside of this shelf at the moment. This is also not the right shelf for this purpose, I think. But it's the best I can do, I think. Actually, I should check upstairs if I can do better. But for now, this is what we've got. So let's be grateful. Yay! Wow, overthinking Jan is already overthinking about all of these things I said in the last hour. And I'm in my head making decisions already, what part I'm gonna edit out and what part I'm gonna keep in. But it feels right to be a little bit more open and honest with you guys. If this is actually my career, then, you know, I gotta do it. And I gotta do it right. But of course, I think now more than ever, I would love your feedback. And I don't mean your feedback on whether I should have quit my job or not. I mean your feedback on content. Is this too much? Like, are you interested in learning a little bit more about me? My core content will always be around plants. Probably 50, 60, 70% about indoor plants, 30% about more outdoor plants, depending on the season. In winter, I'll be talking more about indoor plants than in summer, for example, right? A lot of moss poles and so on. That will always be the same. But what sort of content do you want to see? I mean, on this particular channel, like what's a good medium? Like, is this too much guy and not enough plant? And then what about the second channel? What would you like to see on the second channel? I mean, I really haven't made a proper plan or strategic plan about that second channel. The whole purpose of that second channel is to not have a plan, to give myself the creative freedom to create whatever I feel like in the moment. So if I feel like I need to do a vlog on what I eat in a day, then so be it, right? I just don't want to be put in a box. I want to be able to explore different content and see if you like it and see if I like it, right? And I think this channel is a little too niche to really explore that far. But I will also try and explore a little bit within the realm of the Sydney Plant Guide channel. Kai, how do we feel about this? I actually feel pretty good. I like it there. What do you think? It's good. Kind of the first thing that you see is that filthy glass panel, but I can work on that, right? Maybe not today. As I said, the cabinet is a project for another day. But I kind of like it here. Okay. Righty, now I'm just bringing all of the stuff back in because I reckon the plants would have had enough time out there. And then obviously the plant placement. I need to have the plants in here to understand which plants should go where. Righty, let's bring the plants back. I'm sorry, but this has got to be one of the nicest plants ever. Look at this leaf. Right, and the majestic can go here instead. Can you tell I'm avoiding the big plants? Yeah, because they're in the corner.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like
when I move them around, it looks much bigger, huh?
Wow.
Yeah. Those were the two biggest ones, so
Glad I got those done. But honestly, 2 plants and the whole room is full. You have no idea. This splendid is pushed so far into the corner. It looks tiny now, but when I take it out, it's like ginormous. Ginormous. Right, I do think the Milano could probably go on a little stand. Oh, conveniently, I have one here. To be honest, I think that Gigas could go on a stand too. Getting there. Okay, exciting news. The next plant I'm about to bring in looks very sad and ugly. It's because I just chopped it about a month ago and it had no roots, and I was so nervous about it. I just saw the first little evidence of roots. So I'm pretty thrilled. Let me bring it in. Alright, let me show you. Where was it? Here. Very proud moment. A root! Right here. You can probably not see it. Anyway, that's good news. I think it's been a month. Wow. Hello, light. Come on, do something. Terrible lighting. I know you can't really see this side so well, but it's very hard filming against the light. So I'll just set it up and then I'll show you. I think I don't like where I positioned the IKEA cabinet. I think it needs to move back. I really don't like it. Really don't like it. So, sorry, I've gone really quiet on you guys. Just this sort of decision making requires my attention. I love it when I just do a whole lot of work just to undo it. But look, I gained insight. I know what I don't like. Wow, you're so incredibly crooked. I feel like I've been working on this all day and I'm gonna end up, like it's gonna end up looking the same. Like no difference. I suppose I got some plant care in itself done, right? I mean, it didn't look bad before, did it? It was just, I'm an ungrateful once more. I mean, I also just need to accept the fact that these plants will just need a little bit of time to grow again. I can't chop some of my plants in half and then wonder why there's empty corners. Why is it empty? Alright, let's try this again. This time with the same setup than before, so can't be all too surprising. Yeah, I like this. It's good. Alrighty, I think that is it for now. As I progress through each room and things change in each room, chances are that some plants will also kind of exchange rooms, if that makes sense. So at the end of the day, actually hardly any difference. I really just swapped the desk with the little shelf. Let me show you. So the desk used to be here and the shelf was here, and I switched that. So that way, when I'm sitting on my desk and I have my camera set up on my desk, this is my backdrop and the light comes from one side, which hopefully makes good lighting for videos. We'll see. I'm sure it will change, but I'm exhausted. This was exhausting because it's so humid. I feel like I lost like 2 liters of water or something like that. So it's time for me to call it a day. Thanks for listening to me. I'm excited what the future holds. Big new chapter in life for me, and I really hope you're gonna come along. Alrighty, and then from here we can move into the office, which you can already see in the reflection over here. There we are. This is my plant room / my office, and this is by far my favorite part of the house. I mean, every room of my house is a plant room, but this one specifically. So this is where I've got all of my tall moss poles, like my precious babies, you know, in my velvet philodendron, and I've got 4 mother lights over here actually. 2 mounted on top of each other, and these are the plant spectrums, and I really dodgily mounted them on top of each other, and it's definitely nothing I recommend, because once that comes crashing down you will most likely break them. So
that's when I emailed them and said, hey, it would be really good if you could actually make your lights expandable, because I like vertical growing, so it would make sense for the grow light to mimic that vertical exposure, which they have now done with the new Life Spectrum, so happy days. Lots happening over here. I'll take you a little bit closer, but basically in a nutshell, my Glorious over here is actually in 2 parts, and I gave it a massive chop, and it's still recovering from that massive chop, but it's looking okay. But there's quite a lot of leaf damage as a result of this massive chop that I gave it just a couple of months ago. My Splendid in the corner over there is ginormous, and it's become so top and front heavy, I kind of need to lean it way backwards and kind of wedge it into that corner. So it actually looks much smaller than it is because it's so far away. If I would stand next to that, and I'll try and squeeze in later maybe, you'll really notice the true size of this. It doesn't come across on camera. Even my housemate, the other day I took all of my plants outside for watering. When I took this one out, she's like, where was this plant? It's huge. What the hell? And I was like, oh, it's the one in the corner. And she's like, what? Like, it looks twice as large when you take it out of that corner. So yeah, this plant is ginormous. My Verrucosum, recovering. I've had such a bad run with this plant, but still has a special place in my heart. And then on the right over here, I just recently done some chop and extends. Now on this side, and we love filming against the light, we've got my IKEA cabinet, which is really happy at the moment. I also just moved a few plants out of here, and we're going to look at that in a little bit more detail. And then over here I've got lots and lots of plants taking advantage of the bright indirect light of a large south facing window. So not the good exposure that I want, but it is this bright indirect light, right? So it doesn't get direct sun. The plants still seem to be quite happy, and I have mainly chosen plants like a Verrucosum or an El Choco, for example, where I still get to enjoy looking at the backside of the plant, right? Obviously the plant should face the window, it should face the light, so it's not the most aesthetically pleasing backside in itself, but because I've chosen plants like the Verrucosum with beautiful backsides, I don't mind the look. Now I might just pop you here so that we can film with the light rather than against the light, and I'll just take these plants out one by one and I'll show you. Why is the camera moving by itself? So remember how I told you that I'm struggling with the Verrucosum a little bit? Well, just with my original Verrucosum. In between I actually rescued a Verrucosum, and it's going really, really well. Like, this Verrucosum is absolutely thriving, and it has the most beautiful backsides as well. So very, very happy with this one. And it just really comes to show that sometimes when the plant is on a downward spiral, it might take longer to wait for the plant to sort itself out, or like, you know, then if you just chop it up and start fresh. Sometimes starting fresh is actually faster. And that's this one over here. This plant was actually a rescue, and I've got a full video on the whole rescue journey, and I also have a video in the making on the other Verrucosum. So you know me by now, I'd like to film videos over the course of many months to show you kind of like the progression of plants, the updates of plants and so on, rather than just here and there. So stay patient. Tim from Grow Vertical. So Grow Vertical are these plastic backed poles. I don't make them myself, I just get them from Tim from Grow Vertical, and they're always linked in the description, international shipping, and I've got a discount code. He also sent me this plant, which is a Verrucosum titanium. I don't know what that means, but it looks super nice. It still has the Verrucosum backside, but definitely more shiny at the front, if that makes sense. I don't know what it is, what makes it titanium. I don't think Tim knew either, because I think otherwise I would have remembered. But that's okay. I think sometimes we don't need to desperately give everything names. Sometimes we can just accept plants for how beautiful they are. This one is an Escalado, and it had thrips. Which one was the thrippy leaf? Are they all the thrippy leaves, no? Oh yeah. See this brownish orangey tinge? That is usually a sign of thrips damage. The new leaf looks clean though. Then, yes, I am trying again. This is my Frydek. And after the last time, after it completely just died on me, people recommended to do less, you know. So I actually now have it just in ambient temperatures rather than my IKEA cabinet, and it seems to enjoy less light and less humidity. So I probably killed it with too much kindness by the sounds of it. This was all grown from corms, and yeah, see how we go. I think the less I care about it, the better it will do. Alrighty, one of my faves at the moment, Philodendron El Choco Red, or Rupri Juvenile. It's called Rupri Juvenile because when juvenile, it is super, super red in the back. It doesn't come across as super, super red on camera, but you can also see the caterpillar really, really red. So a beautiful, beautiful plant. Many people ask me why I grow it on a moss pile, because people tend to also grow it as a crawler. But honestly, I don't know how much more climby than this plant it can possibly get. It certainly climbs, and have a look at the increase in thickness of the stem as it climbs. And the thicker the stem, the more potential for the plant to grow a nice large leaf. This dark foliage with the beautiful electric veining, the red bags, the velvet, what's not to love? And then similar to the Friedeck, this is my ghost, and I also have not had great success in growing ghosts until I kind of stopped caring about them all too much and gave them worse conditions. So there's also just an ambient conditions. Now this white is more minty. Doesn't mean that it's a Florida mint or whatever, it just means that it's a Florida ghost that didn't get that much light. The more light you give it, the whiter the leaves will emerge. Eventually they'll all fade into green. If you give it bright indirect light and not too much, then it will be a little bit mintier. Let's talk about the humidity. Over here it's also 20 degrees and 80% humidity because, well, my bedroom is right above, so why would it be any different? Obviously 80% humidity is huge, but it's not always 80%. I would say on average it's more around 60%. And when we're going into winter and I start heating this place as well, it will definitely get drier. So I would say on average the humidity is more about 60%, which is still really, really high, of course. And a lot of places in a lot of other countries you can't actually achieve that sort of humidity. On that note, I get that question quite a bit. How is that not dangerous for the house or for us? How are we alive? I think it's really something that comes from colder countries, and I grew up in Germany, and we hate humidity over there. You know, we're really worried about mold forming over there. Now, when you live in a cooler country like Germany, for example, your houses are actually properly insulated, which means that if you have really high humidity inside, like the humidity is just trapped in there and will cause mold. In Australia, the window is hardly even closed. Like I can feel the wind through the window. So because our houses don't have insulation, at least the older ones, it is just whatever it is outside is whatever it is outside is inside. When it's winter, it gets as cool inside as it does outside. Heating is an absolute nightmare because it feels like you're just heating the street. So, you know, it's not great, let's say, but I kind of, my plants get to appreciate the higher humidity as a result of all of that, and I don't have to worry about mold because there's always airflow. Talking about airflow, I also have this new fan, which is really cool because it does 360 degrees of air. So the top can go this way while the bottom goes this way, and then it spins as well. So basically I can have the plants get airflow and I can get airflow while I'm sitting at my desk at the same time. In this room I have almost like 270 degrees of plants. I really just have no plants where the door is. Alright, let's move on. This one is Monstera adansonii Indonesian marble, I think that's what it was called. I don't know. Monstera is the most confusing genus to me, and names are just names. I just like to look at them. They are variegated, but the variegation fades, and sometimes I feel like the variegation is really like deforming these leaves. So not sure if I actually like the variegation. What I really like about this plant is the oddly shaped fenestrations. I think they look so cool. So I really like this plant, and is a great example. I had this plant growing in my greenhouse and all of the leaves were facing up because that's where the light comes from. And I'll put it in the south-facing window and all of the leaves point forwards, giving me a nice display site. So again, just shows that it's not just about light intensity, it's also the position of light that is, at least to me, really important to create really nice, aesthetically pleasing displays. Next to that, we've got my Florida Beauty, and she just moved out of the greenhouse, and as a celebration of moving out of the greenhouse, I dropped her by accident. So she lost a couple of leaves, unfortunately, but the ones she still has are gorgeous. Really nice mix of variegations, some really highly variegated ones, some less variegated ones, so just a healthy medium, and there's a new leaf coming over here. So yeah, really excited about this one, and I also am working on a separate video on this. Alrighty, we've got my Jose Bono. This leaf was grown in the greenhouse, but given it is now cooling down quite a bit outside, I decided to move it inside. Pretty sure this was also a greenhouse leaf, but down here, that's my neighbor trying to leave the driveway, but over here you can see a new leaf emerging, so happy days. And I told you I have a hybrid of the Billy and Vero in every room, one in my office over here as well. Now I don't know if this is thrips damage or if that's just mechanical damage from unfurling. I'm not too sure, to be honest. This is the back side. You can see some red from the verrucosum parentage. And over here I have a obliqua propagation, some okay roots, and a new growth point as well. So happy days. Not my only obliqua. I have 4 of them now. Alright, up here we've got a Anthurium vitarifolium. Nice strappy leaves. I love this. Just add something a little bit different to the plant collection, right? So really happy, and yeah, I do very little for it. It has really chunky, succulent roots, so it doesn't mind drying out a little bit, so I'm not concerned. And it just crawls along the surface of the pot, kind of. So there are 3 plants in here, or like it's triple-headed. So yeah, all good. Which gives us now the ability to look at the, what's it called? IKEA cabinet. So let's just have a look, but I might take you off there and I'll bring you a bit closer. Alrighty, of course we've got a Billy verrucosum over here as well. I think they're calling it billycosum. Let me actually turn this off, it's better. And this one is doing really, really well. Look at this, it's looking so cool. But again, I'm planning on a special video for this plant as well. My Luxuriance, the newest leaf, that is just so sexy. Super, super happy with that. Another obliqua propagation over here, just in moss. And this is a variegated Anthurium that's really struggling. Patriciae, really, really need to give this one a moss pile. Look at the roots, look at this. What a waste. They should go into a moss pile. So that's on the agenda for this week for sure. Can't wait for this one to grow up. This one I'm really excited about. This one is a crazy rubbish propagation over here. This one is Anthurium chernia, something like that. I'll put it on screen. Crazy, crazy texture. So nice and velvety. Really happy with that. This one is a hybrid I made with a friend. It's a Magnificum Forgetii parent. The other parent was my queen. Another crazy rubbish propagation. Another crazy rubbish propagation. I have a lot of crazy rubbish. More obliquas over here, because why not? So I think I triple planted this one over here. So can't wait for this to go nice and lush. I just love that. They're not going to grow super large, so I went for a lush look instead. Over here I've got a variegated Milano, and the variegation used to be really nice, but it kind of like turned into a bit of shit, to be honest. This is definitely also thrips damage, and the last one has nothing, but see if it comes back. Over here I've got a Frosted Heart Syngonium growing on a pole quite nicely, working on a separate video on this one as well. I've got a, what is this? Square Heart, I think a Clonervium hybrid. Had root rot, so I'm propagating it now just in water. And over here I've got a Rugosum with nice textured leaves, also grown nicely into its pole.
So yeah, this is my IKEA cabinet. In here I have two Soltec grow lights, one at the top and one at the door, because with the door, when I then close it, I make sure that the light comes from the front. And I mean, I said that a couple of times now, it's not just about light intensity, it's also about the light positioning, the exposure. So it coming from the front, make sure that these leaves don't all just face up, but rather face to the front. Happy days. Alrighty, then let's go through the moss poles. Over here, these two recently had a chop, so they look a little bit underwhelming, or like most of the growth is down here. My gigas and my Milano Chrysum. Well, not too much to say about these, apart from they're now slowly starting their way up their extensions, so we just need to stay patient with these ones. This one is the Veracosum. Said it doesn't look the prettiest, but still can't really complain. And look at the back sides, that's just so nice. And a new one coming over here. So maybe it's finally turned the corner. Alright, see what I mean with I wedged it into the corner over there, in between the electrical box and the wall, just so it doesn't fall. But look how huge these leaves are compared to my hand. I can hardly reach it. Such a pretty plant. It is reaching the top of its moss pole, so due for a chop and extend soon. And while it's said that it needs a chop and it's going to be much smaller, I'm actually really looking forward to having a plant that's more manageable to look after. Exactly what I did with my Glorious. I chopped it in half, so I've got the top half over here. The top half was completely unrooted, so I'm waiting for this to re-establish a root system, and as a result of that I am expecting some setbacks. For example, this leaf has been unfurling for 2 months. I don't think this is going to make a nice leaf, but that's okay, we're waiting for roots. In the meantime, the bottom part of the pole still has all of the roots that it always had. And it has all of these leaves to support it, so it is now, can I zoom in? So it is now pushing out 2 growth points, one here and one down there. Obviously just the top one is more advanced, but there's a first leaf coming out, so I'm looking forward to that. Over here we've got a Majestic, also unfurling a new leaf over here, and a variegated Adansonii, because why not try again? Just got that one at the Plant Collectors Fair last weekend. Alrighty, that's it for the plant room / office. Let me put this back. Now I mentioned thrips a couple of times, and let's quickly talk about pests. I don't have a solution for you guys. I'm using Comforter spray, which was actually discontinued, and I'm actually trying to find a more eco-friendly approach going forward. So I need to do some more research into non-chemical ways of treating pests, and then I'll definitely share that journey with you as well. Now I don't really have a solution for you right now, but my approach to pest treatment is really not worrying too much. Like, I don't see pest damage, or I don't see a pest and I just go crazy. I've just accepted that it will be part of the hobby. Sometimes it's as easy as just taking the pest infected leaf and just throwing it out before it can spread even further. Keeping the plants clean just by cleaning it with water also stops the pests from really settling in the first place. So I think right now 95% of my approach is really proactive, making sure that pests don't become an issue in the first place. And then when I do notice an issue here and there, that's when I still use that little bit of leftover Comforter spray that I have. Now that I do this full time and I have a little bit more time into researching, I do want to do research into this topic, maybe speak to a few experts who have already achieved a non-chemical approach to pest treatment, and then I'll be sharing that with you as well. But in the meantime, unfortunately, I'm of no help. Alrighty, we're done with the indoors. Let's head into the garden. Alrighty, moving through to the wall of poles. I've got a new growth point here. I've got a new growth point down here. I've got a new leaf about to unfurl here. And I think this one is also fairly newish. Is it? No, this one is fairly newish, sorry. This one over here. My big mother plant is also growing a huge caterpillar over here. My Glorious has pushed out a tiny leaf over here. It's the first one post-chop. And the other Glorious is pushing out a big leaf over here. So I need to move this towards the light a little bit, I reckon. This one is the newest Milano growth, absolutely stunning. I do want to make a full video on just Milano soon. Soonish, give it a couple more leaves, please. My Splendid is growing a big new leaf over here, huge. Happy, happy days. My Vitarifolium hasn't given me all too much leaf growth, but I can see lots of inflows. It also means it must be happy. Let's have a quick look inside the cabinet. A new leaf on my Queen and Magnificum Forgetii hybrid. A new leaf on my Patriciae about to unfold over here, or unfurl. This was the newest leaf on my Titanium. And there's already the next one pushing out over here. Happy, happy days. Lots of growth on my Obliqua over here and here. And this is the newest growth on my Billy Vercoisum hybrid. Alrighty, I'll close this again. Oh, by the way, the temperature has gone up, but the humidity has dropped. It is 56, 57 now because I've got so many moss pulps in here. But the humidity outside today is actually 25. So no, Sydney is not always tropical. In winter, because we get a lot of rain and it's cold, the humidity is relatively high. But in summer, when it's especially when there's westerly winds coming from the middle of the country, it's very dry. So 25% humidity today, very, very dry. So I'm trying to keep my windows closed actually to keep the humidity up, but at the same time closing the windows then also keeps the warm air out. It's actually much cooler inside my house than this is outside without air conditioning. Anyway, over here, newest growth on my El Choco, and it is a thick Caterpillar following this beautiful leaf that it gave me over winter. Very excited. Talking about thick Caterpillar, this is the thick Caterpillar that my Rugosum is growing right now. I mean, what the hell, this is huge. It's unfortunately just a slightly ugly plant. You win some, you lose some, right? Next to it, we've got my variegated Adansonii. It's also growing a new leaf over here. Very happy with that. My Escalado has grown its first leaf in ages. So this just finished unfurling and it has not grown a leaf in I think 6 or 7 months before that. But there's also nice root growth in the pole. Hang on. This one I need to take out of its pot. This is my Philodendron esmeraldense. Also grew a first new leaf in ages. And there's a second shoot here that is also growing a new leaf. By the way, yes, I upgraded my editing station, bought a new Mac, and of course I bought it in green. My Indonesian marble is growing a new leaf here. This is its newest leaf, and there's a new one pushing out here. So also waking up. And let me take this out as well. And this is my Jose Bono, who has also grown its first leaf in ages. First one all winter long, and it just started pushing out over the last couple of weeks. Look at the aerial roots over here, new shoot activating here, and it's now also growing via Caterpillar going forward. So you can see over here, it was still growing from the petiole, and now it's going to grow via Caterpillar. Happy days. So I hope this is going to explode over summer. Alrighty, this is my office / plant room, and this is where I spend most of my time, to be honest. Right over here is where I edit every single one of my YouTube videos, and I couldn't be asking for a nicer setting to do all of this work in. Now it is a really small room, so I will actually have to rearrange a little bit to go and show you all of these plants one by one. But let me give you a quick pan through the room first, and then we can tackle that. Alright, Alrighty, so let's start with this corner first. It is a really small room in here, so I've got you on super wide angle at the moment. You're really only 2 steps away, but it looks like I'm really far away. I am not, and I'll move the grow lights out of the way so I can take you a little bit closer, or we can look at each plant individually. But basically, let's talk about the setup before we look at the plants individually. This is my office/plant room, and it has south-facing windows. Keep in mind, I'm in the southern hemisphere, so that's the worst exposure to have. So near the south-facing window, I've got a few smaller plants that we're going to look at later. But over here is basically my wall of aeroids, and that's my favorite part of the house, and it's always been my favorite part. No matter where I live, I always set up a wall of aeroids, specifically velvet philodendron actually, and that's always kind of like my pride and joy. This is like what got me into this hobby in the first place, kind of. So, given that this is in the dark corner of the darkest room in the house, these plants all just 100% rely on artificial light. I've got the mother plant spectrums over here, actually 4 of them, and I mounted 2 on top of each other. It's not really an official feature, but I made it work. But based on me mounting them together and providing mother with feedback, they actually came out with a brand new grow light that's still on 25% pre-order discount, and I'll link him in the description. That is actually extendable, and we're going to see them later on as well. So this one is still the old version of the grow light. The new ones come in silver, which I actually much prefer as well. But the LED strip is the same, so from a functionality perspective they are the same, and quite clearly my plants are absolutely loving them, right? There will be nothing growing over here if it wasn't for these grow lights. Now I also have a fan in here because airflow is really important. It's a small room with a lot of plants. Sometimes when I take them out for a shower and I bring them back, you know, there's water sitting on the leaves, and I don't want it to cause any sort of fungal issues. So airflow is really important, and this is the only room that doesn't have air conditioning either. So when I sit here and do my work, I need a little bit of airflow. Why don't I get rid of this, and we're gonna look at some of these plants in a little bit more detail. This one's technically not velvet, but it kind of belongs to the family. This is Philodendron sodiroi, and it has gone through quite a bit recently. It was out of control, so I chopped it right back and I cut it in lots and lots of little spots. And for the first time ever, I'm trying some cling wrap around the moss pole to encourage root growth. Absolutely hate the look, but I'm doing it for the sake of an experiment, and of course I'm making a video about the experiment as well, so I can teach, or I can share my learnings with you. But yeah, anyway, not all too much to say about this plant. My favorite feature of this plant is definitely the red veining at the back and the silver splotches at the front. Let me park it on the side so I can bring the next one out a little bit easier. We should really count how many times I say I'm making a separate video on this, because I think it's gonna come up a lot. I hope these lights aren't too blinding, so let me move them. This is my Philodendron El Choco Red, aka Rubri Juvenile. Now this has just recently gotten a repot about 3 days ago, and it is quite large, and I am working on a separate video on this because the 2-year anniversary is coming up. I'll pop in a photo on the left of how tiny this plant was when I first got it. So it is definitely one of these pride and joy moments where I'm just really happy with how big I was able to grow this plant over the last few years. This is the newest leaf hiding over here. However, the problem, well, it's not a problem, but something I don't like about this plant is that as it matures, it gets really nice, beautiful, large, heart-shaped leaves, but it loses the red back. The bottom ones still have a little bit of red, the top ones don't have any red. The plant's scientific name is Philodendron Rubri Juvenile, which basically means it's red when it's juvenile. So I knew it was going to grow out of the red, hence I'm growing a second one now in the greenhouse that I'm keeping juvenile. So I have one with the beautiful red backs, and I have one with the beautiful large velvet heart-shaped leaves. I think it has one of the most perfect heart shapes when it comes to leaves, and obviously the velvet sheen is also also really nice. By the way, yesterday I took all of them outside and gave them a good water and so on, so I'm undoing all of my work by taking them out one by one now. That, by the way, not a bad thing because I overwatered this a bit. When I take my plants out for watering, what takes me the longest is putting them back in the perfect spot for them. Alrighty, my Philodendron verrucosum, I talk about this plant a lot. This is the newest leaf, probably the nicest leaf it has ever grown. At this stage I have no idea what you can see. I hope the lighting is fine. I always worry about the lighting when I film, and then in post-production it's usually much better. Look at these beautiful red backs, look at these hairy petioles. Maybe I need to come a bit closer. Look at this, that is just gorgeous. And super hairy cataphyll over here as well. We've gone through a lot, this plant and I, so I'm really happy that it's back on an upwards trajectory, but the bottom leaves aren't looking that nice anymore. The problem with this plant is that the leaves don't last very long. They don't look really nice for a really long time if you compare that to a Monstera, for example. But as the plant matures, it grows quite slowly, so it maybe gives me a new leaf every 2 months. So I probably need to double or triple plant this on here to really get this desired look of having lots of nice leaves at any given time. But yeah, see how we go. Alrighty, let me park this also on the side so I can get this big one out of the corner. And it's actually pushed quite far into the corner, so I think you don't realize how big it actually is until you see it now. This is my Philodendron Splendid, and Splendid is a hybrid of verrucosum. Something is going to fall, I can tell you. It's a hybrid of verrucosum that we just saw and melanochrysum, which we're going to see next. This is its newest leaf over here, still unfurling. You can see that it has nice red backs over here. That's really the Philodendron verrucosum parentage coming through, but it doesn't have the hairy petioles. Instead, it has kind of like, they're not smooth, they're somewhat coarse, I don't know. So nice, the Milano is completely smooth and the verrucosum is super hairy, so this one's kind of somewhere in between. Now, because it's a hybrid, also have a look at all of these crazy roots that it's grown, literally everywhere. And yes, these nodes grow roots like 360 degrees around the node, so it doesn't really matter which way the plant is facing the moss pole. There's always going to be some roots that make it into the moss pole. Also around the moss pole, it doesn't matter. They don't all need to be within the moss pole. As long as they're there, it's good, right? The more the merrier. Alright, I think this one I can park back in there. What I wanted to say about the hybrid is that these hybrids are much easier to look after. I've got the hybrid, I've got the Milano, and I've got the verrucosum, and I have to say the parents are much harder to look after, much harder to get to size up, much harder to grow in general. And the hybrids seem to have a much easier time. So if you want to get into velvet philodendron, but you aren't sure if you've got good conditions, if you've got what it takes to make them thrive, because they're definitely on the pickier side, let's say, then I would recommend going with a hybrid first, either the Splendid or the Glorious, which we're going to see next. Anyway, this one is Philodendron melanochrysum, and it's my current favorite of them all because of this amazing leaf. And I mean, look at the sheen that this leaf has. It's just stunning. However, it's taken me 4.5 years to grow this plant to this level of maturity, and there was lots of ups and downs. And yeah, I mean, it wasn't a fast journey, but it made it even more rewarding as a result of it. And it is pushing out a new leaf over here via cataphyll as well, so I reckon it's going to be another really nice one. And I'm hoping for 2-3 more leaves before it reaches the top of the moss pole. All of my moss poles in here are 180 centimeters tall. Actually, pretty much all of my moss poles, full stop, are 180 centimeters tall, with I think 2 exceptions maybe.
because that's just how I make my moss poles. They're 90 centimeters tall, and I put 2 on top of each other, and that just works perfectly with the ceiling height, with the door height, because obviously I need to take these plants outside for thaw showers. I'll show you later how I water them as well, because to water them I really just take a bottle and I flip them upside down, and that way I don't need to take them out of their spot, because, well, if I would have to take them out of their spot every time to water them, I would basically never water them because that sounds like way too much work. Yeah, let me just quickly park this here. Well, I'm getting 2 more out of here. Alright, the reason why the Sodiroy is on this wall is not because it's velvet, but because the Sodiroy is the parent of this one. This one is Philodendron Majestic. It's just unfurling its latest leaf. They always look really weird when they unfurl. But it is a hybrid of Sodiroy that we saw first and Verrucoisom that we saw third. Yes, and I like kind of grouping them all together based on, like, you know, creating like a nice little family portrait basically. So that's why I wanted the Sodiroy to be in here, so that all of the parents and hybrids are combined. By the way, they are not my hybrids, those are internationally acknowledged and produced hybrids. I think Henderson did at least Splendid, and I think Glorious, not too sure if he did Majestic as well. Anyway, this is one of my least favorite plants at the moment, to be honest, and I wouldn't get it again if I wouldn't have it already. Because look at the size of the petioles. I'm having a really hard time to make this plant fit in here without taking up too much space, and honestly the leaves aren't pretty enough for it to take up that much space. But you can see the Verrucoisom parentage coming through with the red backs. Again, has like these kind of rough petioles, not hairy but not smooth either. And I'm using twine, I don't know if you can see this over here, I'm using twine to kind of just push these petioles together, because honestly one would be here, one would be there, and the whole wall would be taken up by just this one plant, which obviously I don't want. So I kind of push them together so they fit in here. When they grow nicely, like, leaves can look amazing, but I just don't like the way that it spreads and the size of the petioles. I'm having a hard time using it as part of my overall aesthetic, right? The Milano is so beautiful and it's so nice and narrow. It doesn't spread that far, so it's really easy. I could have like 5 Milanos next to each other and it would look stunning. Whereas even with the Verrucoisom as well, it spreads too far. The Sodiroy spreads too far. So of course the offspring is also going to spread a little too far. Alrighty, and then over here, oh, come on. Philodendron Glorious. It has seen better times, and if you follow my channel, you've probably seen the full video about me taking this plant on a recovery journey, and we're here. Look at this newest leaf over here. So we're definitely on an upwards trajectory. This leaf was beautiful as well, but a lot of these leaves over here are just getting a little old. They suffered a little bit through the propagation journey, so I really just want like 3-4 more new leaves, and then I think I can cut off all of these ugly ones, and then I'll be really happy with this plant again. But on a positive note, it is thoroughly rooting into its pole, again using the twine to manage the petioles, and lots of roots in the back over here. This one and the El Choco are not on my normal moss poles, they're on Grow Vertical moss poles, the ones with the plastic backing. And Grow Vertical moss poles are always linked in the description, and they have international shipping as well. It's an Australian company run by my friend Tim. We even visited Tim's greenhouse before as well last year. He is the best aeroid grower I personally know. I've learned a lot from him. See, this is what takes me forever, literally like putting every leaf to where it's supposed to be. Are you gonna be okay here? Go here. Yeah, that's good enough. This is here. This one is here. Now,
My preferred pole is always the open style moss pole because I think it looks better and I can make them myself. They take way less moss, so it's kind of less expensive to make them as well, but that's also the shortcoming. It holds less moss, which means there's less volume for roots, and if you want to reach a certain level of maturity, you need to provide the roots with space to expand. So that's what these grow verticals are great for. Plus, because they're plastic back, they don't dry out quite as quickly. I don't mind, these poles don't dry out really quickly over here because I have so many in here. The humidity is always really high, 76%. It has been rainy in Sydney as well though, so it's probably 70% humidity outside as well. Let's have a look. It's 60% humidity outside, so not significantly higher in here. All of these moss poles would create their own little humid environment. I don't need the plastic backing for the sake of letting the moss dry out less fast. That's a bad sentence, but you know what I mean. Like because these moss poles don't dry out all too quickly anyway, and with my water bottle upside down technique, let me just show you. I'll use an empty one because none of them actually need water because I watered them yesterday, but I basically just have a few holes in the lid over here. I put my water and nutrients, which are also linked in the description, in the bottle, and then I just flip it upside down. On the top, I've made a little cavity so that the bottleneck can kind of disappear within the cavity, and then the moss breaks the surface tension of the water over here, and then the water slowly gets released. Slowly, sometimes, depends on how I put it on there, depends on, you know, just how much moss is blocking the holes versus breaking the surface area. Sometimes the bottle might empty within 5 minutes, sometimes it might empty within 2 hours. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. As long as the moss can absorb the water faster than the water is released by the bottle, it's going to be a really clean and smooth experience. And that's really important. Where they are, you saw how much effort it is to take them out. I really need to take them out in chronological order as well, so I don't because the leaves spread so much. If I take one out, it's like domino day and like all of them are just falling. So where possible, I want to water them in their spot, but I don't want to make a mess. So spraying them, for example, would just spray moss and water all over my walls, which is not at all what I want. So this way, it's a really mess-free experience and super easy for me. I just have a shelf over there where I have 10 bottles pre-filled, so when I notice a plant needs water, boop, I pop it upside down, and there's absolutely no procrastination. And then in my living room, I've got another cupboard with another 10 bottles, so the same over there. So that's how I very easily stay on top of my watering without it being perceived as any sort of work. The most work I do is topping up the bottles and filling them with nutrients. That's like the hard part in this whole scenario. Alright, let me move the lights back. And then we move on to the other side of the room. Good enough. Alrighty, let's change. Love filming against the light, but see how we go. So this is the south-facing window I was referring to. Over here's my desk. I just got rid of the desk chair so I can actually move. And yes, I bought a green iMac because everything is green. And yeah, now with the south-facing window, I actually get a little bit of afternoon sun because there's like a little, can you see this window over here? So this is east and I've got the same one on the other side facing west. So I actually get a little bit of afternoon sun coming through during summer, but most of the time it's just this perfect bright indirect light, which actually serves my plants quite well. I've had great success with these plants on that wall. Keep in mind they also change around. Like for example, and we're not going chronological, for example, this one is with that backlight. I hope it's okay. Ignore that little bit of light damage over here. But this one is Philodendron verrucosum titanium, which is verrucosum crossed with serpents, so technically the perfect candidate for my wall of aeroids. It's just a little bit too small for now. It would just get lost on that wall, and to be honest, it probably wouldn't receive enough light because the big leaves from all the other plants will just steal it all. So this one is over here, but once this gets an extension and grows a little bit larger, it's gonna move to the wall of aeroids. That, for example, happened with the El Choco. That latest leaf even still grew over here just using natural light, and I just moved it over here as part of the latest repot.
So let's talk about this plant. This is one of my new favorites at the moment because it has this beautiful sheen. It's not quite velvet, but it's more, has like a sheen similar to the Majestic actually. And of course, in classic Verrucoisum fashion, it has the nice red backs. So really happy, and the hairy petioles. So very happy with that. This is like the plant I'm looking forward to the most, or not the most, it's definitely up there at the moment with the plants I'm really keen to see mature. Now right next to this is my Monstera Escalado, and it is finally growing a new leaf. It's done a whole lot of nothing over winter, or in general this hasn't really grown for me since I've gotten it, but it is finally doing something, and I'm finally seeing some sort of increase in leaf size. So I think winter didn't serve it all too well, but I can also see some thick roots. No, you can't see them. See this thick root that's coming over there, and I think there's another one down here. So once I saw some nice root growth, the leaf growth also happened. And now this one hasn't even fully unfurled yet. It's still very soft, and I can see the top of the new one peeking out already. So I think we're finally there. It just was really slow at the beginning. Right, this one is my Bellicoisum, and I've had troubles with this. It gotten too much water and or sun in my IKEA cabinet, so, and then the growth point also rotted away, but there's 3 growth points on here now, so you know, I put it outside of the cabinet. It's just getting natural light now, and yeah, see how we go. Philodendron Jose Bono over here. Now this one was in my greenhouse last year, and it didn't really do much. Over winter I took it inside, and it also didn't do much, but it's now, I think this is the first leaf, and it's also growing via Caterfill now. Well, the first leaf of the season. So I think this plant doesn't really like being too wet all the time. It actually enjoys drying out a little bit, so I'm not planning on putting that back in my greenhouse, and I'm leaving it here, just in that south facing window, which might not actually be enough light for it, but I just want to give it a shot. Next to that on my desk is my Friedeck, and I'm trying something new over here, and guess what, I'm making a full video on this. So there's going to be a video about this setup with the lacquer and moss coming, and whether or not it's going to be a success. It's still early days, so I got to give it a little bit more time, and I'm trusting the process, but see how we go. If you are one of my regular viewers, then you might remember when I gave my big Verrucoisum a chop. No, this Verrucoisum behind me. I gave this Verrucoisum, we'll look at it in a sec. I gave it a chop, and there was many plants that I had spare, let's say, as a result of chopping off that bottom part of the pole. And I put some of them in this pot over here in an attempt to kind of create a crawling display. I didn't want to grow it up moss pole because I already have 2 of them, but Verrucoisum is my all-time favorite plant, so I wanted to try something different. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shoots coming out here at the moment. Some only have 1 leaf, some have no leaves just yet, but yeah, see how we go. I'm just giving it light from my south-facing window as well. And hopefully it will kind of start trailing down a little bit. I think that would look cool. I want to keep them small in this instance. Alrighty, let's tackle these 2, because technically, no, guys, I need to change this camera angle. I can't deal with it. Alrighty, hope that's a little bit better. Alrighty, over here there's 2 more, and technically both of them belong on the wall of aeroids, but it was just getting too crowded. This one is Philodendron gigas, and what I've done over here, actually, I hope that makes sense, bear with me. So I've had 1 Philodendron gigas growing up a moss pole. I extended it, was just 1 vine at 180 centimeters. I cut the poles in half, and I planted them next to each other. So now I have 2 poles with 1 plant each next to each other, and I extended them right in the middle. Each bottom part now grew their vine onto that extension, so I then had an extension with 2 vines on it. I took that extension, cut it, planted it back, extended it with a normal moss pole. Both vines reached the top of that moss pole. And then I chopped it again, and now I have 2 90 centimeter cuttings with 2 vines on them each. And this is what we end up with right now. So I've got 2 moss poles here, 1 and 2. Both of them have 2 vines on them. So the idea is that I now extended it, and both poles with both vines will grow onto the extension, so then I have 4 vines on this extension without ever actually propagating them outside of my chop and extend method, right? So I just used my regular chop and extend method, and if you're not familiar with that one, it's literally just what I described, and I've got some tutorials in the linked in the description and my moss pole playlist as well. But basically I'm doing the chop and extend anyway because the plant keeps reaching the top of the moss pole, but I'm then also using the chop and extend to actually double the impact. Now I'm having a really hard time getting this plant to size up, specifically over winter. The leaves gotten much smaller. Hopefully this will change over summer, but also if nothing changes, nothing changes. I'm decided to move it out of the wall over here because it was just too small and getting swallowed by all the big leaves. Instead I have it in my south facing window because also, given that there's 4 vines on here now, this plant actually looks nice. I don't even know if you can see all of this. This plant looks nice in all directions. So I can have it sitting in my window. Obviously the part of the plant facing the window is going to grow, but I can just rotate it around, right? So like, well, every week or so I just spin it around and something like that. So hopefully it's going to be lush all around. That's kind of the goal, so that I have something nice to look at. Talking about something nice to look at, that's the problem with having plants face the window. When they face the window, you face the back, which is normally not so nice to look at, specifically when using the plastic back row vertical poles. But Philodendron verrucosa is my all-time favorite plant, and I don't mind looking at the backs because I absolutely love these red backs and hairy petioles. So it's the perfect plant for me to have in that window because, well, the plant loves it and grows nice leaves towards the light, but I get to look at it from the back. Now this is I think there's 5 plants on here for now. That's why it's so nice and lush. Verrucosums have really large internodal spacing. So at times there's only 2 leaves on each segment of the pole. So if I just have 1 plant, it would look really empty. You saw the mature verrucosum earlier. With maturity, the internodal spacing is drastically decreasing. But it also grows really slowly. So they're a tricky one to first of all, they're a tricky one to grow. They're also, they love a good spider mite infestation, but for me personally, they're specifically tricky keeping really nice looking, if you know what I mean. It's really hard to have them look really, really pretty at all times because they often go yellow, or they're leggy, or they're just empty, or, you know, so while it is my all-time favorite plant, I'm having a much easier time growing the Splendid, for example, or the Titanium, because they're hybrids. Anyway, that is all about this section. Let's focus on what's behind me over here. This one, oh, it feels very dry. I should probably water this. Yep, I can give this some water. I remember when I repotted all of my anthuriums and I used a new mix for it. Over here you can see some fresh roots coming through, some roots coming through here. But yeah, it feels quite light. I will water this probably. This is actually, it's fine, it feels fine. I think it's a tree fern fiber that's so light. Anyway, this is my Anthurium vitarifolium. It is triple planted. There's 3 heads, 1, 2, 3, but I only bought 1, like it kind of split itself, or it came with 3 heads. I didn't actively propagate this, but yeah, in my opinion, a really easy plant. It has super chunky roots as well, so it doesn't mind drying out a little bit. Alrighty, moving on to my IKEA cabinet. Actually, the IKEA cabinet is the only planty arrangement that I haven't actually done any sort of spring cleaning for. As I said, this whole room got a big spring clean yesterday. You've probably seen the videos about repotting all of the anthuriums, the garden, the greenhouse and so on. So I've been really busy. But over here with the cabinet, I actually gave the cabinet a bit of a refresh over winter because it is its own little environment, so it's not so susceptible to seasons. Now, I have a full playlist on this as well if you want to learn more, but basically I have 2 grow lights, one hanging at the top over here. This is a Soltec Grove, and then I have one on the door over here, also a Soltec Grove.
Let me show you some plants. This is my Philodendron Patriciae with the newest leaf over here. It has like this cute deformation down here, but most importantly it is getting bigger and bigger with every leaf. So I'm really happy about that, and yeah, I've got a full plant spotlight on this plant in the plant spotlight playlist. Let me maybe keep this outside for now. The IKEA cabinet is really like my section for like new plants that I just gotten, you know, that I haven't really, yellow, that I just bought, that, you know, I just want them to grow up in like the best possible environment to recover from the shock before I then start doing my thing with them. This one is a variegated epipremnum, loving the half-half, and I can see one chunky root coming through over here. I only gotten this maybe 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago. So I'm just waiting to see a few more roots, and then I'm gonna grow this up a grow vertical, a nice little shingling plant. Anthurium Delta Force, bit of a unicorn in Australia, and I was gifted that one. Thank you so much to Lux Plants. I think he just got his international import license. Lots of people ask me about importing plants into Australia. As a person, it's not really a viable option, but as a business, apparently you can apply for your import licenses and so on. Now, not all too much to show apart from this chunky root coming through over here and its first new leaf over here. It's still super juvenile, so it doesn't really look that impressive yet, but I think it's gonna have a good time growing up in here. And then I have 3 of them. I'm only gonna show you one because they're the exact same carbon copy of each other. This is a little Spiritus Sancti, which I got for a whopping 35 bucks. That's why I bought 3. These were $10,000 maybe 4 years ago in Australia, or 3 years ago. So very, very happy that I stayed patient, and yeah, I just repotted it this week in my mix after receiving it in like the teeny tiny pot. I'll show you. And yeah, I got all of my little tissue culture plant from Flora Magnifica, which is a seller in Western Australia, and I've had really great success with him. The El Choco that I showed you earlier, that was my first tissue culture plant from them 2 years ago, and look how big it's now. So I've got this one 3 times. Happy days. Here we go. This is what they look like when I received them in a teeny tiny pot. This is Serpens. The Serpens in Verrucosa made that titanium that I showed you earlier. Definitely in need for moss pile, so I think that's on the agenda this week sometime, giving this a larger pot and its first moss pile. Anthurium villanella. Doesn't look like much just yet, but the mature form is going to be really nice and elongated, and I can see a nice new leaf coming through over here. And guess what? On all of these tissue culture plants, I'm making a video specifically. I love doing these 12-month update videos where I take a plant, I get it, and then I follow the plant's journey over the course of 12 months. Well, we follow it, you get to come along, and then I give you any sort of tips and tricks. I think it just gives a more realistic insight into how long some of these things take. A lot of the plants on my big wall of aeroids over there, they're like 4.5 years old, right? And so I didn't buy them that big, I bought them that small, but it just took me a long time, right? Growing plants is a marathon, not a sprint. This one was a freebie with my last purchase because I've bought quite a few tissue culture plants from Flora Magnifica recently. They call it Bilinum, which is a hybrid of Biliatii and Pastazenum. So it's going to be really interesting to see if it's a crawler like Pasta or if it's a climber like Billy. But yeah, there's a new leaf coming out over here. Quite interesting when you get something that you have kind of no idea about. I like it. Over here is a teeny tiny tissue culture Veitchii, and I've had really bad luck with Veitchii, or bad success, let's say, with Veitchii. I have one growing from seed that I got the seeds 4 years ago, and it's just not really growing for me. So I figured, let's just assume that this was just a dud. By the way, it's the only seed out of 10 that also survived, so chances are the seeds weren't the greatest. And let's try this tissue cultured version, see if I have more success with that. Oh, guess what? I'm gonna do a full video on that.
Alrighty, here is my really nice lush Oblique. Now Oblique is another one of these plants that like 3 years ago you would have spent $10,000, and they came out of tissue culture, and I think I bought them for 25 bucks a pop. So of course I got 3 and I put them all on here, and now I have this really nice lush pole. I really love this because it stays so nice and compact. I don't need to worry about this outgrowing my space anytime soon. I variegated Anthurium. Let's see if I can see any root growth over here. Not yet. You can see the teeny tiniest bit of variegation over here. I didn't buy this as a variegator plant. I didn't want this to be a variegator plant. I got this from a seed, and this one seed showed variegation. By the way, the other seeds all died. So it was a welcome surprise, but I've had a really tough time with this plant over the last 2.5 years. The first 1.5 years was amazing, but then the last 2.5 years were absolutely shocking. So let's hope it comes back. Definitely one of my favorites at the moment, Anthurium luxurians, another one of these that were really expensive in Australia, like thousands of dollars, and then they came out of tissue culture, and I think I still paid 150 bucks for the tissue culture plant, but YOLO. Definitely one of my favorites because it's very different to all the other Anthuriums that I've got. You know, I usually like velvet leaves, veining. This one is more bullite, right? Like nice texture on the leaf, beautiful pink veining at the back, and nice interesting geometric petioles. And I've already released the 12-month video about this plant. Just a couple of propagations, looks slightly dry. These are just some verrucosan propagations. This plant over here, because there's 5 or 6 on them and not all shoots grow in the same speed. Sometimes one reaches the top already while the other 4 are somewhere like halfway. So, well, I don't want to extend it and then I just end up with one. So I just chop off the top and then I propagate them in here. So there's a new shoot coming out here, a new shoot here, and obviously this one over here was just a bit ugly. So I just figured let's chop it off. I just propagated in moss. I think I should water this. And over here the exact same thing with my Milano, but this one is technically a variegated Milano, but it was reverting, so I chopped the top off in order to induce new offshoots and hoping that the offshoots will show variegation. And well, let's look at that one. Here it is, and of course I'm doing a video about this plant. It's actually coming due in December, so not too long. But basically the plant was growing up, it's grow vertical moss pole. You can see some healthy roots in the back over here. But then at the top, the last 5 or 6 leaves were all just reverted, weren't showing any variegation. So I chopped the top off, those are the cuttings you saw then. And then I also chopped between every single node, and you can see that there's new reshoots now, and almost all of them show variegation. I mean, some of these show really beautiful variegation. Look at this one over here. Almost too much variegation to the extent where the leaf is a little bit deformed. But yeah, chopping it is enabling me to bring the variegation back while also multiplying the plant, right? So very excited about this one, and I hope all of the rest of the shoots will come out before the 12-month video is due. But very happy about this. I don't often grow variegated plants. You would have seen it in here probably. You know, these are all of like my pride and joys, and not many of them are variegated. Most of them are velvet. That's really what tickles my fancy. But velvet and variegated, I thought let's give it a shot. Of course it was tissue culture, came from Flora Magnifica, and wasn't all too expensive as well. So I figured YOLO, makes for a good video. And this one is one of my crazy rubbish. It's a hybrid I made myself, crossing my crystallinum with itself. Well, it was a crystallinum hybrid to start off with, so these are also some sort of hybrids, but I don't know what is in it. I call them crazy rubbish because, well, people come up with all the craziest names for Anthuriums, so it's kind of my way of a little bit of light-hearted fun, calling out all of the crazy Anthurium names. Last one, this is Anthurium Sonoisa. Oh my god, I never remember this one. There is a new leaf coming out over here. Oh, and I can see root growth. Okay, so when I repotted all of them, because I used the same medium, halfway through the repot I was like, oh, maybe it was not the best idea to use a new medium with all of my plants, but so far I haven't seen any casualties. Oh no, I found some pieces of Viterifolium on the floor. obviously something happened. Alright, let's close this off. Oh, by the way, the fan is on in there 24/7 because airflow is really important in such a high humidity environment. The cabinet is sealed, so it's pretty much 100% humidity in there without me having a humidifier, just purely based on the plants that are in there. But yeah, really important to have the airflow so that there is a reduced risk of like fungal issues. Anyway, that was every single plant in this room. Let me put everything back and we're moving on. Alrighty, I almost forgot this one on the way out. This is my Scindapsus Silvery and Silver Lady. One of them. I don't remember. I've had this for so long and I've honestly been paying so little attention to it. It's one of these plants that, I mean, look, I don't really have ambitions with it. You can see it's not growing really large leaves. It's actually growing smaller leaves because, while it is a bit of a filler plant, to be honest, it is in a darkish corner. Actually, it doesn't look that dark now, but over winter, this area gets pretty much like very little light, given that this is the south facing room in the first place. So it's really just a nice filler plant because, well, I want every corner of the room to have something green, but it doesn't require all too much light, and that really goes for other Scindapsus as well, and you'll see that later on as well. I've got another Scindapsus in another quite darkish corner of my house as well. I have a lot of plants, which means I have to do a whole lot of plant chores. Things like watering, taking my plants outside and cleaning them, repotting them, chopping them, and so on. I don't like to refer to them as chores, to be honest, because they're not really chores. That's my hobby. That's my job. I chose this. So nobody forced me to have that many plants. I enjoy doing the plant care. It's very therapeutic to me, and I definitely also enjoy the end result. I love having healthy, clean, good-looking plants that I can then use to decorate my apartment with. And actually, that sort of decorating and rearranging, that's actually my favorite part of plant care. That's really where all of the plant care throughout the year comes to full fruition, where I can actually then go ahead and make the best out of these plants that I have been looking after for so long. And this room behind me is definitely my favorite. It's my office. It's where I spend by far the most time. You're actually on my desk as we are talking. This is where I edit all of my YouTube videos, so I am constantly surrounded by these plants. I constantly look at them and I really love this space. However, every few months or so it is time to switch it up a little bit. Plants grow, get much larger, take up a different space than they used to, and so on. So every 2 to 3 months I actually like to rearrange over here a little bit to perfect the setup yet again. And that's exactly what we're doing today. We're doing a full day of plant care in my office. We're gonna take all of these plants, we're gonna obviously look at them in a little bit more detail. We're taking them outside, we are watering them, we're cleaning them, we're then also cleaning the room in here, and then we are putting everything back, rearranging to hopefully optimize the setup even further. While we're doing all of that, we're having a bit of a chat. So, let's go. Hey everybody, and welcome back to my YouTube channel and welcome back to my office. Today I have a few things that I really want to achieve with this rearranging. First of all, I don't think you can even see it anymore. There is an IKEA cabinet hidden behind these plants over there. But the plants have really taken over. I mean, I'm not complaining. I think these are some of the nicest leaves I have ever grown over there, but it makes it such an inconvenience to get into the IKEA cabinet that I kind of just been ignoring the IKEA cabinet and not really staying on top of my watering and so on. When I say I enjoy plant care, I really do, but plant care still needs to be somewhat convenient and effective for me. And I really hate getting in there because I kind of just bump into the lights, I bump into the leaves, I kind of rip leaves by opening the doors and so on. It's just such an inconvenience. I don't want to do it. Not because I'm lazy, wouldn't say anxiety, it's too harsh of a word, but it makes me uncomfortable trying to get in there. It makes me worried for my plants trying to get in there. So it's not going to work going forward for me. If I want to start looking after these plants in the IKEA cabinet a little bit better, I need to get this IKEA cabinet in a position that is more accessible. And that should then free up
a little bit more room for more plants, because I do have a few plants that I would actually love to add to this wall over here. Also keep in mind we are currently in autumn over here, so we are fast approaching winter, and with that there will be a few plants that come from the outside and the greenhouse inside to over the winter. So I need to also free up some space. Now, to free up space, I probably should get rid of a few of the duplications. See how we go about that. The second thing I want to work on is this little island in the middle. Of course, I need that island because that's what's kind of, you know, creating the conditions in here that the plants love. I have my fan over here. The fan, well, always circulates air, and especially in a room that is quite small like this one, it's really important to have air circulating all of the time when you have so many plants in there. But also it serves as a heater during the cooler months, right? So this one enables me to keep the room at around 20 degrees at all times. Obviously, like in summer it doesn't cool it, and in summer it can easily go up to 26, 27, 20, I've seen 28 in here. I don't have air conditioning in here. I do have windows, but I don't have fly screens on the windows, so I can only open them when I can supervise so that bread can't escape. Anyway, so basically the fan is ensuring the airflow in this room and the heat, and then the lights ensure that these plants get light. This is a south-facing window, which is the worst exposure you can have in Australia. So I get a little bit of afternoon sun in the summer months from, like, there's a bit of a west-facing window here as well. But during winter, I will not get any direct sun coming through here. So first of all, that means less heat from the sun, but also less light. Even by the window, like even the plants that are in the window will struggle over the cooler months because of the decreased light exposure, which means that these plants over here that are good 2 to 3 meters away from the worst window you could possibly have will definitely not grow at all ever during any time of the year unless I supplement light. So hence I've got the lights, and I like the leaves to face me. So having the lights come from the front enables me to have this beautiful display set of all of my plants facing forward, facing me. So I can push them up against the wall, which also makes it space efficient and the most stable option as well. So I love these lights. They're from Mother, they're plant spectrums, but I'm not happy with the way it looks. The lights are kind of like dodgily mounted on top of each other. It's not super straight. As you can see, these lights were never supposed to be extended in the way that I have. It's working, it's functional, but I think we can do better. So I also want to tackle this little island in the middle, which also kind of closes in on the room a little bit, right? So see what we can do with that. But lots of talk. Let's start taking some plants out, and let's look at them a little bit as I take them out. But let's get rid of this island in the middle first so we can operate a little bit better in here. Right. Oh my god, look how dark it is! Right, have a look at this. See how this is not straight? It's been bothering me for so long. And then obviously I just screwed them on top of each other with the screw that's normally supposed to go into the base. Here, see that screw down there? Yeah, I just used that to screw them together, but then I also have the cable running here, and then I have all of this here. So I want to work on the cable management a little bit as well. By the way, the only thing that makes you see anything right now is like my little filming light. If it wasn't for the filming light, it would be so dark in here. That's crazy. Wow. Actually, just getting rid of these things in the middle makes this room seem so much bigger. Crazy. I freed up a bit of space outdoors so I can kind of hook them into the fence, hook them into the umbrella. I'll take you out in a sec as well. But why don't we just go in chronological order? I'll take them out, I'll quickly show you those. But I think you've seen them all in detail recently. Now they don't actually all need watering. I keep them pretty moist at the moment. I've been doing a good job, but I would just love to clean the leaves just with water. I actually have had a bad spider mite infestation in this office over the last few months, but I got on top of it using killamite, and I haven't seen anything over the last 3 or 4 weeks at least. So I think I'm fine, but I just want to stay proactive by keeping the leaves clean. That's the Sodiroy. It is a work in progress, and I am tempted to cut off a few more leaves. But let's see how it fits into the new arrangement later. I'm not hesitant to cut leaves if they don't fit in the arrangement, even if they're healthy. Next up, is this too dark now? Oh my god. If I could hire somebody for my business, I would hire a light guy. I can do the editing, I can do all of this, but the light is doing my head in. Anyway, this is my Billy Coysum. Cute. New addition to the wall. I don't think it's ever had a clean in its life, so I think it's about time. My pride and joy. I really need to do a full video about her soon, but look at this newest leaf. Incredible. You can't even see how incredible beautiful this leaf is because it's so messy in the back over there. So, yeah, I think tomorrow I want to do a full video on this plant because look how gorgeous it is. Oh my god, I love it. Patricia looking stunning. Oh my god, so pretty. My El Choco looking good. It's getting a little yellow around the edges. I suppose it is what it is. Big new cutter fill over here, but hasn't given me a leaf since the chop and extend. So I'm patiently waiting, but there's some root growth at least. That's positive. All right. By the way, and I think I said that before, but these leaves have such a wide spread, right? It's hard to get through doorways with them. I walk backwards so the leaves can't get destroyed too much. I'm gonna do the glorious last. I'm gonna go with the easy ones first. Milano also not given me a new leaf since the chop and extend, but that's okay. I'm patiently waiting. No words needed. Look at this new leaf unfurling over here. Which one was the one before that? This was the, no. Yeah, this was the latest one. Yeah, I don't need to say anything about this plant. Honestly, the easiest grower as well. With the last rearrangement, I have chopped off pretty much all of the bottom leaves. Some were definitely getting a little ugly-ish, but mainly because they were taking up so much space. Like this plant filled the entire room pretty much by itself. Also, as you can see, all of the leaves are kind of starting to face to the right a little bit. That's because it was on the left side of the room, so the light came from the right, if you're thinking about its position. You know what I mean? Anyway, so maybe with this rearrangement it would be a good idea to have it on this side of the wall so that the lights come from the left to kind of even that out over time, right? So those are the kind of things that I do, or that's why I rearrange all the time. Well, when I last rearranged, this plant wasn't quite as high, for example, right? And didn't have this sort of right tilt and so on. So because especially over the growing season, plants grow so fast and change so much, I feel the need to rearrange, but it's not a need, like I enjoy that moment. Now, I used to actually do this every Saturday. I would take all of my plants into the bathtub every Saturday, water them, spray them thoroughly, and then take them back and rearrange. Majestic, something needs to happen. I don't think I will include the Majestic in the new iteration of the wall, because I'm gonna, when I find time, hopefully next week, I want to chop this back substantially. So this is my second Veracosum. Lighting is terrible today. Basically over here, I chopped this into many bits, basically between every couple of nodes, to create a really lush pole of Veracosum instead of a big one. But I've only done that recently, so they're all now just starting to show little buds, but no leaves yet. And then once the new leaves show, I will cut off all the ugly ones that show spider mite damage. That's a good one to see the spider mite damage on, for example, right? So the spider mites were definitely here, like they had a field day. Now I don't know if I'm going to include this in the next iteration of the wall as well. It's not going to be a priority. If it fits, it will stay. If not, I'll find a different spot for it. So here we go. But it was kind of against that window there anyway. So I think I don't have any other plans for that corner for now. So here we go. That's a future Jan issue. Like, I mean, two hours in the future Jan, but still. Next up, we've got my Gigas. Hasn't really done much, but it's nice and lush. and kind of compact. So you saw all of these other plants that I took out before. They have huge petioles, huge leaves. So this one is a really nice space efficient plant in here. So I'm really happy with that. The Chrysum Titanium was also hit by the spider mites down there, but look at the newest leaf. How pretty is that? And so nice and heart-shaped. Probably one of the nicest leaves. It has, yeah, definitely by far the best leaf it has ever grown actually. This one is my Escalidor, looking really good, and look at this newest leaf. Oh, also very exciting. Here we've got a little experiment similar to the Friedeck with the Jacqueline. And talking about the Friedeck, here it is, still going really strong. And yes, I have a third Veracosum in this room. This one I'm trying to grow as a little trialing plant. I thought it would be cute. Alright, apart from the IKEA cabinet, which we're gonna address in a sec, last one. I've been really treading this one. Actually, it shouldn't be too bad, but I also recently watered this. Ooh. Nice roots. It's heavy and it's ginormous. Philodendron, glorious. Ah, oh, isn't she glorious? Bloody hell. That is one sexy plant. Let's go outside. Let's hoist them down so they have as much time as possible to dry, and then we can tackle the rest of the room. Let's do that. Alrighty, here we are. As you can see, I used the umbrella and then kind of just hook these plants into the umbrella. I use the umbrella base as well. Over here, that is just hooked into the umbrella again. And then we've got also some here, they're hooked into the fence. Yay! So basically, it's a mess, but it enables me to clean all of them from both sides without them hopefully falling. But let's find out. And I just go with the shower setting. I think that's usually my favorite. You don't want it to be too strong to rip the leaves. The mist setting works as well, but I find it sometimes to be too strong. It just throws the leaves around and sometimes even punctures the leaves. And while they might not necessarily need watering, I will still water the moss pole and the pot as well, because this is my flushing out cycle. I provide liquid nutrients with every watering. And in summer, sometimes I even have to water them twice a week, right? So I do a week dilution, but overall it's still a good idea to just flush the substrate and the poles out to prevent mineral buildup and then prevent ultimately burning. Or sometimes that can also cause yellow edges if there's too many minerals provided and so on. So, you know, just a good thorough cleanse on the outside and hopefully cleansing it from the inside as well. You know, clean leaves also help the plant photosynthesize better, and also clean leaves prevent pests. Now, obviously I'm just spraying it with water here. That's not going to eradicate any pests. This is not pest treatment in itself, but what I'm doing is at least spraying off pests. So pests have a harder time taking hold of the plant, causing visual damage. But most importantly, a clean leaf is actually just more resilient to pests in the first place. Oh my god, I'm getting so much backsplash. Also with new leaves unfurling, the thorough showering kind of helps them unfurl a little bit. I never missed my plants. That would just cause too many fungal issues. I either do a thorough job and properly water them, or I don't do it at all. Okay. I think I'm done, huh? Alrighty, our work is done here. Let's head back inside. I have you on crazy wide angle. I mean, you can see, look, from this wall to the far end, right? 1, 2, 3. 3 steps. It's honestly a tiny room. I'm just removing the big plants out of it in case something falls. They don't fall and smash. But all the little ones I think I'll keep. Actually, I think I'll see how I go. I might need to, you know what, I'll put them all in the sink they're also gonna get watered. Let's just do it properly. And I've got a helper.
Hi.
Ta-da! Just in case I didn't want to do the IKEA cabinet all by myself. I know you guys don't like this one, but I don't know. I'm liking it recently. But to be honest, yeah, the less variegation and choice, the nicer it looks. Kinda defeats the purpose then. I need to change your battery, but let me also show you where we are proposing to put this. Okay, we're in the living room. Sorry, we already rearranged. Basically, thanks to whoever left that comment saying that the IKEA cabinet should just go under the aircon because the IKEA cabinet is not subject to the cold draft or the hot draft when I use this for heating, right? So the environment is more protected, so it doesn't mind being right under the heater slash aircon, which I thought was so smart. So we're gonna try this. Look, it might look terrible and I might change it again, but I love trying things out, right? Sometimes you don't know if it works until you gave it a shot. So we're gonna pop this here and then we're gonna see what arrangement we do around it and so on. There used to be this grow light. Oh my god, can you see this? Yes, so it's a Soltec light and I built this little stand myself. Not sure if this is also going back there or if this is getting a brand new spot somewhere else. But let's talk more doing. Let's go. Timmy!
Yeah.
Perfect. Wow, and here you can really see how dirty it is. Yeah, I think it should be more centered. Or like not centered, but a little bit. Can you just push a little bit, please? It's kind of annoying. It would be cool if I could have a plant here still.
Yeah, we'll just move it.
Yeah, but then kind of defeats the purpose. We wanted to have the plants away from the thing. Definitely can't put a plant above.
No.
But I can maybe put another one down here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not like super sold. And I think I need to see what I do with the space around it, because what am I going to do with these other plants that are taken away from there now? Alrighty, Timmy's going to do the cable management. I'm going to quickly water, but I think we're going to give it a shot over here, even though I'm not like sold, but what if, Timmy?
Yeah.
What if the IKEA cabinet goes there and this goes there? And then plants go on top of the
Very
thing.
big. It's gonna.
Should we just try it while we've got it disconnected and in this room, you know?
Yeah.
Now guys, we're having a new idea. Why not try it on this wall? Because the aircon air is actually going this way as well, right? Just to see how it looks. I'm glad we actually decided to take the plants out.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to judge with this thing in here, no?
I think that's a better spot.
You think this is a better spot? Yeah, it doesn't look that bad from here either.
I think it's less conspicuous.
Yeah, and it adds like light into that corner.
Yeah.
Oh boy, there are my plants burning out there. Oh, it does fit. Okay. Like this.
Yeah.
And I can really easily access the IKEA cabinet, which is one of the things that I really wanted. Alright, let's do that then. I think this will look good here, and it gets like a bit of both natural light and light from there.
Yeah.
And then we can put this down below.
That looks great.
Oh my god, it looks so good. Alright,
Does this like,
watering and fan time. See ya.
Is this
Alright,
well, my work here is done.
thank you.
Pleasure.
I'll show you what we got up to in a sec, but the cable management, mwah, on fire.
The cleanliness, no, it needs to be clean.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's my thing. I'm
Yeah.
the cleaner. And while I clean, we're gonna have a chat. So let's
Yeah.
do that. Actually, I know a little bit counterintuitive, but before we go ahead and clean, let's bring the plants back. I'm pretty happy with I've vacuumed a little bit, that's good enough for this room, but it is getting really sunny outside and I'm worried that some of my plants might get burnt out there. So let's start bringing them back, but I'm trying to be strategic in which ones I bring back first. I am thinking the Glorious should take up this corner. Glorious or Splendid should take up this corner, but I know the Splendid is getting chopped soon again, so maybe the Glorious. Oh, number one. Oh shit, I thought it was heavy getting them out there, but now they're all full of water. Okay, because this one is going to be so heavy, I enjoy choosing a corner for it, because in a corner it can't fall as easily. What is this stem doing? This stem can't really decide where it wants to be. Look how tiny the plant looks all the way pushed into the corner. Oh, this angle is messing with us. Next one. Oh, what's coming next? I reckon, I know I said I might want to put the Splendid there to counteract how it used to grow, but I don't bloody think so. Yes, okay, see how the leaves are currently like facing away a little bit? I think that will work itself out. As usual, when you do a setup like that, you need to give the plants like a few days or weeks to then adjust to the new position as well, right? How sexy is the Burr-Cosm, seriously? This, ooh. I cannot get over this newest titanium leaf. So I would like to look at it a little bit more, because at the moment it's looking out the window, right? So I always see it from the back. I would love to look at this plant from the front. So this one, Philodendron esmeraldense, used to not be in this room, and I know it's technically not velvet, but I really like this at the moment. So I thought I'd give it another chance, and the best thing is that it is quite low and it doesn't climb very fast, so it's perfect for like a little low corner like here. Yeah, I mean, can you see these empty gaps there? Yeah, the Splendid is supposed to fill that eventually. This is exhausting. Getting steamy hot. Getting steamy hot. No. Oopsie, shouldn't have opened the window, should I? Shit. Are you damaged? A little bit. Oh, could have been way worse. What about the other plant? Oopsie. Let's have a look. Shit. Okay, hang on, let me clean up the mess here. Well, luckily I just cleaned the floor, huh? We definitely have to clean again, but let's put them all back, and I'm gonna close that bloody window. There was too much of a draft going through, and obviously right now, these are all super heavy, which is not necessarily super helpful. But let's hope the damage is kept to a minimum. To be honest, how much damage there is kind of going to show over the next few days. It's not going to show immediately. Oh, I hope for the best. Oh my god, I'm a sweaty mess now as well. It's okay, that's okay, shit happens. Now let's talk about it actually, because I get asked a lot, how are your plants not falling around? This is actually a super, super rare occurrence for me. Really, it doesn't happen often at all, and it only ever happens on days like today, where I actually move them around and then rearrange them and so on, because, you know, I touch them and so on, and I might try something new and all of that, and like more like in limbo. Oh my god, I'm such a sweaty mess now. That doesn't really happen on a day-to-day basis when they're just in their spot, and that's why I don't actually move them for watering. Most of the time when I water them while they're here, and I just pop a bottle upside down, right? For that reason. But oh well, every now and then gotta do something about them, and obviously today that did not work out for us, but that's also okay. Oh my god, I'm so sweaty now. But not many plants left. Let me get the rest. Not sure if she's gonna stay in here forever, as I mentioned earlier, but for now I think she will. When I do the winter rearranging, she might move somewhere else. Same goes for the Majestic. She gets to stay for now to fill this empty spot, but that is not a forever solution. That is a very, very temporary solution. We are going places. You run out of battery again. Let me change your battery. Let me also just clean up the mess on the floor, and then I'll see you back. Look how dark it is. We need lights, and I desperately need to put that fan back on. It is so hot in here. We need lights and a fan. Let's go. Something I have prepared earlier. I've got 2 of the extended life spectrums by Mother. These were gifted. I did not pay for them, but they are not paying for this video, or like they're not paying for my opinion. I do love these lights. They are kind of like the improved version of the lights I had initially, the plant spectrums, and well, they improved them based on a lot of our feedback. So I've been working with them quite closely for a long time now, and I've kind of been telling them what would make their lights better, and I said we need a way to extend them so I don't have to dodgily extend the old ones. So they came up with the life spectrum. Now the LED is the exact same as the plant spectrum, so the plants won't even notice a difference, but it is more aesthetically pleasing for me. So it's a more human decision, not necessarily a plant related decision. I can also dim them nicely to do like the sunrise sunset thing, like yeah. And they are connected internally. I've got a full review of this light on my channel, so I don't need to repeat all of this. To give it extra stability, I do have the Pro Base on here, that's a little bit heavier, but I also then want to put kind of half of it under the rug. I can also use the rug for cable management. It's a disco. Alright, I plugged them in. They're flashing like crazy. Let's go. Edit device. Just adding them to my app. Well, that's working on it. Let me bring back the fan. Okay, I need to set up a schedule and I rename them and all of that, but I can do that. The pairing was super easy though. It just found it straight away. And oh my god, this looks so much better. Now I just need to see. I reckon this light is going to be more here. Yeah. Epic. Less intrusive, right? Because they're silver, you can hardly see them. Now, it's not looking the best for now. I actually think I want to rearrange again. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Okay. I'm clearly not in the right mindset to do this. This looks terrible now that I'm looking at it. Why don't we focus on the IKEA cabinet and the mess in my living room, and then once at least that's sorted, we can come back here and I can look at it with fresh eyes. why don't we do that? First things first, I don't know how well you can see this because I'm filming against the light, but this is a new section. So I moved this cabinet down here and the IKEA cabinet is now in that spot instead. And then I thought maybe from here looks better. The camera is struggling so much. I just thought, oh my god, this looks terrible. But I thought the variegation over here looks really good, the Florida Beauty. And even my housemate, who doesn't really care too much about plants, said this looks really nice. So I feel like everywhere I look, I see projects and it's making me nervous. Let's finish one thing. Let's finish the IKEA cabinet so we can move on. Let's do that. I should clean the cabinet first, right? Look, when I said I enjoy rearranging and plant care and so on, only when things go right. When things go wrong, I don't like it anymore. Right. I'll probably just get rid of this fan for now. Finally, okay, so this has also taken all of my concentration, so I wanted to talk to you guys. Let me get plants and I moved them into the IKEA cabinet and we discuss life. Spiritus Sancti. What I really want to talk to you guys about is that yesterday was my 1 year anniversary of doing this full time, which is crazy. I can't believe I have been growing plants full time for a year now. Time has gone by so quickly. Honestly, that felt like a few months. I am still very much enjoying it. Like, I have no desire to do something different at the moment. Am I happy with the success of this channel? Yes, I think so. I think I have all the reason to be happy and proud of what I've achieved. Could it be better? Of course. Things could always be better, right? I mean, if we're going off that criteria, then nobody should be happy in life because there's always somebody who's probably doing better. But I suppose that also depends on what you're trying to achieve. Am I going to do this for forever? No. Look, the goal was always to do it for as long as it makes me happy, for as long as it brings me joy. As soon as it doesn't bring any joy, I will not continue to do this. Huh? Oh, I forgot to show you all of those now because now I'm actually finally started talking. That's okay, we'll do a video about it soon where I just focus on the cabinet. I'm happy with that. So yeah, look, I mean, I'm just doing it for now while I'm enjoying it and it pays my bills. Like, why not? However, I do know it's going to be very, very challenging to, you know, ever afford a house deposit or you know, kind of move on to the next stage in life and own a house instead of renting and so on. It won't get me there. But that's also okay. I just understand the limitations that come with the job that I have chosen and I'll make the best out of it. But that means that potentially this could come to an end rather sooner than later, or like this could come to an end as soon as I have to move out of this house. So for now I'm just going to make the best out of this and really enjoy the time that I have and enjoy filming, enjoy this place, because who knows, I might not be privileged enough to do this for forever. Hence, I wanted to talk to you guys about it today, because one thing I'm really terrible at is kind of appreciating what I currently have. And it's actually been really nice talking to the camera about these things, because it makes me really think things through and then appreciate it accordingly. Okay, we're back in this room and we're trying this again. And while I rearrange this again, I would like to talk to you about, let's say, like my achievements over the year, or kind of say what we achieved, right? I couldn't do this without you guys. So, and I'm just moved the lights off again. I think it's always really good to look back at a year and see what you've achieved. I actually do this with a friend of mine from back in Germany. We do it every year on the 24th 24th of June. Oh, hope I didn't get this wrong. But on the 24th of June, we do it every year where we kind of discuss our life or the last 12 months and everything that happened in those last 12 months. And I think it is such a cool little tradition that we have, my friend and I, because it really makes me think the year through, and it really makes me realize how much can happen in a given year. And because, you know, you normally just moving on, right? Like, it's also good to not dwell on the past, fair enough. But, you know, we're usually just so quick to move on and focus on the next thing and always focus on the next issue, and so that we don't take time to actually look back at the year and be grateful for how amazing it was potentially, and so on, right? So I'm changing that today. I'm going to use my camera roll as a bit of guidance as well, by the way, because sometimes you forget what happened. So I remember the first thing, my first day of doing this full time was 1st of March, and 2 days later I flew to Adelaide with Jolique, which was my first ever like brand campaign outside of my house, and it was the second time I worked with them, but the first time I was flown somewhere, and they flew me to Adelaide Hills, actually first time being in Adelaide Hills, and that was so cool. I really loved that. That was such a nice kickstart to my new life, you know. And when I told them over there, they're all so nice. Everybody was so nice, and everybody was also so happy for me to have made that step and have made that decision, and to have managed to do this full time. And I mean, at that time I didn't even really manage to do it full time yet. I was just planning on doing it full time, but a year later, turns out I did it. So that was just really, really nice, because it just really made me realize that, yeah, I think I can do this. I think this is going to be just fun. And yeah, I went there and I filmed a little bit for this channel, but mainly also for my vlog channel, like my second channel that kind of I only started back then. On that note, actually, I am not super active on my second channel, I have to say. Initially, I was thinking I upload 2 videos a week on this channel, but it's actually been 3 videos a week on this channel over the last few months. And that third video was supposed to focus on my second channel and maybe explore some non-planty concepts, but I actually very quickly realized that I want to talk about plants. I don't necessarily feel super comfortable talking about life with everybody, with the internet non-stop. I think plants is really like, you know, my comfort zone, and I'm happy to talk about plants. So I rather focus on this existing channel than my second channel. But it's good having a second channel. It's good to, you know, explore a different way of content creation. I think overall also, when I look back at footage from a year ago, I think I've gotten much faster and better at editing and taking content as well. Anyway, right after Adelaide, Tim and I actually finished his garden project. So that's crazy. I think by the time you see this, you maybe you might have seen Tim's full garden transformation already. But it is crazy to me that this really only started a year ago. I think that's crazy. And we have since done so many projects in his garden, lots of them with Bunnings, so really grateful for companies like Bunnings to have like an ongoing relationship with. They want to work with me, and they really enable me to keep doing this as well. Definitely something I had more confirmation of over the year that I've had as well, is that I don't need to work with everybody. I don't need to take on every sponsorship that is proposed to me and so on. I really only want to work with companies that I like, companies that I would normally use as a hobbyist as well, not just work with companies that I use because I do this as a job. I often get asked, because the lights, the mother lights for example, they're not cheap
at all, right? So people ask me, like, if you wouldn't get them for free, would you still buy them? And I would, right? My mom always told me to go ahead and buy a quality product. It will last you a lifetime, and it will end up being cheaper than buying lots of low value products at lower quality and then having to replace them frequently and so on, right? Also, if you spend more money on something, you usually take a little bit better care of it and so on. You know, the products and the materials in themselves are better quality and so on. However, would I have 8 of them? Absolutely not, right? It would be probably like the showpiece, right? And I'd be like, oh, I want that one for the living room because it looks good and I'm gonna put my favorite plant there and so on. Would I use this for every single one of my plants in like a hidden room somewhere? Probably not. But also, if I wouldn't be doing this as a job, I wouldn't have that many plants in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, I'm obviously doing this on a different scale. Now that I'm doing it full-time and then it's my full-time job, I need to come up with 3 video ideas a week, right? So I need to have many plants. And a lot of these plants that I actually have for content purposes. So yeah, if I would not be doing this as a job, I would definitely be pickier with the plants that I actually keep. You know, I've done videos over the course of this year that are focused on plants I would not buy again, and they have actually done exceptionally well. People are like, oh, if you hate them so much, why wouldn't you just get rid of them, blah blah blah. And I'm like, well, it is my job to make content using plants. If I get rid of all of my plants, where's the content coming from? So sometimes failures, or actually very often failures, and things going wrong, or you know, me showing why I wouldn't want to keep a plant, or what I do with a plant, and so on, and maybe chop it up and try again, right? That's content for me. However, if I were a hobby grower, I would get rid of it earlier. If I were a hobby grower, I wouldn't have a house like this in the first place. If I were a hobby grower, I wouldn't have a garden, to be honest. I would not have a greenhouse, to be honest, because it comes with the requirement for such a large space. I move really frequently. I would have chosen a much more cost-effective living situation if I wouldn't have to account for all of the plants. But the plants obviously then help me afford the place in the first place. So all I'm saying is, like, it makes total sense for me to have such a large place with so many plants, a garden, a greenhouse. Apologies, we ran out of storage, but here I am. All I've done so far is, I think I just pushed the Majestic in the corner all the way over here, like behind the Glorious. So I just have this kind of wall pretty empty now, which I have a few options with. Don't think I need to go to the gym tonight. This is workout enough. Okay, sorry, I was also in mid-conversation. I was saying that obviously, because I do this as a job, I do things differently to if I would just do this as a person, right? And that kind of impacts all aspects of plants. I have plants that I grow that I normally wouldn't grow. I have a garden that is bigger than I require. I have a greenhouse that is bigger than I require. Nobody requires plants. Plants are a luxury item, right? I of course use them to decorate my house with, but I have way more than I need, right? I have doubles, triples, and so on, and I often do that because my job is to create content. However, all of the brands that I work with, all the products that I use are still products that I genuinely use, right? Just my use is more commercial than your average grower, right? I do things on a bigger scale than somebody with a couple of houseplants would do, and so on. Still, I'm trying to keep it somewhat relatable and share my failures and so on as well, but of course I'm doing it on commercial level. I'm doing it on a, you know, larger scale, let's say. But yeah, ultimately, coming back to the Bunnings, Mothers, Juliques and so on of the world, those are all brands that I genuinely would use, even if they wouldn't be giving me products for free. So I want to share what I use. That doesn't mean that I would judge somebody for going ahead with a different type of product. I'm just showing you what I use. Maybe it's helpful because you realize that actually this is not the solution that I want. I'm looking for something different. Maybe it is helpful because, you know, you're like, okay, I actually do want that. Anyway, hopefully it's helpful to you, but at the end of the day, that is definitely something that I didn't necessarily foresee. I actually expected there to be maybe more collaborations over the first year of doing this full time, because obviously I have more time, you know, I can create more content, but that didn't actually happen. I was very much just working with the brands that I've already been working with beforehand, and in hindsight I'm really happy about that, because that is kind of what I want to stand for as well. Anyway, we're going way off topic. Let's move on. And actually I want to change the camera angle. I think this looks better. Yeah, look at that. That's a bit better now. If I move this across a little more. Look, now I can even stand right between them. They definitely look less intrusive than the black ones, right? Anyway, let's keep going. What else happened? In May, I actually had a film crew come over to film my house. It actually hasn't been released yet, and I've checked in with them. They didn't know when it's going to be released, to be honest. I'm not sure if it's ever going to be released, but it was still really cool having them here and film with them, and they gave me really good feedback, or like they were really they obviously liked my plants, but they were also really happy with my like camera presence and so on. So that was a really nice, cool thing to do that really kind of boosted my ego a little bit. We obviously had winter, which wasn't the greatest, but then in spring I was finally able to really, you know, travel a little bit more, because beforehand, you know, doing two things, doing YouTube and having a full-time job, I basically had no time for any of that. So I've been to Brisbane, I've been to Melbourne, I've been to Fiji, I've been to Miami. I mean, that was such a cool trip, being invited by Plant Hall to go to Miami to the Aeroid Society Expo and represent GT Foliage Focus over there and meet so many of you guys. That was definitely one of my highlights of the year. But yeah, that wasn't really holiday, that was a business trip more. But yeah, Fiji, I think it was a big accomplishment on a personal level, right? Where I'm actually doing things that I always wanted to do. I'm taking a little bit more time for myself, actually on a private level. I don't often talk to you guys about private life, but I've very much developed in that sense, if you know what I mean. Where, you know, I think I used to not allow myself to have time for a private life because I was just so busy hustling, you know, and now I'm actually allowing myself to have a little bit more time, explore that side, and it's been nice. So that's a huge achievement, I think, on a personal level, and I really gave myself the time. We've had the best revenue months ever last year, October, November, and then actually just February this year. There was the three best revenue months ever, just on YouTube, let's say. Let's exclude other partnerships and so on. So that's really good. At least I can see that there's somewhat of an upwards trajectory, you know, which is good. What else happened? Oh my god, I feel like I'm gonna miss things. Let me scroll through my camera roll to make sure I didn't forget anything. Miss Bailey, how could I forget Miss Bailey? Tim got Miss Bailey, our cutest little dog. Oh my god, look how tiny she was back then. A new family member, that is huge, right? Like all of that happened in this year, and I feel like I was able to spend quite a lot of time with her because, well, I have time available, which is nice. I went to Miss AJ's a couple of times as well. We're actually going on a road trip this weekend. Yay, finally, we're getting out of the house. AJ and I always do work-related stuff, so it's really nice to do something a little bit more fun. We're going on a road trip. Of course, we're going to film a vlog though, so we are going to work a little bit at least. Second Brisbane trip, to the Troye Sivan concert. I had a little bit more time to look after myself in that year. I started going to the gym a little bit more, and I'm actually trying to put on a little bit of weight, or put on a little bit of muscle, which was also kind of hard beforehand because I had to juggle so many things, and it just wasn't really a priority. So that's also really good. I don't need to mention every single little thing, but I think overall, if I think back at the year that I've had, even that Adelaide trip that was at the very beginning of last year feels like a lifetime ago. I can't believe how much has happened. There's been over 100 videos that are published since then. I definitely very much got away from the short form Instagram sort of content, and I much prefer doing long form content now. It's my I have so many ideas for long form content. I have zero ideas for short form content. I much prefer having these long interactive sessions with you guys. I think you probably got to know me much better over the last year as well. So I think overall it was a great year, full of flexibility, full of fun, full of joy. But also I think I developed a lot personally in my private life. I developed a lot in my online presence, I think, or at least I am more clear with what I want to achieve online and what I don't want, what I stand for, what I don't stand for. I think I have a more solid moral compass that I can run everything by, right? And make sure that, you know, everything that I do kind of aligns with my values as well. And I think that's really important when operating online, right? It's a broad world. So I think I'm feeling much more comfortable operating online, which is good given that's my job, right? So I think a lot of growth professionally as well, and I've definitely learned skills around editing or like filming in general, right? That hopefully I can put to good use for the foreseeable future. I also need to quickly charge my mics because I've been talking so much, but let me quickly vacuum, and I'm also going to quickly steam up, and then I'll show you around. Let's do that. Alrighty, and welcome to the new office. We've got the Gigas over here, Glorious over here, the Majestic pushed into the corner, don't mind it at all the way there, the El Choco down below over here. Next to that we've got my favorite, the Veracosum. It looks like it kind of didn't suffer too much from that fall. This was here already, so fingers crossed no further damage is showing. Underneath we've got the Patriciae, looking good. Next to that the Milano really needs to start growing again, please. And the Soderoy kind of like hidden in there, but that leaf's actually looking good over here. And then we've got the Splendid over here that is due for a big chop. Probably a couple more leaves, and then that needs to be chopped. And then with that I probably rearranged for winter, and then the Esmeraldens down here as well. Moved in here. Now against the window nothing actually changed. It was exactly like that beforehand. Hard to film, but again wanted to show you this beautiful heart-shaped leaf over here. Scalado is here. I figured they were both growing so well in this window. Let's not fix what's not broken. And then I've got the two Alocasias here and the Veracosum runner, Veracosum climber, crawler, whatever, you know what I mean, over there. Oop, and then my desk. And the fan is sitting there now. But I think from here, and then we put you back on wide angle, it looks better and not as cluttered. Hey everybody, we have just finished the growing season over here in Sydney, Australia. So I thought it would be a great opportunity to give you an updated tour of my plants inside in my garden as well as in my greenhouse, because this is probably the best they will ever look. Alrighty, welcome to my office. And I have done a full video on this room recently where I took all of the plants out and then rearranged a little bit, and as part of the rearranging I also upgraded to 2 more of the life spectrums over here. Again, the extended version, and look how unintrusive it looks, right? Like you can hardly see the grow lights, but because the grow lights are in the middle of the room, I can push all of my plants up against the wall and they're growing towards me, so I get the presentation side. You can't even see how big these plants are because I'm standing in front of them. If I were to squeeze in over here and stand in between the plants, you would actually understand the scale of these plants a little bit better. They are huge, but I usually stand in front of them, which makes them look not quite as big. But they are honestly ginormous. When I move them out of this room, that's really when the true size comes to shine. But yeah, this is the most space efficient way of, sorry,
Oh my god, how do I do this? This is the most space efficient way of displaying them. Alrighty, now that you understood the scale of these plants, I'm going to bring you a little bit closer. This is my Philodendron gigas. Over here, I'm not necessarily aiming for huge growth, but I'm aiming for a lush pole. So there's multiple shoots on here. 1, 2, 3, 4. The glorious all the way back up into the corner. The newest leaf is somewhere over here. We can't even see it, but it's ginormous. I do need to move this out of the corner and give it a wipe. Next to it, pushed even further into the corner because this plant has ginormous petioles. This is my Philodendron majestic, pushing out a new leaf over here. I need to do something about this plant. I've been upset with her for a while, but let's see how we go. Talking about being upset, and actually not upset, I'm honestly speechless. This is my El Choco. It's grown so well, but over the last 4 months it has not given me a single leaf. Can you see this? All of this stem has grown without producing a leaf. Well, it is producing a cataphyll, but then within the cataphyll, the leaf rots away, and then again and again and again and again. So the last 4 or 5 leaves have all rotten away. And I'm lost for words. I don't know why and how and what. When something like this happens, I always assume it's a watering thing. So I thought, it was because I let it dry out a little bit too much, because in December I was away for a little bit and I did let it dry out too much. Thought, maybe it dried out too much and the plant aborted the growth point. And then when I re-watered, it started rotting. So I sat on top of the watering, still rotted away. Then I was thinking maybe too much water. So I backed off with the watering again, still rotting. So the last 4 or 5 leaves have all rotted away, and that has never happened to me before in 5-6 years of growing. So I don't know. Has this happened to anybody before? Let me know. It happened to one other plant, the Milano. This one over here. You can see this empty node over here. That's where it rotted. So I then eventually decided to chop it as well. So I'm just now gonna let it reshoot over here. And then we'll see if this cutting is gonna eventuate or not. So as a result of that, my Milano is also a little bit upset with me. This leaf in the back is actually looking a bit better, not quite as bleached. I don't actually think it's bleached from the light. I do actually think this is spider mite damage. I had severe spider mites on this one, all on the back of being away in December for a little bit. I will not skip the verrucosum, for sure not. This is the best this verrucosum has ever looked. It is my favorite plant of all time. It is the most beautiful plant you could possibly grow. I love it. I love it. Can't talk about this plant enough, but I already do talk about it a lot. So here's just a quick show and tell. Like, how gorgeous is this, huh? And then down here is my Patriciae, also looking absolutely incredible. It's looking so good. New leaf pushing out here. Very excited for that. So all of the plants in the proximity of the El Choco are doing well, apart from the Milano, but the Milano was definitely a spider mite and underwatering issue. I'm not doing anything differently to the El Choco than I do to any of the other ones, but the El Choco is just hating me. Anyway, over here is my splendid, so desperate for a chop and extend. Look at this newest leaf, just having to squeeze into the corner, pushed up against the ceiling. Look at these roots up there holding on for dear life. Already came off the extension. I need to extend this. I need to chop and extend this plant. I have already chopped it. Now I just need to extend it. And then over here is my Esmeralda dense. It has actually grown a really nice leaf over here. Bit of chemical damage up there, but that's alright. And already pushing out a new cataphyll over here. And over here is a little Soliroy that I have decided to not extend. I just want to grow it not on a moss pile. The plants over there I need to take out because I can't film against the light and expect you to see anything. So let's just go through those. So the first plant I've got in that corner over there is my second verrucosum. It is getting slightly better. You can't see that it's getting better just yet. I'm sure it still looks terrible from your perspective. Had terrible spider mites. You can really see all of these old leaves. I'm keeping all of these leaves on so it can produce energy to start growing new leaves. But you can also see lots and lots of new leaves everywhere because I chopped it in like 1,000,000 bits. Guess what? I'm doing a full video on this. This actually has to move out of this room really soon because it's pissing me off. It's too ugly. Let me try the Gardening Australia trick again and turn off the grow lights and see if that makes our filming experience a bit easier. But then you can also see how dark this room is. Look how dark it is without these grow lights, by the way. I mean, let's turn off the filming light as well. Yeah. I can't believe how dark this room is. That's crazy. I'm so used to the grow lights being on, man. Let's turn them back on. It looked better, huh? Alrighty, now I've been struggling with this plant as well. I've actually been struggling with so many plants recently, and it's not a bad thing. I want to show you the reality as well. I think overall my plants look amazing, but if you look at every single plant, they're not all looking perfect, right? I think I've just been a little bit slack with the watering, and you can really see this over here. See all of these discoloration? I think that is overwatering, to be honest. And then eventually it turns yellow. I don't think it's a conditional thing. I think it's just me providing too much water, then letting it dry out too much, and so on. But obviously I'm not providing too much water for the plant to really suffer. It's still growing. It's just visual damage, and that's okay. This is the newest leaf though. It is my Vercosum titanium, which is a hybrid of Vercosum and serpens. Look at the back. So pretty. I just think this is the perfect heart-shaped leaf. Like from a shape perspective, I don't think you can have a better leaf shape. It has beautiful texture or sheen to it as well, and it has the nice hairy petioles. What's not to love? This one just gets natural light in my south-facing window. Next to that is my Monstera Escalado. I've also recently spoke about her quite a bit. Oop, look at this new leaf unfurling over here. How cool is that? And yeah, I love how you can really see the progression in maturity within just one pole over here. Oh, well, there are two grow verticals mounted on top of each other. I will put a third one on there sometime next week because it's needed, right? And then on my desk, and I'll give you a pan in a sec, but on my desk I've got a few alocasias in the new moss lacquer setup. Well, it's not new, it's just new to me. Oh, it's not even that new, it's been like half a year actually. This is the Odora Batik, doing quite well. Gonna do a full video on this. And this one is my Friedeck. I think I talk about her in every video at this stage, so you know her, but I think by the time you see this video, you will not have seen the change in setup yet, or not change in setup, but I repotted her. I'm working on a video. It's been great. I already see lots and lots of roots going into the moss and the lacquer. So it's definitely been a success. I think the challenge for these plants is that all of the ones since that second Vercosum that I showed you are all relying on natural light from my south-facing window. That's obviously decreasing as we're entering into winter. It's actually decreasing drastically. There's also a little west-facing window in my office, and it gets nice afternoon sun in the summer. So I think that's why the plant was so happy. Going into winter, I think conditions will be the biggest challenge, not so much the growing method. All the setup, the moss and lacquer, pond, whatever you want to do is not gonna save you if you don't give the plant good conditions. So I think the conditions will be the biggest challenge for these plants over the coming months. I don't really see how I could possibly supplement that corner with additional light unless I put the grow light on the outside of my house. Anyway, it is what it is. Time will tell, right? But that's the biggest challenge for these plants that I showed you last, will be the decrease in light. Alrighty, so let me give you a pan through the office. The wall of aeroids over here looking, I think it's absolute best it has ever looked. Then this is the south-facing window that I was talking about. Definitely need to extend the Escalodon and also move it off of this cupboard, because as she's getting taller, she gets even less light because, well, the window is finished. Same with the other one, which makes me think I just need to get rid of the cupboard actually. And then over here are these anthuriums that I showed you. Again, very hard to film against the light. As you can see, I just finished editing a tour at the Botanic Gardens, so I'm gonna upload that for you, and then hopefully by the time you see this video you've already seen it. If not, what are you doing? I'm actually really proud of this video. I edited that all day yesterday and today, tried to do a really good job incorporating B-roll, multi-camera angles, making it entertaining and so on. So if you haven't checked it out, please check it out. I think it's a worthwhile video to watch. I would certainly appreciate it. Anyway, that's my office. I spend a lot of time in this office for a reason, right? I mean, who can blame me? It's looking so good over here. This year, I want to stop being lazy with my plant care. At the beginning of my plant journey, I had obviously way less plants and much smaller plants, and I was able to take all of my plants into my shower or my balcony every single week, spray them with water, clean them thoroughly, flush out the media, and then provide some nutrients as well. And my plants were thriving. They were always super happy, super healthy, and they were growing really fast. As my collection is growing and as my plants are getting bigger, that is obviously becoming more of a challenge. There is no way I can take all of my plants into my shower every week. I mean, I also only took them in the shower because I lived in an apartment where I didn't have an outdoor space. It would take me all day just to get all of the plants in there and out of there. And you know, there's more to life than just taking plants into the shower. So over the years, I've just progressively gotten more and more lazy with the water bottle upside down technique, where I just take a water bottle and I flip it upside down, you know. It also made life just so easy. I was like, you know what, I don't actually need to move my plant to water it. It can be just watered in the spot, and I'm also having way less risk of the plant falling or me ripping a leaf and so on. So initially I started replacing my thorough waterings with the bottle upside down every second week. Then it was more like, oh, let's take them into the shower once a month. And then suddenly it was like, oh, hang on, I don't think I've done a thorough watering in like half a year now. And look, in the grand scheme of things, I obviously can't complain. I still have amazing looking plants, but I wonder, could they be even nicer if I would try a little harder? I know I've got great conditions for these plants to thrive in the first place, but am I really realizing their full potential by just taking the lazy approach? This year, I really want to find out. I have set myself the challenge that this year I'm going to be more thorough with my thorough waterings. I want to take my plants out into my garden, thoroughly hose them down at least once a month. And that day is today. Well, actually, that day would be next week, but next week I'm in Bangkok. So I figured, well, giving them a thorough cleanse, a thorough spray, a thorough shower, leading up to my holiday is probably a good idea anyway, because then I can go into my holidays a little bit more relaxed, knowing that my plants at home are happy and healthy. The last time I went on a holiday to Fiji, I did not do that, and I came back to a spider mite infestation. Now, I was only gone for 5 days, but, you know, apparently spider mites can spread really quickly in 5 days. Now, I haven't seen any signs of pests, but if I give them a good spray just with water today, and I know that they're clean and they're healthy, I'm pretty certain that I won't come back to any surprising visitors when I'm back from Bangkok, and I'm going to be there for 8 days. So I thought, why not? Let's just do it before I go. First things first, I need to take these plants out into the garden so that I can host them down. And I actually have a really cool trick that I really want to show you when we get out in the garden, because today is a good day. I wanted to do it yesterday, but yesterday was very, very windy, and I obviously don't really fancy the chances of my plants go flying. So today is less windy. It is cold though, so I'm not going to keep them out there for too long, but I want to get them out there as soon as possible so I can spray them so they can start drying. So by the time I want to bring them back, the plants have drained and the leaves are somewhat dry. So let's do that first, and then we can have a little chat. Right here, I kind of moved a few things around that I don't need, freed up the umbrella base down here as well, but I want to show you this really cool trick. Hey baby, you can be out here if you behave. That wasn't a cool trick. Sorry, let me bring a plant. So I've got a bucket full of hooks over here. Those are all the hooks that I used when I moved with my plants. Oh my god, Brett is already back inside. Is it too cold for you, my baby? Oh, and now the wind is picking up. Classic. But I can just take the hooks and hook my plants into it. But you know, umbrellas, wind don't work so well, so you really got to do that. Oh my god, he's so cute. You really want to do this on a day when it's not so windy. We're also going to talk about all of the plants when I bring them back, I think, because some of them are a little dehydrated at the moment as well. Obviously they don't look their best, but well, I knew this day was coming, so I didn't water the last 3 days or so. Of course not all plants are due for watering at the same time and so on, but that's okay. They're in a really chunky aeroid mix. The moss pole has a large surface area. I'm just thoroughly flushing them through. I'm not worried about overwatering. Overwatering is usually a lack of drainage in the pot, not application of water that is too frequent. As long as they not end up, hang on, I just need to keep an eye on Bird. As long as they don't end up sitting in water later, there shouldn't be any issues. Bradley, we don't go into that corner, yeah? Okay, let me be quick and bring on all the others. The smaller ones, I'll just kind of lean into my chairs. That also gives them great drainage, and obviously I'm less worried about them falling. But all the plants, I just want to be so diligent with my watering this year, even through winter. And I'm obviously going to do it with all the rooms, but for today's sake we focus on the office because those are like the most precious plants. Bradley, yeah, you look out for them. I had to get a jacket, it's so cold. Bradley, are you okay? Oh, look how good is this in here. The fried egg. That was all of the plants from the office, apart from the big Glorious. I filmed a video with the Glorious 2 days ago, realized it was very dry and had a lot of extra flow. Why is there wind now? It wasn't meant to be windy, but at least that will help with drying off the leaves. Extra floral nectaries are like little sugars on the back of the leaf, which causes a lot of like yellow discoloration. Specifically the Glorious is really bad with it, so I had to take it out of the office the other day anyway to film with it, and when I had it then and there I also just wiped all of the leaves and gave it a thorough watering. So I've already done the work with that one, so that's the only one that's left in my office for now, which means we can now go ahead and just hoist down all of the ones that are here. And when I hoist them down, I'm just going to use a gentle shower setting to shower the leaves front and back. I also shower the moss pole to re-moisten the moss pole first, because some of them are a little bit dry, and then in the words of Plants by Crystal, I'm going to drown that hoe. I'm going to pour a lot of water over that so it really drains through. The other thing, when I usually water with my water bottle upside down technique, I do not water the substrate. The substrate just gets watered by the water dripping from the pole into the substrate. So today is also a good opportunity to thoroughly flush through the substrate to get rid of any mineral buildups and so on. And we're going to talk about that later, because I've noticed a few issues with my plants because of, I believe, too much mineral buildup or not enough flushing out cycles. But it's better when I show you the plants close up and show you the evidence of that. Anyway, too much talking. I really just need to start spraying these plants so they can start draining and drying so we can bring them back. Okay, I'm cold and wet. Let's give the plants out there a little bit of time to drain thoroughly. One other thing, I actually want to put a big mirror here because I've got rooms. The mirror is currently in the hallway. I've got different plans for the hallway. Also, this room is really small, so I'm hoping that the mirror is going to just visually make it look bigger. This is my Philodendron verrucosum, my big mother plant, and we are really going from strength to strength at the moment. So I'm really excited about it. It is definitely looking a little bit bare at the bottom over here, but that's okay. You'll see later when I fit them all on the wall over here. Actually, I mean, in itself, it looks a little bit odd and empty at the bottom, down there, but as a piece of a collection, it actually works really well, because then I can put a plant that is lower on the pole down below, and it fills that spot. So that's kind of good. So I can double the amount of plants I fit in here. But obviously I also wouldn't mind if it has more leaves. This one is my Philodendron Sodiroy, and you might notice that it's not growing on a moss pole, it's on a piece of ironbark. That is because I'm trying my very best to not mature it, because it takes up too much space when it's mature. So far so good. Specifically happy about the root growth, but I think that root growth is because it's still attracted to the little stumps of moss pole down here. I'm gonna have a full video about this coming, don't you worry. And remember how I said, you know, this is the perfect like shorter plant that can fill in the bottom bit down there. My Philodendron melanochrysum. Let's maybe focus on this leaf. This is the nicest one it had. Now we've had a few issues. It was growing so well with these sort of leaves, and then we had spider mites over here. You can still see the yellow on the, sorry, I can't pull it higher because my ceilings are so low. You can still see some of the spider mite damage on these leaves at the front, and there was spider mite damage that I mentioned the intro when I went to Fiji last year in November. So that's about 6-7 months ago now. I wasn't so thorough with my cleaning and taking them all out and so on. So I mean, they must have had the spider mites before I went to Fiji. I don't think it would have escalated that quickly. But when I came back from Fiji, it was very noticeable. They really had a field day in those 5 days, and those 5 days made all the difference. Right? Normally if I'm here and I notice it, I can get on top of it a little bit quicker, but in this instance I didn't. Then on the back of that, the plant also had a couple of nodes over here where it actually aborted the existing leaf, and that happened to my El Choco as well. Let me park this here so it doesn't leak onto the carpet. Now I'm not 100% sure why this happened, but I asked people in my last houseplant tour, and somebody said that they've noticed the same phenomenon, and what they did is they measured something of the water that flushes out of the pot, and they realized that there was way too much mineral buildup. So they stopped fertilizing and just flushed out the media thoroughly until that rating was at a appropriate level. I don't know, I don't do numbers, and apparently that solved the problem for them. And interestingly enough, just a couple of weeks before I read that comment, I also took all of my plants out, thoroughly flushed them through, really flushed out everything, got rid of the mineral buildup, and subsequent leaves thereafter were just growing fine. Now what I actually did do, however, is I chopped it because I had this like a little bit of stem that was empty. So I chopped it, and then this is the regrowth. So you can see that it is much chubbier, not as elongated. That's because it's the first leaf after the regrowth. So it's gonna, the next one's coming out of the petiole again, but I'm waiting for it to start growing by a caterpillar again. So I kind of had to reset the plant a little bit as a result of, you know, the spider mites and then the supposed over fertilizing. And I thought, you know what, instead of having a leggy pole with ugly leaves, let's just reset it and give the plant more time to grow nice and strong again. So, you know, it's a journey. The plant looked amazing at some time last year, and now it's kind of just like a really slow journey to get back there. The lesson over here was really that yes, you can provide too many nutrients. Like, I mean, it's the first time I've ever noticed that in over 5 years of growing plants. So I don't think it's like a thing that really quickly happens. But as I mentioned, the first few years of my plant hobby, while I provided nutrients with every watering, I did also thoroughly flush out everything first and then provided a few more nutrients. So there was less buildup. Eventually, I just started doing the water upside down technique and always provide nutrients with it. And then sometimes I sometimes I have to water quite frequently, especially over summer and so on. And all of that is fine. I just forgot about the flushing out cycle. And if you look at the label of GT Foliage Focus, the nutrients that I use, it does tell you to have that flushing out cycle. So I kind of just forgot about it, you know what I mean? I just went through the motions and I got so used to not doing it that
it was a good reminder, but it took me way too long to kind of make that connection. So once I made that connection, that's when I set myself the goal to be more thorough with my cleaning, because that will take care of the spider mite issues, as well as taking care of those mineral buildup issues, right? And historically I've had great success with that, so I just want to try that again. I understand not everybody has that amount of time available, but I do. This is my full-time job, so if anybody in the world can do it, it should be me. So what's my excuse? Oh my god, this is so weird. You can see me twice now. Oh, I didn't think that through. Oh, this is my splendid, it's only halfway up its moss pole over here, so that's a great one again where, you know, when it reaches the top of the moss pole, I have to probably water this every 2 to 3 days, just with very little volume of water, just to top up the top, because the bottom stays moist for longer because of gravity, right? But now that it's only halfway up its moss pole, this is not going to dry out anytime soon, so I'm not concerned about this. I'm more concerned about the verrucosum, for example, because the part that I actively want to grow, the part that has the big Gathera, is only about this far from the top of the moss pole. So this is more likely to dry out, which means that a leaf that's currently in development might dry out in its development stage and then kind of be deformed irreversibly. So the verrucosum, out of all the plants that I brought in so far, the verrucosum is really the only one that I'm, let's say, worried about when it comes to the watering over those 8 days. The exact same thing that I explained with the Milano also happened to my El Choco Red. We've had the best time, and then this year, this has hardly grown at all. Let me show you this. So over here, you should be able to see the big red Gathera, right? But you can also see that there was a leaf here, and then no leaves up until this newest one over here. So there was at least 1, 2, 3, 4. You can kind of see where the old leaf was here. There's 4 nodes where it did not grow at all. Or well, it grew, and then the Gathera starts kind of opening a little bit weirdly. Normally you would expect the tip of the leaf to start pointing through the Gathera, and then eventually, you know, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And it didn't. The Gathera kind of just started like peeling, kind of. So I looked into it, and the leaf, stem and everything was completely rotten, and then there was obviously a new Gathera in there. I was like, okay, so I removed the rotten leaf and let the Gathera continuously grow, and then it happened again and again and again, and it happened 4 times in a row. And I was thinking that it must be something with watering, maybe that I let it dry out too much in development, and then I re-moistened it, and then, you know, the plant aborted it and then it rotted, or maybe I watered too much and it's just rot induced and so on. But only after I thoroughly flushed it out and got rid of all of the mineral buildup, it started giving me another leaf. Now the leaf is a little bit deformed over here, but it at least is growing, so we're making a step in the right direction. It's not a pretty leaf, and I can't wait to chop it off. To be honest, all of these leaves have really suffered in the meantime, right? This is a plant that doesn't look the greatest anymore, but at least I want to keep all of these leaves so that these leaves can start supporting new leaves. I mean, the Gathera, you saw it earlier, looked really thick, so I just wanted to support new growth, and then I can chop those off. Even if I just have 2 nice leaves, I'm happy to start chopping off the rest, but the nice leaf can't be deformed like that, and it's also upside down. YOLO, huh? But it's a step in the right direction, and it taught me somewhat of a lesson. Now the other thing why I was so confused was that the root system is so healthy. Like, it has a huge root system in here, and it's super healthy also within the pot. But yeah, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. I can see that it's activating a new growth point over here. So maybe that little hiccup is going to turn into a lush pole instead. And notice how this one is another one of those examples where the Glorious is looking quite empty down below, very lush up top. By itself maybe looks a bit odd, but the El Choco just magically slides in there, right? Happy days. Philodendron Patriciae, one of my favorites at the moment. I think so stunning. Also has not skipped a beat, growing 1 leaf after the other. And since I converted it to a larger pole, I don't know if you can see this, but it's growing so many roots, lots and lots of roots growing up into the pole. Not unusual. They're usually anchoring roots in nature. The plant wants to like wrap around the tree to really securely anchor itself on there.
Obviously, as soon as they start touching the air, they start drying out, so that's not good. But these roots will eventually start growing secondary roots. So I'm not mad at the root growing up because it still contributes to the root system, but I'm not going to extend it for the sake of the root, if you know what I mean. But such a stunning plant. And I have this really nice planter over here that I made myself by just gluing 2 pots on top of each other like a little hourglass, and it just looks so good because it gives this plant a chance to trail down, and again it fills the empty spot of the Splendid a little bit. I know it's pretty dark down there, you can't really see much, but that also just shows you how dark this corner is, right? This is a south facing room, not much natural light coming in, especially during winter. And this is really far away from that window as well. So thank God for the grow lights. Esmeraldense. This leaf doesn't know where it wants to be. I'm like, I want you to be here. The petiole is just so long. Look at it. But I'm hoping that it will just go with the light exposure soon. But recently this plant has absolutely shot the lights out in the root department, so I think great things are coming. And again, have a look at this. This leaf over here is kind of just perfectly, well, if it doesn't want to hide down there. This leaf over here is supposed to kind of perfectly fill this little gap that the Glorious is leaving behind, huh? Philodendron gigas, again I can't put it higher. Majority of the plant is down below. I just did the chop and extend for this 2 days ago. Variegated Milano, she moved out of the IKEA cabinet. So far not really happy with the move, but I'm just giving her time to adjust to these new conditions here instead, and that's okay. Take your time, sweetie, we're not in a rush, you know. Philodendron titanium, Verrucosum serpens hybrid. Just focus on this leaf, let's ignore all the other leaves on this plant. Beautiful red backs. This one actually fell the other day, but it fell backwards onto its pole, which was good news. But yeah, I'm working on a video about this plant as well, because I think the bottom part is looking a little bit shabby by now. Like these leaves even here already look pretty shabby. Now, let me put it there because sorry, it's still leaking a little bit. Not much. Not to the extent that the pot would be sitting in water, but enough to make my carpet wet. So I chopped the plant already in preparation for an upcoming chop and extend. Definitely something I'll do after Thailand, because it hasn't reached the top of the moss pile yet. I'm not concerned about drying out. But these yellow edges initially I thought were a sign of inconsistent watering. I let it dry out too much, then water too much, and so on. But now that I'm become a little more aware of the potentially nutrient provision issue, aka over-fertilizing, I'm thinking maybe it was that. Maybe a combination. Probably a combination. Yellow leaves will eventually go yellow, right? It's more about how can I prevent them from going yellow so fast, or how can I keep them pristine for as long as possible. It's never going to be forever. I'm realistic about that, but the longer I can keep them looking nice, the longer I can keep them, because I'm not shy chopping ugly leaves off, right? That's how I ended up with that tree looking Verrucosum, for example. All right, not many left. Monstera Escalodor. I love this plant so much. Look at the size of this newest leaf. And she is one of 3 plants of the titanium, this one, as well as the Verrucosum you'll see next. They're the moss poles that are just relying on natural light in here in a south-facing window, which is terrible during winter. During summer I get a little bit more light, because it's kind of like southwestish. There's a little bit of western sun coming through as well. So yeah, I'm actually really happy with the result that I'm getting out of this plant, despite not providing with that much light, which makes me extra happy, right? My second Verrucosum, it's just a lush multi-planted one. Oh my god, it's so dark in here! My Oblique, she's actually exactly where you guys are right now, so I'll park her on the side. And And my fry deck still looking absolutely stunning. Even have new growth coming out over here, despite it being cold and dark in this room. Now with this one, obviously flushing out is a little bit different because it has no drainage hole, so I can't just flush water through. But I sprayed lots of water on it and then poured water out of it. So still in an attempt to pour out some of the mineral buildup, I suppose. But over here, I'm also just a little more careful with nutrient provision and do a few more waterings without nutrients in it. Now she also lives where you are, so it's really time for you to move. Look, this is your new home on our new desk. Oh my god, she's so excited about it. Here they are, sitting on my desk. Let me quickly head downstairs to look for a stand for this one, so it's a little bit more elevated. Also gives me more privacy. So I'll be back. Actually, before we do that, let me quickly set up the lights again. One here. And I love kind of putting them under my rug. But I actually also moved the rug, so we need to see if that's maybe too close. Nah, should be just fine. Oh my god, so pretty. And I definitely think that the mirror is making it brighter now, right? Okay, my friends, let me give you a little close-up. So this is what it looks like when you first walk in. I mean, what an amazing view. And now with the mirror here, twice as many plants, right? Here's the mirror. Reflects the light a little bit, the natural light as well as the one from the grow light. So hopefully it's going to make the room appear a little bit brighter. And keep in mind, this little experiment is going to go eventually. So then it's going to look less cluttered over there. And then over here, I used to have a little shelf down here, down below, that had some shoes and my water bottles in it. Now, I do not like the look of this skeleton from the back. I think it doesn't look that good. I much prefer something like the Veracosum. But so be it. Maybe eventually I'll move that around, I'll change it. But for now, the skeleton is growing so well, I don't really want to change its position. And then over here on my desk, I've got two plants, the Oblique as well as the fry deck, just taking advantage of the natural light as well. And that's you guys, hello! And then here's my new desk setup. I'm actually so excited to use it. I think it will be so cool. And then the shelf that used to be there is now here, kind of in the entranceway. So it makes sense to use it as like a little shoe shelf, and then you can sit on it and put your shoes on. And I'm trying to hang that Rihanna painting up there. I'm just waiting for that to dry. It used to be on top of here, but I never moved my desk, right? Now that it's moving up and down, I'm not too sure if I should have it there. I can't hook it into the wall. This wall does not like the 3M hooks, they just fall off. I think because it's an outdoor wall, it is super cold and actually quite moist as well. Terrible insulation, Australia as always. So yeah, let's see what I do want to have something hanging there, but I would actually have to hang and not just sit on the desk, so I can move the desk freely. Anyway, that's it. Let me maybe quickly do a 0.5 pan. So we get everything in frame because it is quite a small room. Look at that, twice as lush now, huh? Alrighty, my friends, as you might have seen in that footage, but the camera's good at adjusting, it is getting so dark outside. It is 3 o'clock, it's going to be dark by 5, but I think there's a storm rolling in as well. So yes, we have actually worked on this all day. Anyway, I really want to wrap up this video so I can actually go ahead and start editing this video. Growing plants isn't a linear trajectory. There's ups and downs, and usually they correspond with the seasons. Over here in Sydney, Australia, we are about to finish winter, which means that right now my plants aren't looking their best. But those are also times I want to share with you, because I want to be really transparent and honest with you about what it's like to have so many plants, and it's unrealistic to expect that all of my plants are thriving all the time. So today we're basically looking at my collection when it's at its absolute worst. My plants have definitely suffered a little bit over the last 3 to 4 months. They also haven't really grown that much over the last 3 and 4 months. We've also had a bunch of pest issues. So things aren't looking their best, but it doesn't mean that they're not nice. So let's get started. And then we're going into the office. Bradley. Let me turn off the heater so it's not so loud. That is Bradley's little table over here. He likes to sit there and look out onto the street, and he is such an attraction. There's so many of my neighbors that walk past and stop and wave at him or take photos of him and so on. It's very cute. Anyway, this is my office. This is obviously where all of the really nice plants are. So let's quickly go through them. Over here I've got my philodendron gigas. Definitely you can see much longer internodal spacing. Oh, I need to water this. Okay, I'll show you something. One of my biggest plant tips is always be prepared, always be ready, don't procrastinate. So I've always got water bottles handy. Oh, hang on, it's hard to do that with one hand, and it's hard to do that with my wrong hand as well. Come on already. Should be fine, but when I see something, I like to do it straight away instead of procrastinating. Yes, my darling, what are you seeing? What's out there? What? Did you see a bush turkey? Was there a bush turkey? Yeah? Okay. Yes, okay, you keep looking, yeah? Right, Philodendron giga, Philodendron glorious. You should have seen a video of this recently, getting a big chop. It's looking very happy after the chop. You can see lots of root growth coming in here, so yeah, can't complain. And this is my Esmeraldense. It has grown one leaf over winter, but it is a huge leaf, so I'm very happy with that. Hidden somewhere over there, you can hardly see it, is an El Choco, and I do not want to talk about the El Choco with you today because I'm pissed off. We can talk about the Splendid though, because I like the Splendid. This is its winter leaf. It's not really smaller, not really any change. In winter it just grows less leaves, you know what I mean, less frequently, but it still drops older leaves. So overall, the plant at large isn't looking as good in winter as it is in summer. But in this room overall, it's not so bad. It's just so stunning. Look at this sheen. Look at the little red sinus, the red backs. Such a stunner. And down here we've got my Patriciae, also a stunning plant. Had to cut one leaf off that was severely damaged while I was in Thailand when it was unfurling. I think it had some rot issues, and to be honest, I see this over here on the newest leaf starting to happen again. See here the brown one. So I'm thinking I'm probably providing it with too much water at the moment. Yeah, I'm probably being a little too liberal with my watering, but it's what it is. Milano has suffered severely last year through really bad spider mites. You can still see the previous spider mite damage, and obviously these old leaves are going really yellow, and that's okay. I'm not aiming at keeping these old leaves alive for a long time. But I also had to chop it over here, and now it reshot, but look at how thick the new stem is on that reshoot. So it is reshooting really well. It's getting really thick, nice new leaf unfurling, and it is growing nice leaves. Maybe a little bit sun stressed, but that's okay. It's growing at least. Maybe a little sun stressed. Maybe I can move it around a little bit. I do need to. It's fine. But you can tell that this leaf that is closer to the lights, by the way, again, two mother life spectrums over here. The one that's closer to the light, you can see all of the sun stress, the yellow bits kind of, whereas the one in the back over here that's not exposed to that much light is much darker. And I suppose that's what you want from a Milano. So I need to see what I can do about this, if I maybe switch that around with the Splendid or something like that, or maybe if I can move the light a little bit further back. A lot of these velvets don't want too much bright light. You can very much see the big gap that the Glorious has left since the chop. Oh, and you can see some water bubbles are now releasing as well. So it's working, just very slow. And then next to that is my big Verrucosum. I think this was the newest leaf. Not sure what happened here, but you know, plants aren't perfect. Look at the red backs, so beautiful. And it's growing so well with a super thick caterpillar rooting into the pot. Oh. No, still moist, rooting into the pole. So really happy. Verrucosums are cool climate cloud forest plants, so they usually like winter actually. But yeah, look at that. It's looking so good. But the bottom is looking a little bit bare. And then one other plant is hiding over here. It's a Sodiroy. I'm trying to grow it juvenile, but it is kind of trying to mature for me yet again. Got a whole video coming on this one. It's not looking too good. I also need to find out what these markings are. I think these are just all of the sugars. See how it produces all of these extra floral nectaries? Yeah, when they're dry, they just create these markings. But that's all right. Just visual damage. Over here is my Verrucosum titanium, which is a Serpent's Verrucosum hybrid. Have a look at this beautiful sheen of this leaf. And super beautiful red backs, hairy petioles, and a new one unfurling. So that is the first leaf in winter, but I also have chopped it over here already in preparation for a chop and extend. And you can see that I chopped that a while ago because it already had time to reshoot over here. So soon I'll be able to do something with it. Again, one of these plants where some of the light comes from here. So these leaves are pointing this way. The other half gets light from the window. So looking at it front on, it actually looks super bare. So this is not the position for this plant, but in winter I'm a little bit pushed for space. So I gotta do, that is kind of the best I can do. Right, let me get the tripod so I can show you these other plants because I need to move them out with both of my hands. I'm filming on my phone, so I don't have a viewfinder, so I hope everything will be fine. Let me just check. Yeah, you can see there's a few older leaves down here going yellow. That's okay. It's also just age. But this is my Monstera escalador. Good. New leaf that just unfurled over here. This is also a winter leaf, so you can really see that this plant is maturing really nicely despite winter and despite it just getting light from a south-facing window. Again, I'm in the southern hemisphere, so south is the worst exposure. I get no direct sun through this window whatsoever this time of the year. In summer a little bit during sunset, but this time of the year I get hardly any light coming through here, so it's actually a surprise to me as well that it matures so nicely, because usually Monsteras I like to give a little bit more light to, and usually I don't see much maturity over winter for these, but I'll take it. Over here I've got another Verrucosum. This one is more lush Verrucosum. It's an offspring from this one. I'm not aiming for maturity, I'm just aiming for volume over here. And I mean, it is looking good, but you can see quite a lot of leaf damage. I actually need to investigate if it has spider mites. It doesn't look like spider mites. I think it could just be a little bit too much water provision. I think I have been too liberal with my watering this winter. Maybe not to the extent that it's causing root rot, but to the extent that it's at the very least causing some cosmetic issues. But as I mentioned, they're just cosmetic, right? So overall, still very nice. And I've got a full video on this coming as well. And then over here, I've got my Oblique. It's his first year outside of the IKEA cabinet. And it's growing well, very steady, very slowly. There's like, I don't know, 10 plants or so on here by now. So I get lots and lots of leaves. I also have ferns everywhere. I don't know, all of my moss poles start growing ferns. It's so cute. So yeah, it's growing like this. Is a nice, more mature leaf over here. So yeah, very happy with this. Actually, I haven't seen it. I always look at it from the back. It's looking pretty good, I think. Again, just natural light from a south-facing window over here. And the bits where it's gotten a little bit too much light, the brown bits over here, that's when it was still in the IKEA cabinet. It was pushing against the door, and there's a light at the door. So yeah, that's why I had to move it out. And then probably one of the biggest surprises over winter is my Alocasia Friedeck. It is still looking good. It's hardly dropped any leaves. It's actually even actively growing new leaves. Like this one is a brand new leaf over here. There's a new leaf unfurling over here. So it is actually growing brand new leaves. It's looking super good. It is establishing a super healthy large root system in this vase over here. And this could also be watered tomorrow. So, but yeah, really happy about the progress of my Friedeck. And I was a little bit concerned about it because again, it just gets natural light from a south-facing window, and it has been in that position for almost a full year now, but the last 3 to 4 months were the worst part of that year, right? So it's never been exposed to the bad conditions over that year. And you know, allocators can easily go dormant over winter, don't like cold temperatures and so on. So I was a little bit concerned that maybe all of the beautiful progress that I made with this plant over the course of spring and summer will be ruined by winter, but so far so good. I'm glad that I didn't move it. I just decided let's just keep it where it is and see if it's okay, and so far it's been very much okay with it. So overall in this room I think I experienced the least damage during winter because I'm being pretty diligent with heating it. I have a Dyson fan over here that I just set to a specific temperatures. I set it to 24, but it doesn't actually get to 24. It's usually between like 20 to 22 in here. I don't have it on during the night, so in the morning it can go down to like 16 or so, but overall like there's no crazy fluctuations in here. I obviously heavily supplement with the lights as well, and I'm pretty diligent with these plants as well. These are obviously my favorite plants, so I can't really complain. I'm not getting like crazy growth, definitely not super speedy growth, but the plants aren't suffering in the first place, right? And ultimately winter is only 3 to 4 months, so I really only need to get my plants through 3 or 4 months before I can see active growth yet again. But I think there are a few things that I can improve on. I can improve on the Milano, I can improve on the titanium over here, but you know, that is plant care. Like, it's not about having an end result, because guess what? There's never going to be an end result, because plants keep changing. My office, my favorite room. You guys are actually currently on my desk, so that's where I spend most of my time, and I am privileged enough to have this beautiful backdrop. Now, over the last few months, some of the leaves have suffered a little bit, mainly cosmetic damage. Overall, the plants have actually done quite well over here, even during winter. But now with spring approaching, I definitely see lots and lots of growth. Like, I don't know if you can see this. This is so beautiful. I really just want to show you some of the most beautiful plants that I have and some of the most beautiful leaves I probably have ever grown. These are my absolute favorites, right? Only the really precious ones get to make it into my office, and because they're the most precious ones, I want to be as thorough as possible with my care routine. So I want to take you along, and I usually try and do that at least once a month, but I've been really busy, so it's probably been about a month and a half or almost 2 months since the last time I've done this. This room is actually very small with just one step. I can reach you, but I was thinking maybe I'll set you up in the living room, and then as I'll take you out, we can look at each plant individually, assess what they need and so on before taking them outside for a thorough cleanse and watering. So let's do that. First thing, what I always do, because I'll always bump into these lights when I move the plants around, I will get rid of my 2 lights. Beautiful. Look how dark it is in here without the light on. I get surprised every time. Wow, so sad. Look at it. It's just a wall of darkness, huh? But it is nice to not have to worry about bumping into something. Look at this. Look at it. By the way, those are Mother Life Spectrums. They're extended. They are basically 2 mounted on top of each other. Then I've got 2 of those, and they are linked in the description as always. And while we're on conditions, the light obviously supplement light. And then this is my Dyson fan over here. I've got that set up opposite of my wall of philodendron, and in winter I can set it up to heat this room. So in winter I usually try and keep the room at around 20 degrees. In summer I can't cool the room down with the Dyson, but it at least provides airflow, right? Because it's quite a small room with a lot of plants. Naturally the humidity is quite high because of all of the water evaporating from the moss poles as well. But airflow is also really important. It doesn't necessarily, it's probably a better thing to not actually cool the room, at least for the sake of the plants. But airflow is really important, especially if you have so many plants in one room with so many leaves kind of overlapping and so on. You really want to make sure there's airflow to prevent fungal issues, especially when we bring them back later on, right? There will always be a few water droplets left here and there, and I would hate for those to cause visual damage, fungal issues and so on. So the fan is on most of the time during summer to just provide airflow in here. And because it's such a small room, I do not need to supplement humidity. I mean, I don't supplement humidity in any other room either, because Sydney is naturally quite humid, but specifically in this room I really don't need to supplement because we've got so many plants in here. All of them are on moss poles. Some of the water from the moss poles is evaporating, so naturally this room has quite a bit of a humidity boost. And then over here you should be able to see the light coming from this side. That is a south facing window. Keep in mind I'm in the southern hemisphere, so that's the worst exposure. So I've got a few 4 plants in that window, and they were fine even during winter, but now with summer approaching, there is a little bit of westerly sun coming in the afternoon. So really only like 2 weeks ago or so, I started getting a little bit of direct afternoon sun hitting these plants over here, and then that will increase over the next 3 months and then decrease again. And then for the second half of the year, I get no direct sun in here at all. So these plants rely on natural light. Anything over here relies on the mother grow lights. Alright, big tick on the conditions. Now we can focus on care. So let's take all of these plants out and look at them one by one. Oh, and guys, by the way, that sort of treatment I actually do for all of my plants, not just the ones in the office, but I have so many plants that I kind of do it in stages. So yesterday I did everything in this corner of my living room. The day before I did everything on this side, the side that you can't see. And the day before that I did all of my anthuriums. So I mean, technically I could probably do it all in one day, but it's just a little bit easier to do it in stages if I have the time for it anyway. And then usually I use the opportunity to film and so on as well. Keep in mind, guys, this is my job, right? So I can obviously be a little bit extra. All this time, where's my coffee? Okay, got all my tools. I always walk backwards with them because if I bump into things, then, you know, the petiole's just gonna brush this way, whereas if I go this way, I can just snap it easily. It's not a good explanation. I am in love with this plant at the moment. This is my Philodendron Titanium, which is a Verrucosum and Serpens hybrid. It has the most stunning red backs, the most hairy petioles ever, and look at this cataphil. Oh, look at the sheen of this plant. Oh, everything is just so beautiful. It's done really, really well as well. I've done a video on this plant recently, and in that video I showed you that before the petioles were kind of facing left and right and you could mainly see pole. I then changed its position so the light comes from the front, and now all of the leaves want to face forward, which I love. But because they all face forward, this plant is very, very unstable. There's only so much I can do about it because obviously the plant is still huge. But I think I definitely want to cut off some of the uglier leaves down there. I also want to cut the twine. You can see that at some stage I used twine to manage these petioles. But now that I cut it, the petioles are actually still staying in place, right? So I can now cut the twine. I don't need it anymore. They've done their work, and it was kind of just to help the plant find its way. It might have done it naturally just based on light exposure anyway, but I feel like this way I'm getting results faster and more extreme results, or like just better. I'm just in control. I like control, okay? Now, what I do not like is these ugly leaves. I think I just was a little bit too liberal with my water provision historically. I have since changed it and the new leaves seem much better. But yeah, I just don't like looking at these ugly leaves. And you saw that wall of aeroids, right? Of course, when we're looking at each plant individually, I would love for each plant to have as many leaves as possible. But they need to work as a collection. So sometimes these leaves might shade leaves of another plant, and then an ugly leaf is shading a beautiful leaf. A beautiful plant isn't getting enough light because an ugly leaf is stealing all of it, and so on. So it is not actually about getting each plant to have as many leaves and as big leaves as possible. It is about creating a display using all of them in one go, right? So the goal is to create that sort of wall. So sometimes more isn't more. But I think I might keep this leaf for a little bit longer just because I can. But I also want to try and fix the stability issue. So I've got a garden stake here. Now that garden stake is technically going to be too big, but look, we're going to have to do an extension very soon anyway. So I'm just doing that in advance. I just love this plant so much. I really, really don't want it to fall. Ideally, you do that in a part where the plant hasn't attached yet, like I did it at the top, so that none of the roots will be impacted by this. And sorry guys, I have you on crazy wide angle today, so I hope everything is still visible for you, but some of these plants will become really big, so I needed to use the big lens. Straight away you can see that this has much more structure now because I put the garden stake in with a little backwards tilt. Now I could technically do the same down here, but I actually think if I bring this too close to the garden stake, then I'm actually making it top heavy again. This way I'm actually having this natural backwards lean. So I think I'll do nothing. Just with the next extension I will support the next extension on this garden stake as well. Anyway, I'm happy with that. Alright, let's see how much green waste we accumulate by the end of this. Now, I'll take it outside and I'll hook it into my umbrella. Bradley, you can come outside if you behave today. It is such a beautiful day. 26 right now, going up to 29, super sunny. So we actually need to, UV 8, so very high. So we actually need to be careful to not have these plants exposed to too much direct sun. They do not like that. You can even see the reflection of the sun on my floor over here hitting me, right? All right. Next one, geez, and that speed will never get done. It's actually great, I get to give you an update on all of these plants as well. All of these are my favorites. Philodendron Patriciae, also done a full video on this, and I've had a couple of leaves, had very severe cold, wet fungal issues over winter, so I chopped them off and I also chopped between the stems to get the plant to reshoot. I did not want this leggy emptiness on my pole. So we are very, very slowly establishing a reshoot. And lots of good root growth, so you can probably, yeah, you should be able to see this now here where my finger is. Very happy with that. Roots in the pole as well, some even sticking out, that's good. I have been very conservative with watering this plant since the cold induced damage or since the fungal issues, because I think I just overdid it with the watering a little bit. So anyway, see how we go. Now that it's getting warmer, I shouldn't have to worry about the water provision that much anymore. What I mean by that is I can be more liberal with my water provision because it is warmer, the plant is growing faster. I'm less worried about there being too much water to cause rot issues and so on. Rot likes cold and wet, right? Warm and wet is usually fine. Well, not wet, moist. Moist! What I just noticed is that if I show you all of these plants now, they're all dehydrated. Wow, this plant is so big. I need to go way further back. This is my Philodendron verrucosum. You can see it's a bit dehydrated, right? These leaves are not super, super perky. I haven't watered the last 3 days leading up to this day because I knew I was going to take them out and water them thoroughly anyway. Yeah, not a biggie though. I think everything is fine over here. I could probably get rid of this latest leaf over here. It's not bad, but it does take up a lot of space. Is that the right leaf? Yeah. And this plant is growing heaps of extra floral nectaries at the moment. So I really gotta clean that up. Look at these beautiful leaves. Look at these. Oh my God, it's so stunning. It is also growing inflows over here. Can you see this? This is an inflow. I do not want the plant to waste time on inflows. Over here as well. Over here I already ripped them out. Look, this is also super front heavy. But that's usually counteracted by the heavy pots that I put them in, right? Anyway, I'm so happy with this plant. It's my favorite plant of all time, right? And it's growing a new leaf over here as well, which looks to be smaller. Can you even see this? I don't think you can see anything. This plant is so big. Now there's also a new caterpillar over here, and there's a big inflow here, I believe. Let's have a look. You probably shouldn't do this with the caterpillar, but I always do that with the caterpillar because YOLO. Okay, have a look. This is one big inflow. This is the new caterpillar over here, and this is a huge inflow. You know what? I think I might actually let it develop. I've never let a verrucosum flower develop, but I believe because the plant is putting so much energy into the inflow, this leaf is significantly smaller. So I think I might have just maxed out this plant. I think this is probably as mature as it gets. From here on, it will flower. After the flower, it will probably start growing smaller leaves until I chop it, which it's due for a chop very soon anyway, and then that's it. Not a bad thing. I don't think I could possibly handle bigger leaves than that. But I actually really want to show you this plant when it's not dehydrated. So let's have a look at it later when we're done. Bradley, you behaving? Wow, it is warm out there and sunny. I should have done it yesterday. My El Choco is probably the one plant in there that is not happy. I cut these leaves. I don't know if you can see anything. I think it's too sunny, hey. So I'm really struggling with that harsh sun coming from there, but we'll make the best out of it. Now I chopped this up because basically what happened over here is from here all the way to here, the plant grew about 8 nodes without a single node producing a leaf that didn't rot away. Or they all produced a leaf, but the leaf rotted away before it was able to unfurl. So I decided I gotta chop the plant. Something's gonna change to like snap her out of it. And post-chop, I now get my first leaf that actually wants to leave. That's good. I'm contemplating to just chop them all off. Later. Good news, bad news. Philodendron esmeraldense has grown a beautiful leaf, which I then proceeded to, by accident, rip. It was getting stuck on the cable ties of the El Choco pole, and it just ripped holes into it. But look, it's just cosmetic. It's just annoying me. The plant couldn't really care. But it is way outgrowing its pole. Have a look at these crazy roots that it has. It is super dry as well. So I think we need to do an extension here, but I don't have an extension. Let me quickly go downstairs, grab an extension. You're already overheating. The sun is way too harsh. Wow, today isn't a good day for filming. Let's put the extension on first, and then we'll see what else this plant needs. So I'm just keeping an eye on Brettles as well. He's just in the garden, but it's such a nice day. I want him to enjoy it out there. I have a nice new fence, which is also a little bit taller, but don't you be fooled by the body composition of my little baby. He looks chunky, but he's actually very athletic. He can jump that fence in like with no issues at all. Alright, I'll just put the extension on, done it hundreds of times. Just fill that little gap over there. That was the gap that I had the water bottle sitting in. Right, so this step I only do once a month. But throughout the month I just use my water bottle upside down technique. So they all have like a little hole at the top where the bottleneck will fit in. So I filled that. And now I can put the next one on. When I do the extension, I always use dry moss poles, so it's easy to work with. And then I'll go ahead and water them. Because I store them dry, they also won't go moldy. So I recommend making them. Use moist moss when you make them, so you know how much moss to put in. And then just put it in the sun to dry them out. And that will also kill any mold spores, the UV. Or at least in theory should. Where's the Bebe? You okay? Oh, you're so good out there. And now I'm just connecting the poles so they don't twist. This plant I've had for a long time now, actually. It never really grew that well for me. And it really took like 2 or 3 years for it to really grow into something that looks good. But now I'm pretty happy with it if it wasn't for the visual damage. Now, the other positive about this extension is that I can now redo the wires, or like the twine. You know, I use the twine to style my plants and to tie up long petioles to the moss pole. I mean, look at this. Where am I going to fit this with such a long petiole? But now I can bring it up. And because I have a taller pole, I have more leverage. It was really hard to do that when the pole was only here. Where am I going to leverage if I can't leverage this down? You know what I mean? So the pole extension is now actually also going to help me create a nicer display for this plant, which means I need twine. Let me get twine and you don't fall, yeah? But it's still fine. Forgot the twine, huh? Twine. And guys, I've got full tutorials on that as well, on how I use twine to style my plants. Now have a look. Now I can leverage this much better. And now I used to do this process of like taking all of the plants into the shower. I used to do that every week when I had time, not when I had way less plants. Which way do you want to be, huh? That's crazy, look at it, the leaf is here, the node is actually only here. Oh, wow, crazy, crazy. I'll do this here. And again, I don't need to do that if it was just for that one plant, let's say. I'm doing it because this plant is part of a display, right? This part is one of many plants on that wall, and I need each plant to take up as little space as possible while visually creating impact. So I rather have a few beautiful, neatly displayed leaves than 100 ugly ones. And there is actually a second little plant down here, but it is so slow in sizing up, but that's okay. Still has these super long petioles that I hate. And again, a lot of extra floral nectaries on these as well. So we might actually have to spray them all with water, and then we might have to manually wipe the back of the leaves as well. Extra floral nectaries are basically, well, it's actually the nectaries are not the problem. It's the little sugar that it gives up. So extra floral nectaries create this little sugar. Sometimes they could be to deter pests, sometimes it could be to attract beneficial insects, for example, attract ants that then eat the mealybugs or something like that. But basically, for me, it just means visual damage. Now, sometimes plants have it on their petiole. Can you see this? So much sap, really sticky, sugary, which is okay, but sometimes they also get it on the back of the leaf, especially in the midrib over here, and then that can cause some visual damage. Not so much on this plant, because this plant has really hardy leaves. In fact, these leaves are so beautiful. I really am annoyed that I messed up this leaf so much, but it's okay. It's okay. Now we're progressing so slowly. Philodendron splendid, again quite large. The other day I got so angry and annoyed at it because leaves were sticking in all directions and I was trying to move it out, and I basically took out lots of plants left, right and center, where I just decided to cut off any leaf that's kind of ugly. Like, obviously for some reason I missed this one. That's why it's looking so empty at the bottom. It's not because it's not happy, it's actually very happy. I just cut off a bunch of leaves because I didn't like them. Even this one I don't really like that much, but I very much like these leaves over here. I like the new leaf over here, and right now it's growing very, very quickly. Now it's only up to here, but I reckon it's going to outgrow this moss pot quite quickly. So soon enough I'll have to do another chop and extend. Now by itself this plant doesn't look that good, right? But down below, for example, I think I have my Patricia normally. So again, I grow this plant to work in a display. So I actually willingly chopped off leaves that weren't necessarily terrible. They weren't beautiful, right? I'd rather have 2 beautiful leaves and a new one coming than having 10 leaves where 8 of them are kind of ugly and thus distracting from the other 2. Plus those other 8 down below would take up space for a whole nother plant. So another plant would have to go into a spot that is maybe less optimal because this plant takes it all up and so on. I haven't noticed this plant. I've maxed out this plant, I believe. I don't think I'm ever going to grow larger leaves than this. This is also perfectly fine. I'm not complaining. So it's not necessarily about let's hold on to as many leaves as possible for this plant. It's really just maintenance by now, right? I've grown this plant for many, many years. I've grown it very large. I've grown it very large. Now it's really just about this plant providing impact within a display. And yeah, new leaf over here. Love when they first unfurl, how they're nice and red. That is the verrucosan parentage. Still coming through here nicely. I don't know if you can see anything. But yeah, nothing to do over here. That's actually nice for a change. Getting so sunny out there. Yesterday was a much better day to do something like that. Damn it. Especially with the velvets, they really hate the direct sun. So we gotta hurry up a bit. Or I do. You guys can't blame that one on you. That's definitely on me. Philodendron melanochrysum, aka Philodendron melanochrysis. Also done a recent video on this plant in particular. I'm finally happy again. I think these leaves are great and they're coming in quick progression. All good, can't complain, but these leaves down here have definitely suffered. To maybe give you a bit of background, this plant also aborted a couple of leaves in a couple of nodes over winter, so I decided I do not want to have this leggy stem on here, so I cut it. This stem has actually never really done anything for me, which maybe I'll just maybe I'll try and stem propagate this because it's a decent sized stem, right? Anyway, what it did is it reshot instead from here, and look how thick this reshoot has already become, right? So very, very nice, much thicker than the original stem was, and usually stem thickness is an indicator for how big the leaves are going to be, and we're only starting the growing season, so I'm very happy with that. But as a result of me chopping and then these leaves reshooting and so on, these leaves are obviously a little bit damaged now. I think maybe also a little bit of fungal issues induced by cold and wet. Can you even see them? These 2 in particular. You know what? These 2 leaves are the first thing I see when I walk into my office, and I hate it. So I'd rather see them gone And same justification as before, right? I don't need 800 ugly leaves. I need a few stunning ones. And obviously that is also just my opinion. You could totally keep every single leaf on your plant. That is your plant, your decision to make. I'm bringing this in a little bit closer. It's gonna look like it's a bit diagonal for now, but it's gonna move in soon, like this. And then, yeah, if these leaves move in a little bit as well, keep in mind the light comes from the front, so these leaves should naturally move in a little bit. Ugly. The good thing is as well, is like I'm obviously very liberal with cutting off leaves over here because we're starting the growing season. I know that these plants are going to grow lots and lots of leaves very quickly now. So I'm not worried about the pole looking empty for a long time or something like that, right? Whereas in winter, when I do these maintenance days, I'm much more conservative with cutting off leaves because I know the plant might not grow another leaf for the next 3 to 4 months. Alrighty, we're done. Stunning. I'm trying to not manage the petioles over here for now, to see if the plant naturally wants to behave. Because once you manage it once, you can't unmanage it, right? Because you kind of fundamentally messed with the structure. Adds to the collection. Sodiroy, whole video about this one coming, or it might have already happened, not too sure. I basically am deciding to not grow this on the moss pole anymore, and I think it's the only plant that's not on the moss pole in this whole office, apart from the fried egg. But it's growing quite well, but it has not given me the juvenile leaves that I want. Look at these petioles. Again, it's kind of a bit of a nightmare. But at least the plant is really, really low, right? So remember how often I cut off the bottom leaves of my plants because they're obviously the first ones to go ugly. Well, this is a plant that then really neatly slides in and covers that bottom part. So it's not competing with many leaves, right? Like, this area of my room, right, like torso, height and so on, that's where there's the most competition because all of the plants grow leaves way up, and with these long petioles, as you saw with the Esmeraldens, the plant is like here, but the petiole is already up there. So over here on my height, that's the competitive space. Not many plants want to grow big leaves down there. So basically this one has no competition down there, so I don't need to manage or do anything with it, and it's just fine. But it is a little bit annoying. It's sending out this leaf in the wrong direction. I've decided to do nothing with it and see if it naturally wants to turn around, just purely based on the light exposure. But it basically rubs against the wall, so there's probably going to be some damage. Yeah, you can see this over there. See this little brown bit? Don't focus on my face. This brown bit there. That's where it just rubs against the wall. Doesn't look like much right now, but if it keeps doing that and then unfurls and expands, that's sort of that visual damage that I often see on my Splendid as well. This has a really, really good root system though, so that I'm really, really happy with. Right, nothing to do here for once. Oh, actually one other thing. Again, a candidate for a lot of extra floral nectaries and sugars. Like very, very much, right? Can you see this over here? All of the little sugary bits, especially at the front in the mid vein as well. Honestly, even the floor is sticky now. Hey, baby. Philodendron glorious. Glorious. Recently chopped this in a video and it has behaved so incredibly well post chop. We are very happy with it. Good boy. Definitely some visual damage coming in here, but I'm still happy with it as it is for now. I don't have the desire to chop it just yet, but I want to bring it a little bit closer maybe to the pole. Do I? Yeah, I mean, have a look at this chaos over here, but nobody can really see this, right? I'm also using a chopstick over here to keep the stem in the center of the pole. It's quite a thick stem, so it's hard to manipulate in hindsight. So I'm constantly staying on top of it. Also due for an extension very, very soon, but I actually want to do a whole video update. Because when I chopped this, I also chopped my mandula, and that's about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago, and I've given the bottom parts to Tim for both of them, and I've thought that maybe I'll do a video recapping on the chop and then looking at what happened after the chop, aka, you know, the new shoots, the bottom parts reshooting and so on. This is probably the plant with the most extra floral nectaries and sugars, so that is definitely something that I try to do every month. Once a month, wipe the back of the leaves. Otherwise you'll start having more and more of this yellow damage. Philodendron gigas, I gave up on this maturing, but I'm not happy with the lack of attachment that this plant does to the pole, so I'm going to cable tie this real quick. I'm not too sure why. Anyway, guess what? I have a full video on this plant as well and how I achieved the lush look, because there's probably 6 or 7 plants on here right now. One here, one here, one here, one here. Okay, maybe not that many, maybe 4. Good enough, okay? The goal was to create a lush pole, but only one shoot is really shooting the lights out at this stage. I definitely want to make sure the newest node is attaching to the pole, because that's most likely where new root growth is going to happen. But overall, quite happy with this plant. This is kind of half in my south facing window, half supported by the grow light. So I'm trying to do that. Then that way I'm trying to get growth on all sides. Not very ambitious with this plant, I just want to keep it really nice and lush and compact. You saw all of these plants so far had massive petioles with massive leaves. They're such space commitments, and I really have to be strategic about how I position them and so on. With this one it's so easy, it kind of is a filler, so everything else goes in first, and then wherever there's space, this plant can kind of just fill a gap but create interest and a pop of color and stunning velvets and so on. So it's a stunning plant, and it's compact and easy to display, so I like it. Guys, even the action camera out there is overheating. That's how hot it is, so I definitely need to avoid the direct sun for my plants. Alrighty guys, this one is a bit different. Whee! So sexy. Monstera Esqueleto. Look at this newest leaf. Unfortunately, this one got snapped in the blind. Oh, but you can hardly see it. Anyway, it's the only Monstera in a room full of velvet philodendron. So it's clearly special to me. I just really love this plant, and yeah, it looks stunning, and it's a great plant to have in that window. So this one just relies on the south facing window, and it's great because it obviously doesn't mind the south facing window. Initially I was actually expecting it probably would want way more light than I'm offering, but it's very happy with it. And because of the fenestration, it still lets light through, so I'm not blocking the light completely for my own sake. Like, not that much light's going through that it makes any difference to the wall of aeroids behind it. But for myself, I sit there in front of my desk right behind this plant all day. I don't want to sit in darkness, right? So I still get a little bit of natural light coming through, but it is also giving me a little bit of privacy from the street and so on. So it's kind of like perfect for that. And look at this huge root that is growing down the pole over here, all the way to here. Happy days. Alrighty guys, the second or third plant I showed you was a Philodendron verrucosum. This one is also a Philodendron verrucosum, but this is a smaller version of it. Over here I'm not aiming for maturity, so for example if it reaches the top, instead of extending the pole, I'll just trail it back down so that it just doesn't mature. I've also had it for less time, and I chopped it more frequently to stunt the growth. So the whole idea is here that I have a nice lush pole, because it's my favorite plant. It looks so good in all levels of maturity, juvenile or mature. Perfect, I love it. Also my south facing window really loves that dappled light. The idea was that I rotated around, but then I forgot about it, and I actually don't mind that because I probably prefer looking at the red backs than the fronts. But I think I can cut 1 or 2 leaves that are a little bit ugly maybe. Like not terrible, but there's so many leaves right now, they're all kind of covering each other. I'm just making room for beautiful leaves. And I think, I don't remember, I did a video on this as well, but I think there's like 10 shoots or so on here, right? I mean, just over here, I can see one new growth point here, 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 down here. Not sure how many times I said here, but often. So lots. Sorry, I was lying earlier. I forgot that I also have an obliqua there. It's so small, I keep forgetting about it. But look how gorgeous it is. That's just sitting on my desk. And I just love how lush it is. Some leaves are a little bit bigger, but these leaves down here, these tiny leaves down here, I am obsessed. And there's so many. Look how many plants are in there, because it keeps sending out runners that I keep chopping and then they keep reshooting. That way I keep it very compact. This has been on this pole for forever now. And I create lots of volume instead of having like 3 leaves dangling somewhere. Nothing to do here. Very happy with this. Still alive, even after winter. It's growing new leaves non-stop now. And I think I've got an inflow coming over here. I'm gonna do a full update video on this plant. It's been doing so well, even over winter. I honestly can't believe it. The root growth is insane. The glare is also pretty insane, but yeah, insane root growth. Very happy. That's it. That was all the plants in the office. Let's go outside and hoist them down. Okay. It's very sunny. It's very sunny, so I'm sure you can't see all too much, you know, really harsh shadows and highlights and all of this. Shit, this plant is in the full sun. And the sun is, why is the sun everywhere? Can you go away? Okay, I'm here. I need to hurry up. I need to do this. The sun is moving too quickly. It's too strong. These plants are super dry. I'm gonna speed this up for you now. The hardest part is not knocking them all over with the hose. I didn't just clean the leaves front and back. I also thoroughly watered the pole. I thoroughly watered the pot so that I'm getting rid of any mineral buildups. I'm obviously didn't see any pests, but hopefully I'm kind of proactively eliminating pests and getting rid of dust. Yeah, and clean plants are healthy plants. Oh good. Okay, there's one plant that's slightly getting too much sun. I'll move this, and then I think it's time for me to clean the room a little bit, and I'll be back. Guys, look how sad the office looks. I'm gonna need to put you on wide angle, that's better. Look at that. Sadness. Okay, it's been maybe 30-40 minutes. Probably not enough time for them to drain thoroughly, which isn't great, but it is getting too sunny out there and I'm worried. So maybe I just need to check later on tonight to see if there's any excess water that has accumulated in the pot and empty that out. But for now, let's just get them back in and I'll show you them one by one. And I've got a time lapse set up in my office as well that I'm going to show you at the end, where you can see how I just kind of all arranged them a little bit. But I just want to show you them now because now they should be nicely hydrated, so looking a little bit healthier than before. Monstera escalado, Philodendron Milano chrysum, Philodendron verrucosum, Philodendron titanium, Philodendron splendid, Philodendron glorious, Philodendron verrucosum, number 2, Philodendron esmeraldense, Philodendron gigas, Philodendron soliroi, Philodendron patriciae, Monstera obliqua, Alocasia frydek. And lastly, Philodendron El Choco. I have decided to chop the last 3 ugly leaves off because they were in the way, and I'd rather focus on getting these new shoots, there's like 4 or 5 of them, to reshoot and then grow nice leaves. They will be smaller, but honestly, El Choco is probably one of those plants that actually looks better juvenile anyway. So it's not going to look too great, but I've got a full video on this plant coming and what happened, or what I think what happened, my recovery strategy and so on. So we'll stay patient and we're trusting the process. Whee! Everything is back in place, and this is what I cut off today. But looks far from empty behind me, right? So that's kind of what I was trying to explain earlier. Maybe in itself each plant isn't optimized from a visual perspective, but that's on purpose. I'm trying to optimize them as a collection. So as a wall, kind of like a modular green wall, right? Just made out of lots and lots of moss poles. As a green wall, I think they look absolutely stunning. Alrighty, I just need to put the lights back and then we can say goodbye. So much better. Anyway, that was a day in the life of a crazy plant person, basically. And there was just one room. So as I mentioned initially, I'll repeat that process with all of the rooms until all of my plants have had their thorough shower. And then by the time that's done, I pretty much have to start from the beginning. But honestly, I really don't mind. This is the fun part to me. Obviously, it's fun to have nice plants, but I enjoy taking care of them. I really enjoy these sort of days. This is therapeutic for me. I don't see it as plant chores. I see it as an opportunity to connect with my plants, to exercise my hobby, to learn something new, to optimize the growth, to rearrange and make my plants in my office look as good as possible. So to me, it's a good part of the hobby, and I wish I could do it more often, but unfortunately just cleaning my plants doesn't pay the bills, right? So most of my time is not actually spent on caring for plants, but rather creating content, editing content, engaging with people online, emails, live admin and so on. But that is also fun. I also enjoy that part of my job, and I'm really, really happy that I get to do this as a job in the first place. And here we are. This is the current iteration. I'm actually due to take all of the plants outside for a thorough wash, but I thought I've done that a few times throughout this video already, so I'm not taking you along on that today yet again. I think I've spoken about all of the plants that you can see behind me in a lot of detail, so I do not want to go on and on and on about the plants and the setup yet again. I think it should have been pretty clear if you watched all of the updates. And if you haven't, what are you doing? But of course, I want to give you at least a really quick pan through to show you the current iteration of my wall of aeroids. Alrighty, this is it. When you walk in, I think adding the mirror in the, latest or second latest iteration has been such a good addition, because it really makes this space just look so much bigger and lusher. A little bit annoying with the reflection of the grow lights, but reflection of the grow lights also means more light, right? This is my titanium that I had one leaf that I had to cut off yesterday. It had spider mite infestations, fungus issues, and was a little bit too close to the grow light and got burned. So there's one leaf missing, but I think this leaf is going to bridge that gap quite nicely. I just love how red the backs are and beautiful hairy petioles. And I think it's a cool plant to have in front of that mirror, so I get to see the back sides as well. Then over here, my verrucosum. The true size doesn't even show anymore because it is so far back in the corner and so high up. But when I put my hand next to it, you can really see how beautiful this plant is. And growing another leaf over here. My El Choco, that was kind of the saddest update, you know, but it is what it is. At least it's growing again, and there's a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth, and a sixth shoot, but these three don't look all too good. But even if I just have 3 shoots, I'll be happy with that. My Patriciae, bad news. The other day I had to get to my verrucosum and I bumped into the leaf with my knee. So the first leaf it grew after reshooting snapped. But it's okay, there's a new one coming over here already. So we haven't had a leaf on this plant in a long time now. So yeah, it's about time. Over here, Esmeraldens, absolutely hate this leaf shine. So I stopped after 1 leaf. It looks too fake. I don't like it. I like it this way better, and this is the newest leaf. Still has a little bit of inflating to do, but I think it looks so good. It's too big. I can't even really get it in frame. Like this. It looks so nice. I know technically not velvet, but it's allowed to stay. My Splendid is also growing a big new leaf over here. And then my current favorite new leaf, this Milano leaf, is going to be so beautiful and big. It literally just unfurled, so now it needs to expand. But look how beautiful it is. And even the one before that is looking so good. Glorious over here, looking mighty fine. Also pushing out a new leaf in the back over there. Look at the stem. The Gigas, oh my god, look at this. Hello baby, hello. The Gigas, kind of given up on the Gigas ever being really big. It's just a nice lush pole and it just fits into this spot quite nicely, right? Doesn't take up too much space. Alrighty, then my Skeletor over here, the odd one out, but I have it in my window over here so that I still get light coming through. So I think a fenestrated plant is perfect. But it takes up way too much space. I don't think it can stay here for that much longer. And then over here is another verrucosum. And this one, I just moved it forwards because otherwise it's in this frame too much. But usually it's like this somewhere. Usually it sits there like this. And I enjoy this because over here I get to look at the backs. I love Philodendron verrucosum. It's my favorite plant. And over here I'm just aiming for a lush pole, right? So when they exceed the pole, I'm just going to kind of trail them around here. I'm not really expecting them to, I don't want them to mature, so I'm not extending them. So yeah, really nice. Over here I get to see the nice red backs. And over here I get to see the beautiful shiny green veiny velvety goodness. Oh, so sexy, this plant. And then of course I also have my velvet Alocasia Frydek over here. I suppose the Monstera Escalador is the only exception over here, and then the Frydek, while velvet, it's not necessarily a plant on a pole. So you know, every night, and I mean you would have seen that throughout the video as well. I didn't 100% just stick to moss poles throughout, right? I mean also in the last place, for example, my office was a little bit larger, so I had a few shelves in there. It didn't just have one wall necessary. So overall the video, I suppose, isn't just about the wall in itself. It's more about my office space, or that specific space that was always the space for my precious plants, if you know what I mean. Initially it was my bedroom where I had all of my favorite plants, and then I turned that into an office because realistically I spend more time in my office than I spend in my bedroom. So I want to fill the space that I spend the most time in with the plants that I appreciate the most, and I suppose those plants behind me are my absolute favorites. It's actually quite interesting to see that a lot of these plants have been with me for a very long time now, actually. And it's nice to see that I was able to keep them alive for so long. But let's talk about the verrucosum, for example. There was also a moment a few years ago where I actually moved it out of the wall of aeroids because it looked so bad. And I put it in the greenhouse to recover and so on, right? So, and now it's thriving again over there. So While most of these plants I've had for 5 to 6 years, not all of them were thriving at all times, but I was at all times able to create a nice looking wall of aeroids. So I suppose I'm privileged that I have enough plants to always create a nice display, but at the same time, it's not really privilege. I grew them. I did that, right? The other thing that's hopefully quite obvious is how modular it is, right? I mean, it is ultimately, from your perspective right now, almost like a green wall. You can't really see the wall anymore, and I suppose that's the whole purpose behind it. As a renter, there's only so much I can do to a wall. I can't paint it, I can't put things up on the wall, and usually rentals are super boring, neutral, white, right? So nobody's offended. But it's just not really personal, right? So I think it's a really nice way of creating a personal touch, and I lived in 4 different houses or apartments over those 6 years, and I can instantly fill my space and instantly make my space feel like home and instantly make it look good by just putting all of these poles on there, right? So it is a modular green wall, or it's a modular artwork that I can take with me, chuck on any wall, put lights in the middle to illuminate them, and done and dusted. Now that they're just relying on artificial light, I can do it any way I want. I don't even need to pay attention to the natural light conditions of the space that I'm trying to create a nice display in and so on, right? So I feel like I have a lot of modularity, a lot of flexibility with this setup, yet it delivers a lot of beauty. So 10 out of 10. I'm super happy that I kind of developed, and I suppose I didn't develop it, it's just common sense, right? But I'm really happy that I ended up going with my wall of poles approach. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's only 9 plants on this part of the wall, right? When I to refer to the actual wall. And out of those 9, one of them is the El Choco. So let's not that it adds much, right? So it's definitely quality over quantity, and I really love that for me. And I suppose that's all I've got to say. I mean, I said a lot in this video. Jan from the past said even more. So if you've watched all the way, first of all, I very much appreciate it. But also let me know that you did in the comment section down below by leaving a little, let's do a fire emoji, because I think this wall is on fire. And if you haven't watched all of it, but you still ended up over here, I still really appreciate it. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. And hopefully I'll see you in my next video. They will be significantly shorter, but let me know if you enjoy these marathons, because I have a few other ideas. I would love to do a marathon about my whole plant collection. I would love to do a marathon about my IKEA cabinet maybe. Or maybe I could do a marathon for just a few specific plants. You let me know in the comments down below, and hopefully I'll see you very soon. Bye!